Diana Duvay. Diana Duvay was born on April 18, 1988, in a small town in Moldova to a modest family. Before she turned 2, her parents separated, and her father left, showing no further interest in her life or future. A few years later, her mother, Elena Duvay, left Diana in the care of her grandparents and moved to the United States, seeking a better life. In America, Elena met a kind man and married him in the late 1990s. By February 2001, she was finally able to bring her 13-year-old daughter to live with her and her new husband in their spacious home in Vero Beach, Indian River County, Florida. The family settled in a scenic area along the Atlantic coast. Diana quickly grew close to her stepfather, William Andrews, who treated her like his own daughter and, in many ways, took on the role of the father she had lost. When she first arrived in the U.S., Diana didn't speak any English. Nevertheless, she was enrolled in a regular middle school and attended classes alongside her peers. Despite the language barrier, Diana's kind, friendly, and outgoing nature helped her connect with classmates, forming lasting friendships. Within just a few months, Diana was able to communicate reasonably well in English. Within 2 years, she had mastered the language to near-native fluency, almost completely losing her accent. Known for her diligence and dedication, Diana consistently earned high grades, which helped her gain admission to a prestigious medical college without difficulty. From a young age, she dreamed of a career in healthcare, driven by a deep desire to help others and a belief that her true purpose was in caring for people. After graduating, she secured a nursing position in the oncology department of one of the county's largest medical centers. Her colleagues described her as responsible and highly professional, while her patients appreciated her attentiveness, compassion, and sincere commitment to their well-being, a perfect facade. In early 2013, Diana met a charming and charismatic man named Mike Jones at a bar along the Vero Beach coastline. Mike was 6 years older, held a law degree from the University of Miami, and worked in wealth management at PNC Bank. He quickly captured Diana's attention and earned her trust. She found him interesting, pleasant, witty, and friendly. He also seemed eager to impress her with his generosity and sense of humor. After their first meeting, Diana and Mike exchanged phone numbers, and he soon invited her out again. Their romance developed quickly, and within a few months, they decided to move in together. Diana's parents were pleased with her choice. Mike seemed polite and intelligent, and they were open to welcoming him into the family. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. However, her mother would later claim that while Diana liked him, she never felt any intense love for him. She simply found him likable and sincere. As time went on, Diana's behavior began to change noticeably. She became more withdrawn and secretive, visiting her parents less frequently, even though they lived only about a 20-minute drive away. She also grew distant from her friends. According to her close friend Emily, whenever Diana did go out, she would try to park her car out of sight and always held her phone close, responding to Mike's calls and messages instantly. If he asked her to return home, she would comply immediately without question. Diana's behavior seemed strange to those around her, creating the impression that her boyfriend had completely dominated her, making her follow his every command. However, she never openly complained about him, though she often appeared upset and tense. She occasionally confided in her best friend that she wanted to end the relationship, but felt uncertain about how to do so. It was clear Diana was afraid of something, though she avoided discussing it. She truly realized she'd made a poor choice just 2 months after moving in with Mike. He tried to control every aspect of her life, forbidding her from seeing friends or visiting family, and demanding a daily rundown of where she'd been, who she'd seen, and what they talked about. He regularly went through her phone, checked her call log, read her messages, and reviewed her social media activity. If Diana broke any of his rules, Mike would start arguments that escalated into aggressive behavior. Yet to outsiders, they still seemed like a happy and harmonious couple. A neighbor's call saves a life. On April 30th, 2014, an anxious man called emergency services, reporting that a couple next door had been arguing loudly for over an hour. And judging by the sounds, the man might have been physically aggressive toward the woman. The caller was Mike's neighbor who had witnessed similar scenes before, but felt this time the fight was particularly intense. He worried it could end in serious harm. The police arrived quickly, and when they knocked on the door from which the shouting came, Mike answered, visibly surprised to see the officers. Calmly, he explained that the loud noises were simply the result of rough, role-playing games he and his girlfriend engaged in. Naturally, the officers asked to speak to Diana to confirm his story. At that moment, Diana emerged from the bedroom. She was dressed in pajamas. Her face was tear-streaked, and there were visible marks on her neck. Though clearly frightened, Diana told the officers that everything was fine. However, she immediately asked if she could gather a few essentials and left with them. Despite this incident, Diana chose not to press charges, saying nothing serious had happened and that they had already resolved the issue. Afterward, she returned to her parents' home attempting to cut ties with Mike entirely. But he wasn't ready to let her go, and began to relentlessly follow her. Jones called his ex-girlfriend dozens of times a day, sent her hundreds of messages, and persistently sought chances to meet her. Sometimes he begged for forgiveness and suggested they start fresh, while at other times he resorted to threats and manipulation, trying to force her back into the relationship. Diana confided in her close friend Emily, saying that her alert neighbor had, without even realizing it, essentially saved her life that night. During their argument, Mike had tried to break her down emotionally. And when he realized it wasn't working, he turned to physical aggression, grabbing her hair and slapping her. When she told him she was leaving, he clutched her neck, and it's possible he would have gone even further if the police hadn't knocked on the door at that very moment. To back up her account, Diana showed Emily the bruised finger marks left on her neck by her ex-boyfriend, which Emily photographed on her phone. When asked why she hadn't filed a police report, Diana said she didn't want to end things on a bitter note or ruin Mike's future. She left with her ex and went missing. Nearly 2 months after their breakup, Jones was still relentlessly trying to rekindle things with Diana. He acted as if nothing serious had happened and treated their separation as a minor argument. Diana planned to end things definitively, but struggled to find the right time and words. The final encounter took place on June 19, 2014, when Diana was out with friends at a local bar. Mike called her saying he was nearby and begging her to meet and talk. Diana agreed to meet him there, thinking that in a public place, he wouldn't try anything harmful. The two moved to a separate table and talked for a long time. Diana's friends couldn't hear the conversation, but they noticed both appeared calm as though they'd come to an understanding. Close to 11 p.m., when her friends were getting ready to head home, Diana told them she'd stay a little longer with Mike, assuring them everything was fine and encouraging them to leave without her. According to her friend's memory, Diana didn't look frightened or upset, though there was a trace of sadness on her face. Overall, nothing about the situation seemed alarming to her friends, and they parted ways without worry. That night was the last time they saw Diana alive. Around midnight, Diana sent her mother a message saying she wouldn't be coming home that night. Although Diana didn't specify where she'd be, her mother wasn't overly concerned, as Diana was a responsible, level-headed adult who wouldn't put herself in harm's way. However, when her daughter didn't reach out the next day, it became a troubling sign. Diana's phone was turned off, and her mother called her friend Emily to ask if she knew where Diana might have gone. When she found out that Diana had met with her ex-boyfriend Mike the previous night and left with him, she immediately tried calling him. Jones answered on the first try, confirming that he and Diana had indeed spent the evening and night together. He claimed that when he left for work in the morning, Diana was still asleep in his bed and her phone was likely off because it had run out of battery. He assured her that Diana was fine and would contact her mother later in the day. But after that conversation, Mike stopped responding, and within a couple of hours, his phone was also turned off. The search for the missing woman. By evening, Diana's distraught mother filed a missing persons report with the police. However, since Diana was an adult, and there was no immediate evidence suggesting something had happened to her, the search didn't start until the following morning, 24 hours after her disappearance. Detectives first tried to trace Diana's phone, but it remained off. The last signal recorded was from the neighborhood where her ex-boyfriend Mike lived. Police immediately sent a unit to his condo. Diana's parents had already parked their car outside his building by the entrance, hoping to confront him. But he hadn't shown up, and no one answered the door. The situation was growing tense. And considering the circumstances and witness statements, police obtained a search warrant for Jones's home within a few hours. Authorities still hoped Diana was alive and possibly being held against her will. However, the apartment was empty with no signs of blood or a struggle. Investigators were unable to find any leads pointing to where they should search next. Diana's mother, Elena, said the last time she heard from her daughter was the night Diana disappeared, when she sent a message saying she wouldn't be coming home that evening. Police asked if Elena was certain the message was from Diana, and she confirmed it, noting it was written in Russian, the language they spoke at home. Diana's best friend showed law enforcement photos of bruises on Diana's neck and explained that Diana had been hesitant to contact the police, fearing Mike might retaliate. Emily believed Mike was capable not just of harsh treatment, but potentially of seriously harming someone. She also shared that Diana hadn't told her parents about the injuries because she didn't want to worry them, and they thought the couple had ended things amicably. So, where had Mike gone? Meanwhile, detectives started searching for Mike Jones, who became the prime suspect. They found that on Friday, June 20th, 2014, Mike appeared briefly at work but said he wasn't feeling well and took a few days off. Before leaving, he withdrew $3,500 in cash from his personal account and went off the radar with no further contact. The police decided to dig into Mike's background, uncovering that several years earlier, he had been convicted of stalking and assaulting a former girlfriend. He received a probationary sentence at the time, after which he changed his last name and relocated to Vero Beach, where no one knew him. Later, it was found that he had also harassed another ex-girlfriend, who initially filed a report, but later dropped her complaint. 2 cars were put on the watch list: Mike's gold Honda Accord and Diana's black Nissan. Investigators then determined that Mike's phone had last pinged outside town, about a 30-minute drive north of Vero Beach. Search efforts were concentrated in that area, and by evening, authorities found Mike's car parked outside a small suburban motel. At the motel's front desk, the receptionist immediately recognized Mike's photo and confirmed that he had checked in the day before, paying in cash and requesting that no calls be transferred to his room or any information shared about his stay. The receptionist had found this behavior odd, and when the police arrived, he shared everything and pointed them to the room Mike was staying in. According to the staff, no woman had been seen with Mike at any point during his stay. Mike appeared shocked, disoriented, and even frightened when police burst into his room. He clearly hadn't expected to be found so quickly. He was alone in the room, and there were no signs that Diana had ever been there. Right away, Mike insisted he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was, claiming he hadn't fled, but merely wanted some time alone to process the difficult breakup. The lifeless body in the trunk. Hopes of finding Diana alive faded with each passing hour, while Mike continued to insist he didn't know where she was. However, during the search of his motel room, officers discovered a disposable phone that he had been using, a type of phone that's difficult to trace. Among his belongings, they also found receipts showing that he had purchased this phone at a Walmart. That same day, detectives requested the surveillance footage from the Walmart and closely reviewed it, hoping to find traces of Mike, Diana, or their cars. Though the video quality was poor, they managed to spot a car in the parking lot that looked like Diana's black Nissan. They watched as Mike exited this vehicle, entered the store, purchased the phone with cash, then quickly returned to the car, got in, and drove away. Diana herself was nowhere in sight on the footage. Soon after, investigators traced another brief signal from Mike's phone in the Melbourne suburbs, where he had used it to call a cab before immediately shutting it off again. It didn't take long to locate the cab driver, who remembered a polite young man who seemed troubled, talking about recent relationship issues and a breakup. The driver pointed out the location where he had picked Mike up, the Florida Publix shopping center. There, parked in a discreet spot in the lot, detectives found Diana's black Nissan. On the evening of June 22, 2014, 3 days after Diana's disappearance, her lifeless body was discovered in the trunk of her own car. Having been left for nearly 3 days in the sweltering heat inside a cramped space, decomposition had already started, making it challenging to determine the exact cause of death on the spot. However, an autopsy later revealed that Diana had suffered several severe blows to the head, had been brutally beaten, and was ultimately strangled by hand. Timeline of events. The missing persons case was reclassified as a criminal investigation. And although Jones continued to adamantly deny any involvement, it became clear that he was responsible for his ex-girlfriend's death, later attempting to hide her body in another town. Establishing a timeline of that fateful night was crucial for understanding where and how he committed this act. On the night of June 19th, Diana had said goodbye to her friends, choosing to stay in the bar with Mike. Though no one overheard their conversation, Diana's best friend recalled that Diana had been determined to end the relationship for good. She wanted, however, to leave things on a positive note. It seems Mike managed to lull her into a sense of safety and persuade her to come back to his place. The message Diana sent to her mother was in Russian, a language Mike didn't know and couldn't understand. If something had gone wrong, she could have hinted at it in the message without Mike noticing. So by midnight, there was still no sign of any trouble. They arrived at the apartment building where Mike lived. He had a garage with a private entrance that led directly into his unit. It's believed that an argument erupted here before they even made it to the living room. At some point, Mike became aggressive and started hitting Diana, causing her to scream. Afraid that the noise might alert neighbors and prompt them to call the police, he gripped her by the throat, not releasing his hold until she stopped moving. Afterwards, he drove Diana's Nissan into his garage and placed her body in the trunk. Since no one saw him inside the enclosed space, he quietly left in the middle of the night, driving to a distant town where he abandoned the car in a secluded parking lot. Early the following morning, he took a taxi back home, then drove his own car to work, withdrew cash, and informed his boss that he would be taking a short leave, maintaining a flawless facade. It's important to note that Mike Jones came from a wealthy family and had been accustomed to getting whatever he wanted from a young age. Holding a prestigious law degree from one of the nation's top universities, he was used to achieving his goals by any means necessary. To get what he desired, he didn't hesitate to use underhanded methods, ranging from playing on people's sympathies to outright manipulation, threats, and intimidation. Yet, despite all this, he managed to uphold a spotless reputation, presenting himself as a kind, intelligent, honest, and considerate man. Jones was a pathological liar, but he lied with such skill that few could ever catch him. This was evident from the fact that he managed to hide his prior conviction from his employer, and even avoided the usual background checks upon hiring. He presented himself as a highly professional, respectable, and reliable employee who closed big contracts, brought in new clients, and quickly became one of the bank's most valuable assets. At his home and workplace, investigators found numerous letters of appreciation. Colleagues and supervisors spoke highly of him, finding it hard to believe that Mike could harm anyone, let alone commit a serious crime. On top of everything, Jones was regularly involved in charitable events, was active in domestic violence prevention campaigns, and even participated in fundraising efforts for an animal shelter. His reputation on the surface seemed pristine, but colleagues and friends all shared different accounts of Mike's life. To some, he claimed he grew up in poverty and built his success on his own. To others, he said he had won a lottery jackpot, while some believed he was related to a former U.S. president. Surprisingly, everyone believed his stories, as he was incredibly convincing. The trial and sentencing. The trial of Diana Duvay's killer began in November 2019, 5.5 years after he took her life. Diana's mother insisted on the maximum penalty, capital punishment, although achieving such a sentence would be extremely challenging. In court, prosecutors presented photographs taken by Diana's best friend Emily, showing the bruises on Diana's neck. The prosecution described the relationship between the perpetrator and the victim as toxic, abusive, and controlled entirely by Jones. After the first physical attack, Diana had tried to end things with him, but he refused to let her go, continuing to pursue her relentlessly. Two of Mike's former girlfriends also testified, sharing their own experiences with him. According to them, Mike initially presented himself as the perfect partner, appearing like an ideal person to start a family with. But gradually, his true nature as a possessive manipulator emerged. Any act of defiance provoked intense anger and aggression. He often reacted with violent outbursts and, following breakups, persistently harassed his ex-partners, refusing to let them go in peace. A more detailed inspection of Jones's garage uncovered small blood spatters that forensic experts confirmed matched the victim's blood. Additionally, traces of blood and strands of hair were discovered on a tool discarded in a box, clearly indicating that Mike had used it to strike Diana on the head before strangling her. The defense claimed there was no evidence of premeditation and argued that the event was a tragic accident during a domestic dispute. Despite this, the jury unanimously convicted Jones of first-degree murder and evidence tampering. Instead of the death penalty sought by both the prosecution and the victim's family, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Emily Sina. Emily Sina was born on May 7, 2007, in Várzea Grande, a city in the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso. She lived with her mother and her stepfather, Antonio, who had acted as a father figure since she was 6 years old. Antonio worked as a radiology technician at Santa Helena Hospital in nearby Cuiabá. The family shared a modest but close-knit life. Emily was known for her kind-hearted nature, quiet demeanor, and calm personality. Classmates and neighbors often described her as a gentle soul who avoided conflict. At 16, Emily discovered she was pregnant, a surprise, but one she eventually accepted. The father was her young partner, Kao, who was about her age. Instead of pulling away, Kao stayed supportive. They soon moved in together, and he took an active part in preparing for the baby's arrival. Kao went with Emily to her medical appointments, assisted with logistics, and joined in conversations about baby names and supplies. Despite their young age, Kao demonstrated a strong sense of responsibility and dedication. While their relationship naturally faced challenges due to their youth, it was described as steady and supportive. For Emily, the pregnancy was a major turning point. She spoke eagerly about her future daughter and often shared her excitement with friends and family. Her mother and stepfather, Antonio, were deeply supportive. Together, they helped select furniture, bought clothes, and prepared the nursery. The home was filled with joy and anticipation. The gender reveal was celebrated twice, once with Kao's family and once with Emily's. Friends remembered how radiant she appeared whenever she spoke about becoming a mother. Meanwhile, in another part of Mato Grosso lived Natalia Helen Pereira, a 25-year-old woman married to a man named Christian. The couple had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Natalie worked in public safety, was officially employed in the fire department, and was also attending nursing classes. To the outside world, she appeared organized, responsible, and nurturing. But behind that appearance lay a more complex reality. Several years earlier, Natalie had undergone a medical procedure to have her fallopian tubes tied, meaning she could no longer conceive naturally. However, she began claiming that she was expecting again. To support this story, Natalie created fabricated medical documents, including ultrasound images, and told others that she was awaiting the birth of a baby girl. Christian believed her. He shared the news on social media, posted the ultrasound images, and even organized a gender reveal celebration. To make the story more believable, Natalie frequently posted pictures of herself with what appeared to be a growing belly, wore loose-fitting clothing, and attributed physical changes to her upcoming delivery. In reality, all of it was part of a carefully constructed and emotionally manipulative deception, a false pregnancy scenario that relied on psychological influence and manufactured evidence. In addition to staging a fabricated scenario, Natalie created an alternate online identity. Under the name Agnes Gu, she registered in several online communities for expecting moms. Within these forums, Natalie posed as a generous user who frequently offered baby items such as clothing, diapers, and accessories to other moms-to-be. There was only one condition: the items had to be picked up in person at her home, and the visitor had to come alone. This was part of a calculated plan in which her online alias became a tool to initiate contact and select a target. No one in Natalie's immediate circle, not Christian, not her family, had any idea that behind her cheerful exterior lay a carefully orchestrated deception. Her actions were part of a narrative she was determined to make real, no matter the cost. A few weeks before she went missing, Emily Senna began engaging more frequently in online groups for expecting mothers. She shared her thoughts about the pregnancy, asked for advice, and responded to offers of support. In one of those forums, she was contacted by a user named Agnes. The messages from Agnes were friendly. She claimed she wanted to donate items for a newborn girl, clothes, baby blankets, and diapers. It seemed generous, and Emily was genuinely interested. Their communication quickly became more personal. Agnes appeared warm and kind, reiterating that she just wanted to help. From the beginning, however, she insisted that whoever came for the items had to come alone. When Emily mentioned possibly bringing someone along, her partner or sister, Agnes grew hesitant. She responded that her street was full of nosy neighbors and that she preferred to avoid drawing attention. The replies were vague but not alarmingly suspicious. Emily discussed the offer with her family and initially declined to go alone. However, she later agreed after Agnes offered to send a driver to pick her up. She claimed the vehicle would be from a rideshare app, like Uber. On March 12, 2024, around noon, a car arrived to pick Emily up. But the driver, as investigators would later determine, had no ties to any rideshare platform. He was believed to be either a relative or associate of Natalie Pereira, the woman hiding behind the name Agnes. The vehicle was a plain civilian car, and Emily, unaware of any danger, got inside after telling her mother she'd be back soon. She expected nothing more than a quick pickup of donated items and a return home. When more than an hour passed without any word from Emily, her mother began to worry. Then messages began arriving from Emily's phone. But instead of calming her fears, they heightened them. The text said she was fine, eating a pastry and would return soon. But something felt off. The phrasing was unusual, overly formal and unlike Emily's natural style of writing. Her mother sensed immediately that someone else had written the messages. She tried calling, but no one answered. Voice messages also went unanswered. Growing increasingly concerned, the family began contacting friends and acquaintances in hopes of locating Emily. Her stepfather, Antonio, who was working a shift at the hospital that day, instantly felt that something wasn't right. He already knew that Emily had plans to pick up the items, and the fact that she wasn't answering calls only deepened his concern. That evening, without further delay, the family filed an official missing person report. At that point, no one yet knew where Emily had been taken, who exactly the driver was, or the real destination she was heading toward. The only lead the family had was the online messages exchanged with someone named Agnes, where she mentioned living in the Jardim Florianopolis neighborhood in the city of Cuiabá. This clue became the starting point for family members and friends who began their own search. Concerned and growing increasingly desperate, they went door to door through nearby homes, checked the streets, and tried calling the number listed in the messages, but no one answered. Communication had gone dark. Emily's phone was still turned on, but she wasn't picking up. Suddenly, Agnes's online behavior changed. She stopped responding to messages in the chat groups and ceased offering help to others. It would later be discovered that shortly after Emily left her home, the woman had deleted both her messages and her account entirely. This disappearance from the digital space only confirmed the family's worst fears. This was no coincidence. By the evening of March 12th, the search for Emily was fully underway. Her relatives had contacted the local police, posted photos across social media, and pleaded with the public for help. The first hours following her disappearance were filled with urgency and fear, but no one could have imagined just how far the situation would escalate. The next morning, on March 13, 2024, a woman arrived at the emergency room of Santa Helena Hospital in Cuyaba, carrying a newborn. She came in using a wheelchair and told the hospital staff that she had delivered the baby at home the previous day. According to her, the labor was quick and uncomplicated, so she hadn't needed medical assistance at the time. Now, she explained, she was just there for a post-delivery checkup. The woman identified herself as Natalie. Coincidentally, the hospital staff member on duty that morning was Antonio, one of the hospital's radiology technicians and Emily's stepfather. He didn't recognize the woman personally, but the moment he saw her, he felt a deep, unsettling sense that something was wrong. Emily had disappeared just the evening before, and one of the leading theories involved a conversation she had with a stranger from the internet offering baby items. Emily had told both her mother and Antonio about a woman she'd met online, who went by the name Agnes. She had even shown them a photo of the woman from the messaging app. It was this photo and her overall appearance that sparked Antonio's recognition. Standing before him was the very woman his stepdaughter had been chatting with before she vanished. Natalie remained calm, showing no obvious signs of distress or physical discomfort. She held the newborn girl whom the doctors estimated to be very recently born. However, something felt off. Her demeanor and physical condition did not match what would be expected of someone who had just gone through labor. There was no visible pain, no post-labor symptoms, no signs of bleeding or trauma. Even her posture and ability to move raised doubts. Despite arriving in a wheelchair, she navigated the space with ease, sitting down in the chair voluntarily rather than out of necessity. A preliminary medical evaluation deepened the suspicions. There were no indications of recent childbirth. Her cervix showed no signs of dilation. The uterus was its normal size, and there were no physiological changes or postpartum discharges typically seen after delivery. The medical staff immediately escalated the situation to hospital administrators and notified local authorities. At the same time, Antonio informed investigators that Emily had gone missing the day before after arranging to meet a woman named Agnes. When he saw the woman now before him, matching the description and photo Emily had shown him, his suspicions were confirmed. Upon arriving at the hospital, officers found that the newborn girl with her was claimed to be Emily's biological daughter, supposedly delivered at home. The woman couldn't provide any documentation to verify this, explaining the birth was unexpected and there hadn't been time for medical care. She remained calm during questioning, showing no signs of distress or irritation. However, the complete lack of medical records, the suspicious timing, and her connection to Emily's disappearance raised serious concerns. Authorities decided to limit Natalie's movements and ordered a medical examination. A gynecological assessment revealed that Natalie had not been recently pregnant. The results were definitive. There were no physiological signs that she had given birth recently. This became a crucial piece of evidence, proving that her story was false. Investigators also began looking into the origin of the newborn. Emergency blood tests and DNA analysis were ordered. Medical professionals confirmed that the infant had been born within the last 24 hours, which aligned closely with the timeline of Emily Sina's disappearance. This raised a pressing and chilling question. Could this child actually be Emily's daughter? Investigators searched Natalie's phone, recovering deleted conversations. Among those were messages linked to the alias Agnes, including conversations with Emily. These chats revealed that Emily had agreed to meet with her to receive baby items. This evidence showed a clear pattern of deliberate deception. Natalie had assumed a false identity, built trust, and arranged an in-person meeting under false pretenses. At this point, the theory that Natalie had simply come to the hospital for a checkup was no longer plausible. Law enforcement began to suspect that she might have brought in a baby who wasn't hers, but one taken from someone else. Their suspicions were confirmed when they began analyzing ultrasound images Natalie had previously posted on social media. The investigation found that the images weren't hers. They had been taken from another woman's profile, a person living in a different state with no known connection to Natalie. With these inconsistencies coming to light, the police shifted their focus to locating Emily Sina. Natalie was placed under medical supervision with law enforcement monitoring her closely. The infant she brought to the hospital was placed in temporary protective custody under the care of social services pending verification of her biological identity. Soon after, Natalie was transported to the police station for formal questioning. Initially, she remained silent. When asked directly about the child's origin, she gave evasive answers, insisting that everything had already been explained and that nothing wrong had happened. Her demeanor stayed composed with no outward signs of panic. But with mounting evidence, her refusal to offer a clear explanation appeared to investigators as a stalling tactic. Only after investigators presented her with the results of the medical exam disproving her claim of having given birth and the recovered text messages connecting her to Emily, did Natalie shift her approach. She provided her first version of events. According to her, she had met Emily through online parenting groups and claimed that Emily was having difficulties in her relationship and had allegedly considered not raising the child. Natalie said she offered to care for the baby, and that Emily had supposedly agreed. However, law enforcement was skeptical of this version. Emily's family never indicated she had any such intentions, and they firmly denied that Emily had ever planned to give up her daughter. Emily's loved ones immediately refuted Natalie's claims. They made it clear that Emily had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of her daughter and had never expressed any doubt about keeping the baby. The entire family had been actively preparing for the new addition, purchasing clothing, organizing a nursery, and celebrating together. Her mother and stepfather explained that Emily saw her future daughter as the center of her life, and the idea of handing the baby over to someone else was completely out of character. This information was included in the official case file, and Natalie's statements were now under scrutiny for inconsistencies. Faced with mounting evidence, Natalie eventually changed her story. During a second interview with investigators, she admitted that she had lured Emily to a house under the pretense of offering baby items. According to her, Emily arrived alone, as agreed in their online conversation. Natalia claimed that Emily began experiencing pain and sat down, describing cramps. At that moment, Natalia approached her from behind and applied a forceful restraint. She did not specify an exact motive, but implied her intent was to incapacitate Emily. Once Emily lost consciousness, Natalia restrained her wrists and ankles using materials she had at hand. She then proceeded to attempt to extract the baby. Using a sharp kitchen implement, she made an incision along Emily's abdomen. Emily, who received no medical attention, passed away as a result of extensive blood loss. Natalie showed no signs of remorse in her statement. She insisted she wanted to care for the baby and that she hadn't intended to cause harm. However, the nature of her actions, the use of restraints, and the prepared materials painted a different picture, one of premeditation. As Natalie continued giving statements, her accounts grew increasingly inconsistent with verified facts. Investigators ultimately concluded that the incident had been planned in advance, and that the idea of a mutual agreement between her and Emily regarding custody of the baby was entirely fabricated, a narrative likely constructed in an attempt to minimize legal consequences. Following Natalie's interrogation, law enforcement began checking all locations linked to her. A property in the Jardine Florianopolis area came under particular focus. This private home, which belonged to Natalie's extended family, was reportedly the meeting place with Emily. At the time, it was occupied by Natalie's brother and his wife, who said that Natalie had asked to use the house temporarily for the visit. During the inspection of the property, police were drawn to an area behind the house where the ground appeared recently disturbed. The soil was uneven, and in one spot, a section of skin, part of a foot, was visible. The area was immediately cordoned off, and forensic specialists were called to the scene. As they carefully removed the top layer of soil, it became clear a body had been buried by hand. An excavation began. Emily's body was found in a shallow grave, loosely covered with dirt and debris. The position of the body suggested it had been discarded hastily. Her wrists and ankles still bore the remains of restraints, ropes, and fragments of plastic cable. Investigators would later confirm that the bindings were made from old internet wiring. The grave itself was crudely dug without tools and barely large enough to contain the body. Visible signs of trauma were present. Emily's face showed evidence of physical force, bruising, swelling, and scratches. Forensic pathologists documented damage to her cheekbones and nose. Additionally, there were markings on her neck consistent with compression, as well as bruises on her wrists indicating she had been forcibly restrained. According to the autopsy, these injuries were sustained while she was still alive, pointing to the use of aggressive force. The autopsy confirmed that the cause of death was extensive blood loss resulting from a deep abdominal wound. The T-shaped incision in the lower abdomen was executed with such precision that it ruled out the possibility of it being accidental. Forensic specialists noted that the shape and depth of the cut indicated the person responsible had a basic understanding of internal anatomy and had tried to avoid injuring the baby. Such knowledge is unusual for someone without medical training, though it could be gained from watching detailed instructional videos. This was later confirmed by analyzing Natalie's internet search history. One of the key discoveries was that the burial site had been prepared ahead of time. Initially, Natalie claimed she dug the grave after the incident, but later admitted it had been prepared the day before the meeting. This contradiction prompted investigators to revisit her story. They determined Natalie had planned to hide the body even before Emily arrived. The fact that part of the leg remained exposed only supported the idea that her plan was rushed and unfinished. A forensic team carried out a thorough inspection of the scene, using chemical reagents to uncover significant traces of biological material both inside the house and around the property. Blood stains were found in several rooms. While some areas of the floor had been washed, residues remained in the tile grout and seams. These findings were carefully documented and added to the criminal case. A psychological assessment based on the investigative findings pointed to clear signs of premeditated behavior. Natalie admitted that she had considered various ways to avoid consequences, but claimed she had not anticipated the public reaction her actions would trigger. Considering the volume of evidence, investigators concluded that the crime had been deliberately planned. The concealed grave, efforts to clean the scene, preparation of the property, and her actions afterward all contradicted any notion of an impulsive act. The explanation of a tragic accident or a moment of mental confusion no longer held ground. Authorities officially reclassified the case as a premeditated crime with aggravating factors. Immediately after being taken into custody, Natalie claimed she acted alone. According to her version, neither her husband, relatives, nor anyone else knew about the planned incident. However, investigators soon encountered several facts that cast doubt on her claim. One by one, questions began to surface, many of which still remain unanswered. The first red flag was the role of the driver who had brought Emily to the house the day before she went missing. He was not affiliated with any ride-share service. Later, it was discovered that the driver was a relative of Natalie. He didn't hold a license and claimed he had simply been asked to give a friend a ride and wasn't aware of any details. However, investigators found that after dropping Emily off, the same driver returned to the house and helped with cleanup. During questioning, he insisted he didn't know anything about the incident and was just helping tidy up. This explanation raised serious concerns. The man stated he had no idea what had happened, yet he cleaned a space that clearly showed signs of a struggle. He noticed stains, a strange odor, and the absence of Emily, the very person he had dropped off there. Instead of asking questions or calling for help, he assisted in mopping the floors and moving furniture. Investigators noted that such behavior seemed inconsistent with that of someone truly unaware of the situation. The house where the incident occurred belonged to Natalie's father, though at the time it was occupied by her brother and his wife. According to Natalie, they were not home during the time of the crime. However, investigators were unable to verify their absence. It remained unclear where exactly they were during the critical hours. One major question that lingered was whether it was truly possible for them to be unaware of a newly dug pit on the property, or the fact that someone had cleaned the home with the help of an outside individual. Her brother's wife claimed she had no knowledge of Natalie's visit and that they weren't particularly close. However, it was later confirmed that Natalie had visited the house multiple times in the days leading up to the incident. She had arrived under the pretext of helping around the house or spending the weekend. This made her presence at the property appear routine and unremarkable to its occupants. Moreover, forensic experts pointed out that it would be extremely difficult for one person to dig a pit, carry out an act of aggression, perform a makeshift procedure, move a body, clean the crime scene, hide evidence, and leave the location without attracting any attention, all within a limited time frame. Especially when considering the logistical complexity. The body had been carefully wrapped in fabric, using various materials, and the cleanup involved removing items and washing clothes. This process clearly took time, effort, and coordination. This led to an important question: did Natalie truly act alone? Although suspicions grew, no solid evidence had yet emerged implicating others in the crime. No family member had been officially charged as an accomplice. The driver remained classified as a witness, even though his behavior raised legitimate doubts. Legally, his actions did not amount to aiding the crime, as he claimed ignorance of what happened and said he was merely running an errand for a relative. For now, investigators have arrived at a tentative conclusion: Natalie may not be telling the entire truth. It's possible that other individuals were involved indirectly or possess relevant information, but are withholding it. There is currently no legal basis to file charges against others, but the narrative of her acting entirely alone remains incomplete. Authorities continue to examine Natalie's connections, her phone records, movement patterns, and digital activity. Several questions remain unanswered. After the body was officially identified and all forensic procedures were completed, Emily Sina's family was granted permission to hold a burial. Due to the condition of the remains, the service had to be conducted quickly. The ceremony was brief and lacked the traditional farewell. It took place privately, attended only by the closest family members: Emily's mother, her stepfather, Antonio, the baby's young father, and a few relatives. The family was devastated. The emotional impact was profound, and they were not in a condition to speak publicly. Antonio, the stepfather, declined to comment. Emily's mother, according to those close to her, was in a fragile emotional state and had withdrawn from social interactions, avoiding even neighbors. Emily's partner, who had never imagined becoming a father under such tragic circumstances, attended the funeral but spoke very little. According to the family, he has remained committed. He continues to visit the baby and stays in touch with the grandmother and Antonio. Despite his young age, he has expressed a willingness to take an active role in raising his daughter. The newborn, rescued following the incident, was officially placed under the temporary care of her grandmother, Emily's mother. This decision was made jointly by child welfare authorities and the district attorney's office. Emily's stepfather was also named as one of the responsible guardians. Medical professionals monitored the baby's condition closely during the initial weeks. Thankfully, she remained in stable health and faced no immediate threats to her well-being. After being cleared for discharge, she was brought home to the very place where her mother had once lived. The motive behind Natalie's actions continued to be a central focus of discussion. Despite already being a mother to 3, she had maintained a false pregnancy for nearly 9 months, creating the illusion of impending motherhood. She went to great lengths to fabricate medical records and craft a convincing narrative online, presenting herself on social media as an expectant parent. However, Natalie's goal wasn't just to care for any child. She was deliberately targeting pregnant women expected to give birth to daughters. Her careful choice of victims, the preparation of the location, and her research into how to remove an unborn baby all indicate a calculated plan. Natalie remains in custody, awaiting trial. The charges against her stand firm, with investigators confident in the strength of the evidence. Emily's case has since become a widely discussed and profoundly unsettling example. It has also left a lasting mark on how online interactions are perceived, especially within vulnerable groups. Moving on to the next case. Georgia. In 2015, a couple from Cobb County, Georgia disappeared after answering an online advertisement. What initially appeared to be a routine Craigslist deal quickly turned into a nightmare when the couple was caught in a trap. For almost 10 years, their family and community were left with no answers, as the case grew cold despite early arrests and legal hurdles. However, after years of waiting, the man responsible for their tragic deaths has pleaded guilty, bringing closure to a dark chapter. Bud and June Runyon were a cherished couple from Cobb County, Georgia. Bud, a Vietnam War veteran, held dear the memories of his military service, including his prized 1966 Ford Mustang, a classic car he had bought while stationed overseas. After retiring, Bud longed to find another Mustang similar to his original one, hoping to rekindle the joy and memories of his youth. June, his devoted wife of over 40 years, stood by his side, supporting all his dreams and plans. Together, they built a life focused on helping others, and in 1991, they started a ministry dedicated to supporting families in need. They paid utility bills, provided groceries, supported single parents, and gave toys to children during Christmas. Over time, their efforts spread across several states, including West Virginia, Kentucky, and Alabama. They also maintained a cherished Christmas Eve tradition of delivering bicycles to kids in disadvantaged neighborhoods, repairing old bikes to bring happiness to families in need. Despite their reputation for kindness and dedication, their dream of finding a new Mustang tragically became the catalyst for their downfall. In January 2015, they placed a Craigslist ad searching for the classic car, unknowingly triggering the chain of events that led to their deaths. On January 15, 2015, Bud and June set off on what they believed would be an exciting day, a road trip to McRae, Georgia, to meet a man selling a 1966 Ford Mustang advertised on Craigslist. No one knew their whereabouts, and as days passed without any word, their family grew increasingly concerned. When the couple didn't return home, their daughter, Brittany Patterson, immediately contacted the authorities. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, took over the case, launching a large-scale search, but early leads proved limited. The couple's absence was baffling, and it was not clear if they had simply gotten lost or if something more sinister had occurred. A breakthrough came when the couple's vehicle was found 4 days later, submerged in a lake near McRae. The discovery of the SUV confirmed the worst. Bud and June had not just gotten lost. They had been victims of a violent crime. Their bodies were found nearby in a wooded area, both shot in the head. The nature of their demises left little doubt that this was no accident. The authorities quickly began to focus on their last known interactions. The Runyons had communicated with a man named Ronnie J. Towns, who had responded to Bud's Craigslist ad about the 1966 Mustang. Towns, who had claimed to be selling the car, became the prime suspect. Investigators learned that Bud and June had driven to Telfair County after speaking with him. But when they arrived, there was no car. Further investigation revealed that Towns had a history of criminal behavior, though nothing that had directly linked him to the Runyons before. In the immediate aftermath of the slayings, Towns had been arrested briefly. But there was not enough evidence to charge him with the crime, and he was released. The case seemed to stall as the GBI struggled to piece together the evidence. In 2017, a key part of the investigation unraveled when an indictment against Towns was thrown out. A trial court ruled that the grand jury selection had not been properly randomized, throwing the case into a legal limbo. The family, devastated by the delays, was forced to wait even longer for justice. The case took another turn in 2020 when Towns was re-indicted. But the global pandemic slowed court proceedings, and it seemed as if the wait for justice would never end. Then, in July 2024, an unexpected breakthrough came from a most unlikely source, a magnet fisherman. While trawling a river near Atlanta, the fisherman recovered a .22 caliber rifle and the Runyons' IDs, leading investigators to return to the area. 2 days later, they found additional items belonging to the victims, including credit cards and a cell phone. This new evidence was crucial in finally bringing the case to a close. The GBI used this evidence to secure a search warrant for Towns' home, which led to the discovery of further damning items. During further investigation, the detectives have created the timeline of events as they believe it happened. Bud and June had communicated with the seller, Towns, who had assured them the car was just what they were looking for. But when they arrived at Towns' property, they quickly realized there was no Mustang. Instead, they were met with violence. Towns, who had lured them there under false pretenses, had no intention of selling a car. Instead, he planned to rob them. After an exchange that likely escalated quickly, Towns shot both Bud and June at point-blank range. Towns grew up on a farm down a long dirt road where his father raised pine trees and grew soybeans, corn, and peanuts. At 28 years old, he had a family of his own, a wife and a young daughter. Towns' uncle, Buddy Towns, said, "It just does not make any sense why this would even go down. It is hard for his parents. They are not understanding." The new physical evidence, along with earlier interviews and DNA analysis, formed the basis for Towns' guilty plea on November 18, 2024. Their daughter, Stephanie Bishop, said, "I was hoping so hard to be able to call my dad, but they were taken from us." Stephanie said that despite what Towns had ripped from them, her parents would want Towns to find forgiveness in the eyes of the Lord. Their other daughter, Brittany, said the following about her father. He said, "You cannot take money with you when you are gone. You might as well spend and enjoy it." She said he's a survivor and a fighter, and she's certain he wouldn't have gone down without putting up a fight and trying to protect her mother. Their neighbor, Tom Murphy, reflected, "When someone lives their life like this and something like this happens, it truly tests your faith." After delivering her verdict, Judge Wall explained to Towns in clear terms that he would spend the rest of his life in the Georgia Department of Corrections. For many years, the Runyon family's hope for justice felt like a distant dream. Yet, in the end, the relentless efforts of law enforcement combined with an unexpected discovery by a magnet fisherman finally brought closure to the case. Moving on to the next case. Vicki Lynn Belk. In the scorching summer of 1979, 28-year-old federal employee Vicki Lynn Belk disappeared from a busy neighborhood in Washington, D.C. After years of relentless investigation and breakthroughs in forensic science, the grim truth about Vicki's tragic fate finally emerged. Vicki was the first in her family to earn a college degree, graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Education from St. Augustine College in Raleigh, North Carolina. Her academic success led her to a role as a management analyst at the Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C. Beyond her career, Vicki was known for her kindness and generosity, actively participating in her community through Oakland Baptist Church in Alexandria. Her dedication to education and community service went beyond her own accomplishments, as she inspired others through the Vicki Belk Foundation, which provided scholarships to graduating seniors. Tragically, Vicki's bright future and passion for helping others were cut short by a brutal and senseless crime in 1979. On August 28, her boyfriend James Hill reported her missing after she didn't return home to Suitland, Maryland, from work. The very next evening, a local teenager cycling through the Bryans Road area of Charles County, Maryland, made a chilling discovery. Vicki's body was found just 20 feet from the roadside in a wooded spot. Responding to the teenager's 911 call, the police swiftly determined the tragic circumstances surrounding Vicki's demise. The Baltimore Medical Examiner's findings confirmed she had been assaulted and fatally shot, turning what began as a missing person case into a slaying investigation. In Vicki's case, meticulous evidence collected at the crime scene and during her autopsy, including items such as her pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip, were carefully preserved in storage. Even after the extensive efforts by detectives, no suspect surfaced during the initial months and years of investigation. In the early 2000s, advancements in DNA testing provided a new glimmer of hope. Several pieces of evidence were re-examined, leading to the discovery of a partial male DNA profile on Vicki's dress. But at the time, the technology was still not sufficiently advanced to integrate this profile into databases for comparison with potential suspects, and the case went cold once more. Then decades later, further advancements in forensic technology finally provide a pivotal lead. In 2022, the Charles County Sheriff's Office utilized state-of-the-art DNA testing on Vicky's preserved clothing. This updated testing yielded a male DNA profile from the DNA found on her dress, a critical development that could be entered into Cody's. This DNA profile was compared against existing records, resulting in a match with Andre Taylor. Taylor had a significant criminal history spanning decades. Following Vicky's tragic slaying in 1979, Taylor accumulated numerous arrests in the District of Columbia. Many of these arrests were for non-violent offenses, with some of them dismissed entirely. One of the most serious incidents happened in April 1989, when Taylor was charged with a violent slaying by DC police for fatally shooting a man during a street robbery. Though he was only convicted of carrying a pistol without a license in that particular case, Taylor had an extensive criminal history with at least 10 prior convictions. His run-ins with the law continued into February, resulting in several more arrests. During this time, his DNA was entered into the Cody's database, which ultimately linked him to Vicky's murder. On June 27, 2023, 63-year-old Taylor was arrested in connection with Vicky Lynn Belk's killing. At the time of his arrest, Taylor was residing in a nursing and rehabilitation facility in D.C., dealing with declining health and having lost one leg. Following a 9-day trial, the jury took only 2 hours on July 18, 2024, to find him guilty. On August 23, 2024, Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Vicky Lynn Belk. Krista Martin. 20-year-old Krista Martin lived alone in an apartment on South Osage Street in Wichita, Kansas. She had only recently moved into the unit during the fall of 1989. On October 1st, her family reported her missing after being unable to reach her. The following day, October 2nd, police visited Krista's apartment to check on her well-being. Inside, they discovered her body. She had died from blunt force trauma to the left rear side of her head and had also been sexually assaulted. Although investigators were unable to locate the weapon used in the attack, they did collect DNA evidence from the scene. Notably, there were no signs of forced entry into the apartment. At the time of Krista Martin's murder, DNA testing in the Cody's database were not yet in use. However, investigators took care to preserve the DNA evidence for future analysis. During their investigation, police noted that a domestic disturbance had been reported in the area near Krista's apartment about a week before her death, though it remained unclear whether that incident was related to her case. Between 1990 and 1992, detectives submitted evidence to the FBI crime lab in hopes of identifying a suspect, but the effort did not yield any breakthroughs, and the case remained unsolved. In February 2009, the DNA evidence was resubmitted to the Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center. This time, it produced a potential suspect profile, but no matches were found in the Cody's database. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Then, in 2020, the Wichita Police Department turned once again to the FBI, using advanced forensic technology to re-examine the DNA collected in 1989. They partnered with Othram, a company specializing in advanced DNA analysis, to see if new techniques could help uncover the identity of Krista's killer. The forensic material was sent to Othram's lab located in the Woodlands, Texas, for further testing. Othram scientists developed a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown perpetrator. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team, and the FBI team performed the necessary work to generate new investigative leads. In February 2021, a team consisting of a Wichita police cold case detective and an FBI special agent embarked on a journey to Alabama and Arkansas, collaborating with additional federal agents working in Maryland. Their mission was to conduct extensive interviews and gather additional evidence to break the case. Finally, in April 2023, a possible suspect, Paul Hart, was identified. Frustratingly, it was discovered that Hart lost his life in a car crash in Memphis, Tennessee in March of 1999. In February, The Wichita Police Department detective and FBI special agent traveled to Arkansas where they collected additional DNA samples from direct relatives of Paul Hart for further analysis. Through additional testing, investigators confirmed that Paul Hart was responsible for taking Krista's life. A press conference was held on October 2, 2023 to announce the update in the 34-year-old cold case. In fact, the announcement came exactly 34 years after Krista's body was discovered to the day. Detective Adam Vandermolen, the lead detective working Krista Martin's case, said the Wichita Police Department never forgot Krista. It is just after the initial investigation. Investigators had nothing else to go off of, and that is when they looked at this case through another lens. For investigators to think in '89, we should probably do a DNA collection kit on her because maybe something will happen. Had they not done that in '89, we would not be looking at this point in time because that technology was not a thing back then, but it is now. I think it is evident that she was remembered on multiple occasions in '89, '09, and February 2020, Vandermolen said. Sometime in the February, we honed in on a family through genetic genealogy, the Hart family. No ties to Wichita. Not from Wichita at all, not really from the Midwest. They are from the great state of Arkansas. So I said, how does this tie into Wichita? These individuals weren't originally from the area, which raised some questions. So, investigators began looking deeper into the family's background. During that process, they uncovered a man who had been living in Wichita in 1989, the same year Krista Martin was murdered. Interestingly, not long after Krista's killing in October of that year, this person abruptly left Wichita and returned to Arkansas. What stood out was how completely this individual had flown under the radar. Krista's family had never heard of him. When investigators asked if the name sounded familiar, the answer was no. They even consulted the original detectives and reviewed the case files, checking through lists of people interviewed and neighbors spoken to. This person's name had never come up. This individual's name never came up in any of the investigations from '89 up until the present. He lived around the corner from Krista Martin's house, and it is 6 houses from Krista Martin's house where her life was taken. Vandermolen added that if it had been someone in Krista's circle of friends, he believed that the information would have been known much sooner. But since it was potentially such a stranger to her, investigators did not know who exactly they were looking for. It gives me goosebumps because it was there. We just did not know about it until a couple of months ago. They were about the same age range and by all accounts that I've been able to track down had no ties to one another. Just a chance encounter? I do not know. It is an answer that we will probably never know. What we did learn was that Krista was a very outgoing individual that frequented local drinking establishments and befriended people she encountered. It was not uncommon for Krista to get rides home from people she had recently met and invited them to her apartment. Vandermolen said that he hopes this case shows the department will work on cases until they cannot any longer. Sedgwick County's District Attorney, Mark Bennett, also spoke at the press conference. He said that when Wichita police presented the facts of the case to him, it was determined that charges would be filed if Paul Hart were alive today. Since the suspect is now deceased, the case is officially considered solved. Law enforcement had informed me that they were actively working on the investigation. Once they had exhausted all leads and reached their conclusions, with support from the Forensic Science Center, they presented the case to me, just as they would with any other. After reviewing all the evidence, the findings, and the DNA results, it became clear to me that, had the suspect still been alive, I would have filed charges. This investigation is now complete and officially closed. During the press conference, Krista Martin's niece, Amber Moore, expressed her gratitude to the investigators and volunteers who remained committed to solving the case. I'm thankful that we can finally move forward and find peace, knowing the perpetrator is no longer among us or walking free, she said. We are deeply grateful to everyone who played a role in bringing justice for Krista. She deserves so much more from life than what she received. Moving on to the next case. Debbie Lynn Randall. In 1972, 9-year-old Debbie Lynn Randall lived in Cobb County, Georgia, with her parents, John and Juanita Randall, and her older brother, Melvin. On the night of January 13th, Debbie was walking home from a laundromat across the street but never arrived at her house. A massive search involving around 4,000 people was launched, including Marietta civil defense workers, a local radio group, the Concerned Citizens Committee, and nearby college students who had heard about the disappearance and wanted to help. 16 days later, a college student who had volunteered for the search found Debbie's body near the intersection of Windy Hill and Powers Ferry Road. The autopsy revealed that she had been strangled and sexually assaulted. Key evidence in the case included a hair and a piece of cloth featuring a flowery pattern, both carefully preserved by investigators. 2 local children reported seeing a dark pickup truck backed into a parking lot near Debbie's home, which then sped away, leaving behind only laundry detergent. Despite thoroughly pursuing all leads, authorities were unable to identify a suspect, and the case eventually went cold. In 2001, the FBI performed testing on the hair found at the scene, which significantly narrowed the list of possible suspects. Later, in 2015, the piece of cloth was analyzed in a lab, and DNA testing produced a profile of an unidentified male. Additional DNA testing in February 2019, supported by extra funding, followed by a reanalysis of the cloth in February 2022, brought investigators even closer to resolving the case. These efforts led them to connect with individuals likely related to the suspect, who voluntarily provided DNA samples to assist the investigation. More testing was done, and in February 2023 brought up William B. Rose, who was 24 years old back in 1972 and lived in the same apartment complex where Debbie's family lived. Rose took his own life 2 years after he ended Debbie's life. Investigators made the announcement in September 2023 that Rose is the man responsible. Cobb County District Attorney Flynn Brody said, "It may take us some time, but with the new technologies that are coming out every day, we are going to do everything we can to solve our cold cases to make sure we bring people to justice. The answer we are providing today will not bring her back. We cannot extract justice from the perpetrator, but I know he must answer to a higher power." Ron Alter, a cold case investigator with the district attorney's office, said Rose had previous arrests for alcohol-related incidents and possibly took his own life due to fear of being caught by the police at the time, even though he was not a suspect. "If he drove by, I'm sure he saw her. I believe that was a crime of opportunity. He saw her by herself and abducted her," Alter said. The investigator confirmed investigators used ancestry websites to find familial matches to Rose from distant relatives and narrowed their suspect list from there. Debbie's brother, Melvin Randall, also spoke at the press conference. "I learned over the years that it does you no good to hate or hold grudges." Melvin is the only family member alive who heard the news. Debbie's mom passed away in February 2018, while her father passed away in February 2022. "I would like to say that I wish my mother was here, but I know she knows in heaven now that it is finally over. And we just want to say we thank all of you for what you have done to make this day come to pass," Melvin said. "After a while, I blamed myself for it because I was her big brother, and I battled with it for a while. But then I realized that there was nothing I could have done, and it just happened, and it was not my fault. I'm just grateful for the community. It's a relief that it wasn't someone we knew, and I'm just glad it's finally over. This has weighed heavily on us for a long time," said Melvin Randall, despite the losses he has faced and the painful nature of those experiences. He expressed no anger toward either William Rose or his own family. "I know they're struggling and going through this too. It was hard for us, and I'm sure it's just as hard for them," Melvin continued. "I wish them all well, and God bless them. I hold no animosity toward anyone." Morris Nix, a retired detective from the Cobb County Sheriff's Office who worked on the case, remarked, "Technology doesn't age. It doesn't retire, it doesn't get sick, and it doesn't quit. Technology was searching for William Rose, and it ultimately found him in the grave." Moving on to the next case. Katie Sepich. Being at home means feeling safe. No matter what, you always know you can relax and feel secure within the walls of your home. It's that deep breath of relief you take the moment you step through the door. That warm, comforting sense of belonging is what home feels like. Yet, for some people, the fear of being attacked in their own home looms over them. You might not want to dwell on it, but you can't honestly say you haven't thought about it. That fear became very real when Katie Sepich, 22, vanished from a party in Las Cruces, New Mexico. It was a nightmare that shook everyone. What made it even more terrifying was that her body was later found dumped in a remote, isolated area. As the police dug deeper into the case, they uncovered something horrifying. Katie had been killed just outside her own home. The story of Katie Sepich was far from straightforward. From the crime scene details to the suspects involved, the investigation was far more complicated than it initially appeared. Shockingly, it took the police 3 years to piece together what had really happened, and when they finally did, the truth was nothing like anyone expected. Katie was born to Dave and Diane Sepich on December 26, 1980, in Carlsbad, New Mexico. She was the eldest of 4 siblings, with 2 brothers, AJ and a sister named Caroline. Katie was remembered as a kind and loving young woman, but as the oldest child, she also carried a strong and commanding presence. Katie liked to get what she wanted, but she always looked out for the people she cared about. My brother, AJ, says Katie was his best friend and guardian. She was known for being a bit of a clown once you got to know her. She would joke about everything and anything, even herself, according to one of her best friends. As the punchline of the joke, she was the one who pulled it off with style, wit, and comfort. Katie was an outgoing and sure of herself young woman. People who knew her liked her, and she had a lot of friends. Katie was going to New Mexico University at the time of the case. She wanted to get a degree in business administration, which sounded like a great idea. She was sure of herself, calm, and smart, so this was pretty much the right job for her. She lived in an apartment on the east side of Las Cruces, New Mexico, close to her campus. She also worked part-time as a waitress at El Sombrero Patio Cafe, a lively and famous Mexican restaurant in Las Cruces. Katie still didn't know what she was going to do after college even though she was in college. There was no sign of a job or anything like that for her even though she was working towards a degree. Diane, Katie's mom, said that Katie wanted to change the world and dreamed of doing something big, important, and life-changing. She just didn't know what it was yet. Katie was seeing someone at the same time. That person was another college student named Joe Bischoff. He was majoring in biochemistry. They were deeply in love with each other, and Katie knew that he was the person she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Joe also fell in love with Katie's fiery and sweet attitude. He loved Katie so much that he bought her a diamond engagement ring. The two were looking forward to graduation because that would be the official start of their lives. Joe's gift was very kind. Things didn't go as planned, though. Katie wanted to keep going to college to get a master's degree after she got her bachelor's degree. But Joe moved back to Gallup, his hometown, and got a job there. They were still together. They just had different things to do in life. They would see each other when they had time in their busy plans. Sadly, Katie would not be able to do any of the things she had planned. Everything went wrong on one terrible night in February 2003, and she had to cancel all of her plans. Joe and Katie were going to meet up in Las Cruces on August 30th, 2003. Katie, her roommate Tracy, and Joe were asked to a college party in a neighborhood about a mile from Katie's house. The plan was to have a great time and then spend the night at Katie's house because it was Labor Day weekend. When Tracy woke up the next morning, Katie was gone, which made her feel bad. You could see Joe there, and Katie's things were also there, like her purse, cell phone, and house keys. Katie wasn't in the house when Tracy and Joe looked for her. They called Katie's friends and even went to Tracy's house to look for her. As people began to worry about her, Tracy quickly contacted Katie's parents and asked them if Katie had been to see them. Katie went missing on August 31st even though her parents didn't know where she was either. Detectives got right to work, and they didn't have to look for long because Katie's body was found the same day, just hours after she was reported missing. People from Las Cruces were walking by an old dump site when they saw something on the ground. Investigations were called right away because it was a woman's body. The cops taped off the area and looked at the body. It was a horrible scene. It wasn't hard to figure out that the poor woman had been used because the body was lying face down and naked. Arms and face cuts on the body were used as defense, and DNA was found under the nails in the form of skin. The body also had burn marks, which showed that the person who attacked her tried to set her on fire afterward, but failed. There were also tire tracks near the body that the police found. They looked clean, like someone dumped her there in a car. The police thought that the attack did not happen in the empty area because of this. Most likely, the woman was killed somewhere else, and then her body was dumped in a remote part of Las Cruces. Since Katie had just recently gone missing, the cops had a good feeling that it might be her. At this point, they didn't even know who the victim was, so Katie's dad, Dave, was called in to help identify the body. Sadly, the body belonged to Katie Sepich, who is 22 years old, and her dad was the one who identified her. The last people who saw Katie were her best friend Tracy and her boyfriend Joe. This led investigators to focus on them more closely. When the police asked Joe about it, he said that they got to the party together. But after a while, he saw that Katie wasn't there. At first, he didn't think much of it because he thought Katie might have left early. It wasn't until Katie didn't show up the next day that he became worried. At the same time, a group of police officers were put in charge of going to Katie's house and looking for anything strange. But when they got to Katie's house, they did find something strange. For starters, a pair of women's shoes was found on the ground next to the bedroom window. It looked like they were kicked off without a plan. Yes. You got it. Katie owned those shoes. As the detectives looked up through the window, they were shocked to see the screen lying on the ground. The window itself was locked, and nothing was broken, but her screen was taken off and put on the ground. This made the detectives think of an idea. They thought Katie did leave the party after all. But when she got home, she realized she forgot her keys. She finally chose to break into her own house by climbing up to her bedroom window. The other people thought Katie was tired and didn't want to walk back to the house where the party was held to get her things. The cops thought that Katie had been attacked at this time. Still, there was one more question. Who did it? Did Katie know that person? Was the attack just happen? Why did Katie leave the party? There were way too many holes. The police then talked to Katie's friends again and found out why she left the party. She was mad at her boyfriend, Joe, because she saw him kissing another girl at the same party. The officers thought this was strange right away, not because Joe had been fired for being a jerk, but because he had never told the police about this. He had some things to explain now. Joe told the cops that he didn't know why Katie left the party in the middle of the night when they first asked him about it, but it looks like he did know after all. It was his fault. The cops became very suspicious of Joe after this discovery because he had basically lied to them. In the end, Joe did say that Katie was mad at him and that he was the reason she left. But he also said that he drove down Katie's street to check on her, and even tried calling her the morning she disappeared. These guys thought this was also strange to hear. Joe knew Katie had left her phone at the party, so why did he call her when she wasn't with him? Detectives thought that Joe was doing this to hide his tracks and throw off the cops. This made them even more afraid of Joe. At that point, DNA was the only way for the police to show Joe was involved. It was the early 2000s, so DNA testing wasn't as common as it is now. Still, DNA matching was possible at that time, and the police wanted to get Joe's DNA to see if he was the one who attacked Katie. But what Joe did next made the police think he was up to no good. He flat out said he wouldn't give his DNA for tests. The cops saw this as a clear sign that Joe was keeping something from them. The cops were once again caught in the middle. They had a strong feeling that Joe was the person who did it, but the evidence was weak. DNA testing would have been the only solid proof of Joe's involvement, but Joe chose not to give it to the police. Katie's family was deeply shocked by Joe's behavior. He acted suspiciously and refused to cooperate, even though he was the man Katie loved. To them, It was possible he could have been involved in her death. The Sepich family felt a whirlwind of emotions, but none could ease their grief. Early in their long search for Katie's killer, they also urged Joe to agree to a DNA test. Meanwhile, police questioned every man who knew Katie and compared their DNA to the samples found at the crime scene, but none matched. Officers kept Joe under close watch, but since he showed no unusual behavior, the detectives grew even more puzzled. Months went by, and then suddenly, the police received new information. Katie and Joe had been intimate on the night of the party, August 30th. To find out more, they tested the bedding in Katie's room and found male DNA on it. When it was sent to be matched, the results were not positive. The DNA from the man on the bed, which was almost likely Joe's, did not match the DNA from Katie's body. That's why the police thought Joe might not have been the criminal after all, but they needed to be sure. And to do that, they needed DNA from the man himself. That's when the police called Joe. They wanted to let him know that his DNA didn't match the killer's because they wanted to be sure and officially rule him out as a possibility. Lucky for them, Joe finally agreed to give his DNA. When it was checked, it didn't match the killer's DNA. So Joe didn't kill Katie even though his deeds and stories were all over the place. Joe told the police that he didn't want to give his DNA because he knew that he and Katie had been sexual hours before. So he thought that they would find his DNA on her and think that he killed her. Even though Katie's family was very upset to hear this, you can't really blame the guy. That was a very honest assessment, and he may have gotten away with it. But because Joe didn't want to help, the investigation into Katie's murder hadn't moved forward in 3 long months even though it's scary to be blamed for a crime. Joe should have been honest from the start because Katie's case would not have moved so slowly. Since Joe wasn't the killer, the police had to go back to their original plan to find the real killer. They now thought that Katie's killer was probably someone they didn't know. Using the DNA, the police were able to figure out what race the killer was. They came to the conclusion that the bad guy was probably a male Hispanic. Also, remember that tire tracks from a pickup truck were found where Katie's body was. The killer was probably Hispanic and drove a pickup truck, which gave the cops some information, but it was still not much. Investigators followed every lead and checked all the known criminals in the area. Katie's family even offered a $100,000 prize for information leading to her capture, but, unfortunately, nothing was found. At one point, Katie's mom, Jian, gave up on ever getting justice for her daughter, but she stuck to her will because she didn't want Katie's case to end. The Sepich family did everything they could to keep the case in the public eye, but 3 long years had gone by in an instant. But Katie's parents had some hope because in December 2006, a DNA match came up. The killer's DNA was sent to the Cody's database, but there was no match at that time. After 3 years, however, Codas called the Las Cruces cops and shared some exciting news with them for the first time in a very long time. Who was this person whose DNA matched Katie's killers? It was a man named Gabriel Ovila who was 27 years old. Thank goodness. This man was already in jail in February 2006 for aggravated burglary and assault. It was because of this sentence that his DNA was sent to Cody's. This act was done by Gabriel only 3 months after Katie was attacked. He broke into a house with a knife and planned to rob it, and maybe even hurt the woman who lived there. He didn't know that the woman also had a roommate, which was lucky because when the roommate heard Gabriel breaking in, he ran away in fear. Eventually, the cops caught him, but they let him go on bond. As soon as Gabriel got out, he ran away. He stayed out of trouble for about 14 months before he was caught again and found guilty of the crime he tried to commit in November 2003. He was given a 9-year prison term for the charges. This was the man whose DNA matched Katie's killer. Since Gabriel was still being held, the cops wanted to learn more about him to help build their case against him. However, the detectives learned that Gabriel was married before, though the marriage ended in divorce. The police wanted to talk to Gabriel's ex-wife to find out more about him and find out where he was on the night of August 30th. When the cops found the woman, they were shocked to learn that Gabriel did own a pickup truck in February 2003 around the time of Katie's attack. What really set Gabriel's ex-wife off though was something she found in the truck's cup holder. It was a ring with diamonds. Katie wore it all the time. Joe gave it to her as a gift. When Katie's body was found, there was no ring on her finger. Even her parents said she wore it all the time, but it wasn't there when her body was found. For some sick reason, Gabriel took the ring, but it helped the agent with his work. It will sound like I made up the next part, but trust me, it's not. 3 years after the fact, Gabriel's ex-wife still had that ring on her. She thought Gabriel was cheating on her, and I think she probably wished he had been at this point because the real story behind the ring was much worse. Gabriel was linked to Katie's murder by this one very strong piece of proof. The woman gave the cops the ring, and they knew they needed to talk to Gabriel again. Gabriel was in jail in New Mexico at the time, and when investigators asked him about Katie Sepich, he at first pretended not to know anything. That's exactly what the police expected, so they confronted Gabriel and showed him the ring as evidence. When Gabriel saw the ring, his entire demeanor shifted. He realized he could no longer deny what had happened and finally confessed to the terrible crime. Gabriel claimed he didn't know Katie. He said that on the night of August 30th, he was driving his pickup truck when he nearly hit someone walking along the street. That person turned out to be Katie, who was 22 years old, and that's how they first crossed paths. When Gabriel offered her a ride home, Katie declined, so they both continued walking. That should have been the end of the story, but it wasn't. Gabriel admitted he felt troubled and uneasy seeing a young, vulnerable woman alone at night, and eventually, he followed her home. Katie broke into her own house from the bedroom window as soon as she got home and realized she had left her keys at the party. Once Gabriel saw this, he jumped at the chance to do something that would tragically lead to murder. Gabriel sneaked up on Katie from behind and pushed her to the ground. Katie fought for her life at that point. She did everything she could to fight Gabriel off, and she even scratched him. However, Gabriel was better than Katie, which was sad. He was much bigger than her, and he soon beat her up, pinned her down, and then sadly killed her. Gabriel told me that he didn't let her go after he got what he wanted because he was afraid she would have called the cops. After that, he put Katie's body in his truck, drove to the dump, and dumped her there while setting all the proof on fire. Gabriel thought the fire would get rid of all proof of the crime. However, the fires went out sometime after Gabriel left. This could have been because of the wind or a lack of accelerant. Regardless, Gabriel's plan failed, and he didn't even know it. That was what ultimately brought him down. Gabriel was charged with attack and murder of Katie Sepich on December 26, 2006. After he admitted to what he did, he pleaded guilty. Gabriel Avila was given a 69-year prison term by the jury. He had to start serving it after serving 9 years for burglary and assault. As of right now, he is still living and being held at the medium-security Lee County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico. Katie's law DNA is a very important piece of proof for solving any crime, and Katie's case was finally solved because of it. Unfortunately, it was 3 years too late. In that time, the real criminal tried to commit another crime but failed. In the meantime, the police questioned an innocent guy who is still a scumbag. Katie's family was happy with the sentence, but they still thought that something should be done to make sure that criminals don't get away with crimes just because their DNA isn't in the database. The Sepich family asked for a new law to be made after Gabriel was sentenced. It is called the Katie Sepich Enhanced DNA Collection Act of February 2010, or just Katie's Law. Katie's parents pushed for this rule so that DNA and other modern technologies could be used quickly to catch criminals. The law called for collecting DNA from people who are caught, charged, or indicted for violent crimes like murder, assault, stalking, kidnapping, or abduction. It was also required by law to use DNA samples to make profiles of criminals so that they could be caught and convicted quickly. This would give the victim's family peace and closure and stop the criminal from hurting anyone else. Susana Martinez was the governor of New Mexico at the time and the prosecutor in Katie's case. In April 2011, she signed the bill into law. Now that we look back, Katie's legacy is the passing of Katie's Law. Her family is at peace knowing that Katie is still honored. Katie didn't mean this when she said she wanted to do something big or change the world, and neither did her family. Tragically, a chance encounter with a stranger forever altered Katie's life. Her family deeply feels her absence, with her parents, brothers, and friends holding on to memories of her radiant smile and eyes full of hope and light. While nothing can erase the pain of her loss, it's hoped that Gabriel's sentencing has brought some measure of comfort to the Sepich family. Katie's death remains a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. It's terrifying to realize how quickly a stranger's anger can erupt into something so horrific. Gabriel and Katie were complete strangers. Yet Gabriel, who was not just a stranger but a cruel and monstrous individual, violated and took the life of a young woman who had done nothing to deserve such violence. In that moment, Gabriel chose to end Katie's life before it had truly even begun. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Holm. Lisa Holm was born on February 7, 1998, in the quiet Swedish town of Havdi. She lived there with her parents and older sister in a calm and peaceful environment. Known for her kindness, optimism, and determination, Lisa had clear goals from a young age. Even before graduating high school, she dreamed of studying architecture in Australia. She also traveled extensively with her family, visiting many different countries. From her teenage years, Lisa demonstrated a strong sense of independence by working various part-time jobs to earn her own money. In the summer of 2015, at age 17, she landed her first serious job at a cafe located about 40 minutes from home. Initially, her parents drove her to work, but soon her father bought her a scooter, an ideal gift since she already held a license for it and couldn't get a driver's license until she turned 18. Lisa was thrilled, eager to manage her own commute. For the first few weeks, Lisa's father drove alongside her in his car, as she had little experience navigating the roads on her own. Since she only worked on weekends, he accompanied her every morning and evening to ensure her safety. This continued until June 7th, when he finally allowed her to make the trip to the cafe by herself. Around lunchtime that day, her parents decided to drop by the cafe to visit and share a meal. The cafe was quite busy, and Lisa was caught up with work. She managed to take a brief lunch break to snack with her parents before they headed back home. At 6:23 p.m., Lisa sent her father a message saying she was leaving work. Just 3 minutes later, he received a call from her. When he answered, there was no response, only background noise. He assumed Lisa had accidentally pocket-dialed him, as he could hear faint voices and what sounded like a car door closing. Thinking she was chatting with coworkers, he didn't suspect anything unusual at the time. He called Lisa's name several times with no answer, then ended the call and began waiting for her to get home. But she didn't show up. An hour passed and Lisa's parents started to worry. She should have arrived by now, so her father immediately thought something might have happened to her on the way. It was her first time riding alone on the scooter, and he was deeply concerned about her safety. He tried calling her several times, but Lisa's phone was off. After waiting a few more minutes, her father decided to hit the road, hoping to meet her along the way since Lisa should have taken the shortest route. The father feared Lisa might have had an accident, so he drove at a slow pace scanning the road. But Lisa was nowhere to be found. The man eventually reached the cafe without finding his daughter. Upon arriving at her workplace, he noticed Lisa's scooter parked in front of the building. By that moment, the man was already in a state of panic, having been unable to find his daughter throughout the entire way. Seeing her scooter, he immediately calmed down, thinking that for some reason, she was delayed at work. However, there was no one in the cafe, and the man noticed something else. Lisa's scooter keys were left in the ignition, with a helmet hanging from its handle. All of this led him to believe that something bad had happened to his daughter. She would have never left the keys in the scooter, abandoning it in the parking lot unattended. Meanwhile, Lisa's mother called the cafe owner in hopes of shedding light on her daughter's whereabouts. But the woman claimed to have no idea where she could have gone. She had called her employees around 6 p.m., and they said they were closing the cafe. After the call from Lisa's mother, the cafe owner immediately got into her car and headed there. On the way, she called 4 of her friends, who lived nearby, and asked them to help with the search. When the cafe owner arrived at the scene, they, along with Lisa's father, began searching both the establishment itself and the surrounding area. Their last hope was that Lisa, for some reason, might have decided to take a bus instead of the scooter. They checked the schedule, and her mother, along with Lisa's older sister, drove to the bus stop in their town. Unfortunately, this version was not confirmed. Lisa was not on the bus, so her relatives immediately contacted the police. By that time, it was almost 10 p.m., and it already got dark outside. The police immediately launched extensive searches. The fact that Lisa's scooter was left in the parking lot with the keys led them to consider the possibility of abduction. Cases like this are quite rare in Sweden, especially in the remote provincial area where Lisa's town was located. Therefore, police immediately dispatched several groups with search dogs while other officers began knocking on every house located near the cafe. When Lisa's classmates and her friends learned about her disappearance, they began spreading information about it on social media, hoping to attract more attention and possibly find some witnesses. The search continued all night, but it yielded no results. On Monday morning, the police department announced Lisa's disappearance to the public, urging anyone who has some useful information to come forward. Around the same time, a man who came to work at a barn right across the cafe discovered a motorcycle glove on the floor and reported it to the police. Detectives had already inspected this barn on the evening of Lisa's disappearance, but they hadn't noticed the glove there. They showed it to Lisa's parents, who confirmed that the glove indeed belonged to their daughter. This further supported the abduction theory, and the police deployed additional resources for the search. By that time, news of Lisa's disappearance had spread throughout the country, and hundreds of volunteers joined the search. On Tuesday, police received several more alarming clues. Volunteers searched the area along the dirt road located a few hundred yards from the cafe. There, they found a phone case, a receipt, a ticket, and a broken smartphone screen. Investigators immediately determined that all these items belonged to Lisa and focused the search in that area. Soon, they found other parts of the broken smartphone, Lisa's ID, and several more receipts. All these items were scattered along the same dirt road. After the discovery of those pieces of evidence, the police became almost certain that Lisa had become a victim of abduction. They threw all available resources into the search, and with each passing day, more and more people joined in. This case became the main news topic in Sweden, and hundreds of volunteers flocked from all over the country to participate in the search. A local volunteer organization specializing in finding missing people also joined the effort. All of this made Lisa's search operation the largest in the country's modern history, with over 1,000 people participating in total. The police also received numerous calls with tips. One woman recounted that she went for a jog the day before Lisa's disappearance. At some point, a man who stood next to his car stopped her in the middle of the road. He spoke to her in English and asked for directions to a city she had never heard of. She tried to show him the way on Google Maps, but the man asked her to get into his car and show the route on his navigator. Naturally, the woman found this request quite suspicious, so she refused and continued running. She also shared one interesting detail with the police. The woman believed she had already seen this man among the workers who were repairing the same barn located across the road from the cafe. Lisa's colleagues also shared one observation. On the day of her disappearance, one of the witnesses noticed 2 men standing across the road from the cafe looking towards the establishment. She didn't think of it much at the time, but after Lisa's disappearance, she decided to share this fact with the police. The following morning, Wednesday, Lisa's father and a few friends returned to the dirt road near where some of her belongings had been discovered. As they moved farther along the path, they stumbled upon more distressing items: Lisa's driver's license and her house keys. The findings suggested a chilling scenario. Lisa may have been taken down this road, with her abductor discarding her possessions from a vehicle during the kidnapping. Police and volunteers focused their search efforts in this specific area, though no additional evidence turned up. Later that evening, one of Lisa's father's friends was heading home after assisting in the search. As he passed by the cafe, he noticed that the police tape had been removed from the barn where Lisa's glove had previously been found. Acting on instinct, he decided to take another look around. With darkness setting in, he retrieved a flashlight from his car and carefully searched the area. After several minutes, something reflective on the ground caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he found a woman's earring, and then spotted a matching one nearby. The man reported this to the police, who showed the earrings to Lisa's parents. They confirmed that these pieces of jewelry belonged to their daughter. The police once again sealed off the barn and searched it more thoroughly. The lead detector later explained that on the first day of Lisa's search, their main focus was on finding the girl herself, so the barn was inspected not so thoroughly. They might have missed such small items as earrings, but now they brought in numerous forensic experts along with search dogs. This time, they noticed a rather unusual piece of evidence. Behind one of the walls, the police found human feces. At first glance, it may seem unrelated to the case, but the forensic experts put forward a quite interesting theory. They explained that when criminals commit serious and horrible crimes, their body produces an extreme amount of adrenaline, which sometimes leads to the uncontrollable need to relieve themselves. For example, it's common for killers to wet themselves before or during the murder. Considering that Lisa's glove and earrings were found in the barn, the police theorized that if she was indeed abducted, the perpetrator might have dragged her into this building. Therefore, detectives didn't rule out the possibility that this person, under the influence of adrenaline, couldn't hold it and relieve themselves, so these feces were sent to DNA analysis. On Friday, the search area was expanded and volunteers reached a farm located about 2 miles from the cafe. It was a complex of several large buildings where many people worked, and the search team decided to inspect them all. However, shortly after they arrived, 2 men came to the farm. They didn't speak Swedish and communicated only in English. One of them said that the police had already been at this farm, but the search team leader didn't rush to believe it. He thought that he would have known about it if that were the case, so he decided to continue the search. The 2 men walked around the farm for a while, watching the volunteers, and eventually drove away. About an hour later, members of the search team found a pile of branches behind the cowshed. Under it, they found a motorcycle helmet, jacket, and headphones. The police immediately arrived at the scene and confirmed that all these items belonged to Lisa. They sent forensic experts to the farm for a more thorough search. Detectives also heard the story about the 2 strange men who tried to dissuade the volunteers from inspecting the farm. The police also recalled the story of a woman who encountered a suspicious man speaking English while jogging. In fact, they already had an idea who it might be. From the first days of the search, they had visited all the houses near the cafe. And in one of them lived 2 brothers from Lithuania along with the wife of one of them. All 3 didn't speak Swedish and communicated in English. They were the only people within several miles who didn't speak the local language. The police also had other indirect reasons to suspect them. The brothers worked in the barn, across the road from the cafe and at the farm where Lisa's helmet was found. They were familiar with these locations, and the dirt road where Lisa's belongings were found led to their house. Considering that there were no other suspects, the police decided to question all 3 of them. Meanwhile, forensic experts arrived at the farm. Together with the volunteers, they continued to inspect this area, and soon, their attention was drawn to an old trailer. It was surrounded by tall grass and looked as if it hadn't been used in many years. But next to its door, the grass was flattened, as if something had been lying there recently. Some of the grass was also trapped under the door, indicating that it had been recently opened. As soon as the forensic experts opened the door, they were immediately met with a strong smell of decay. Inside the trailer, there were many lockers for clothing. Apparently, it was once used as a changing room for workers. All the lockers except one were locked, leading the experts to suspect that Lisa's body might be in one of them. They began opening each locker and eventually saw that Lisa's body was actually in one that was left open, hidden behind a pile of old clothes and rags. Despite the small size of the locker, the perpetrator managed to fit their victim inside. Lisa had a rope around her neck and a large amount of tape over her head. Her pants were pulled down and her shirt was pulled up. Medical experts determined that Lisa died from strangulation. However, they found no signs of sexual assault. All of her clothing was handed over to the lab while news of the discovery of her body rapidly spread throughout the country. All this time, the news of Lisa's abduction dominated headlines in Sweden. When her body was found and the public learned of Lisa's brutal murder, the case shook the entire country. Such crimes were extremely rare in Sweden and people were shocked that someone could commit such a heinous act. On the same day that her body was discovered, something unusual and rather eerie occurred. YouTube users stumbled upon a video posted 13 days before the murder. The video was titled 13 and it featured a countdown timer. What was most unsettling was the name of the channel that uploaded the video. It was called Lisa Home. News of this video quickly spread throughout the media, leaving many people stunned by the series of coincidences. Some people began to speculate that someone had predicted the murder, but in reality, it turned out to be much simpler. It appeared that someone had just changed the channel name and video title after Lisa's body was found. Either this person wanted to spark another conspiracy theory or was just playing a cruel prank. Meanwhile, the police were doing everything in their power to find the killer as quickly as possible. At the time of Lisa's discovery, investigators had already brought in 2 brothers and a woman, and they all denied any involvement in the murder. They claimed that at the time of the abduction, they were at home, providing alibis for each other. According to their accounts, the older brother, Neregis, was asleep in his room while his wife was preparing dinner, and the younger brother was on the computer. Neregis also added that around 8 p.m. he woke up and went to the gas station where he bought pizza and cigarettes. The police were pretty skeptical of their alibis as all 3 could have simply been covering for each other. They collected their DNA samples, but investigators still lacked any evidence directly linking any of them to the murder. However, this didn't last long. Forensic experts were working in the barn and on the farm, utilizing all available resources and manpower, and soon their efforts paid off. In the barn, there was a small, office-like room. It had a large window overlooking the cafe. Upon examining this room, experts discovered 15 different traces of male semen on the walls and floor near this window. It appeared as if someone had stood there watching the cafe employees, including Lisa, and satisfying themselves. These semen samples were immediately sent to the laboratory and experts quickly extracted DNA profiles from them. All 15 semen traces matched the DNA of the older brother, 35-year-old Neregis. The same applied to the feces found in the barn. They also belonged to him. In the next room, which had previously been used for storing cow's milk, forensic experts noticed a pipe about 2 feet above the floor covered in a thick layer of dust except for a small strip. The size of this strip perfectly matched the rope used to strangle Lisa. Traces of blood were also found on this pipe, and the DNA analysis confirmed it belonged to Neregis. On the floor beneath the pipe, they discovered a piece of the same rope. Experts examined it and identified 2 DNA profiles, Lisa's and Neregis's. This was a significant breakthrough for the police. It finally linked the man to the rope used to kill the victim. Furthermore, a hair belonging to Lisa was found on the floor of this room. Another crucial piece of evidence, Neregis were also found on it. Based on this evidence, police concluded that Lisa was likely killed at that very location. They reconstructed an approximate timeline of events. Neregis had been watching the cafe for some time and approached Lisa when she was alone in the parking lot. According to a jogger's testimony, he may have asked Lisa for directions to a nearby city or used another pretext. Then, Neregis might have invited her into his car to enter the route into his GPS. Given Lisa's kind nature and willingness to help others, she probably agreed. Once inside the vehicle, the attacker gagged her and drove her to the barn. There, he strangled her by tying a rope around her neck and hanging her from a pipe. Medical experts suggested that the scene aroused him so intensely that he lost control of his bowels from the adrenaline surge. After Lisa died, he placed her body in the car and drove to the farm, discarding her belongings out of the window along the way. There, he hid the body in the trailer locker, covering it with old clothes scattered around. All of this, from the moment of the abduction, took the perpetrator less than an hour. Despite all the evidence, Neregas continued to insist on his innocence. His wife and younger brother had to be released because there was nothing against them. Once free, they almost immediately left Sweden and returned to their homeland, Lithuania. The preparation for the trial was intense. Neregas claimed he had worked in that barn for a long time, suggesting his DNA could have been present there due to his job. Additionally, he had an alibi provided by his wife and brother. Although there were serious doubts about the credibility of both sources, in court this could have definitely worked in his favor. On the other hand, the presence of Neregas' DNA on the victim's clothing could only be explained by direct contact with her on the day of the murder. The police also found a witness who saw his car near the cafe shortly before and after Lisa's abduction. According to them, the car passed along the road between the cafe and the farm several times at the same time when Neregas was supposed to be sleeping at home, according to his brother and wife. For several months after the discovery of her body, experts continued to examine all the available evidence using the most advanced equipment. Eventually, they uncovered traces of Neregas' DNA on almost all of Lisa's clothing, including the inside of her underwear. Considering that the whole country was still following the case, investigators continued to search for any other useful clues that could impact the legal process and further prove Neregas' involvement. They even went to Lithuania to speak with his wife and brother once again. The woman continued to insist that he did not leave the house between 6 and 8 p.m. But when it was the younger brother's turn, detectives suddenly got what they wanted. After telling him about all the evidence against his brother, and detailing what he did with the 17-year-old girl, the man decided to tell them everything. He claimed that Neregas actually was not at home that evening and only returned around 7:30 p.m. He was covered in dirt, and immediately threw all his clothes into the washing machine. When the police started to question all the residents and reached their house, Neregas just whispered to his brother, "Tell them I was home at that time." Later, Neregas explained that he was afraid he would be framed for a crime he didn't commit because he was an immigrant and had no alibi for the time of the abduction. The younger brother truly believed that his relative had nothing to do with it, but after hearing about all the evidence, he realized it wasn't the case. Lisa's funeral took place only a month after her murder. The church where it was held could only accommodate 130 people, but there were many more who came to say goodbye to her. Organizers even decided to set up benches and large screens outside so that everyone could watch the ceremony. The trial began 4 months after the murder. This case once again captured the attention of the entire country, so everyone involved in the process was under tremendous pressure. None of them had the right to make a mistake. Neregas' lawyer insisted that his client's DNA could have ended up on the victim's clothing because he had worked in the barn. The prosecution, however, pointed out that this version made no sense, especially in the case of Lisa's underwear. The only way the suspect's DNA could have ended up there was if he touched the victim's underwear. The lawyer couldn't provide any other solid facts pointing on his client's innocence. At one point, he tried to push the version that the real murderer was Neregas' younger brother. According to this theory, the brother somehow took multiple samples of Neregas' DNA and placed them on the victim's body as well as at the crime scene. However, the lawyer failed to explain the possibility of such manipulations with the DNA. The trial lasted for a month and Neregas was found guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in a high-security prison. Given that this is Sweden we're talking about, the facility resembled more of a decent 3-star hotel. His lawyer attempted to appeal the verdict, but the appeal was rejected. In early 2017, Neregas himself applied for deportation and transferred to a prison in his homeland. The reasons for this decision were unknown. Lithuanian prisons are significantly worse than Swedish ones, yet the court decided to approve his request. After all, providing comfortable conditions of detention costs Swedish taxpayers several $100s per day for each individual inmate. Later that same year, his motives became clear. He appealed to Lithuanian court and his sentence was reduced from life to 15 years. However, the joy was short-lived for the murderer. A few weeks later, the court overturned his decision, and Neregis was once again destined to spend his entire life in prison. Only now, he had no chance of returning to the comfortable Swedish cell. 5 years later, in August 2022, Neregis faced yet another downside of being transferred to a Lithuanian prison. While inmates were being moved to another block, one of them attacked Neregis with a shank. He suffered serious injuries and died on the way to the hospital. As for his wife, the question of her involvement is still not entirely ruled out. Police noted that there is practically no chance of her direct involvement in the abduction or murder. If that were true, experts would have detected his DNA on Lisa's clothes or belongings. Still, it's possible that she was aware of her husband's crime and aided him in escaping justice by giving a false alibi. Neragi's younger brother also raises suspicion. Cafe staff reported seeing 2 men near the barn watching them. Since one was likely Neragi's, the other was probably his brother. However, no DNA from the brother was found either in the barn or on Lisa's clothing, suggesting he was probably not involved in the murder. Perhaps they were merely watching the young employees together, and even talking inappropriately, but only Neragi's carried out the brutal crime. Mary Kay. In a peaceful town in Nebraska, a young girl's life was tragically ended over 50 years ago. For many years, her case seemed destined to remain unsolved, one of those lingering stories quietly waiting for answers. However, decades later, renewed investigations using modern technology and uncovered secrets are bringing the past back to life. Mary Kay Hesse was a bright 17-year-old high school junior from Wahoo, Nebraska. On the evening of March 25, 1969, Mary Kay left her home around 5 p.m., a usual time for running errands or meeting friends. She walked alone to the corner of 5th and Linden Streets, just a short distance from her house, likely heading to a familiar spot. Her parents had no reason to suspect anything was wrong as she left. But as hours passed with no sign of her return, her parents became increasingly worried and reported her missing late that evening. The quiet town of Wahoo was accustomed to its calm way of life, and the thought of something so dark happening to one of their own was almost unimaginable. However, the next morning, a local farmer driving along a country road noticed something unusual: schoolbooks scattered across the road. He pulled over to investigate, and was horrified to find Mary Kay's body lying in a ditch by the roadside. When the authorities arrived, the scene was both disturbing and confusing. Her shoes were found nearby, yet she was fully clothed. Mary Kay's body was discovered about 3.5 miles southeast of Wahoo, well beyond the city limits. Investigators quickly realized she had been taken out of town and discarded like refuse. But the question remained: why? The autopsy revealed she had been viciously attacked, suffering multiple stab wounds to her torso, signaling a violent struggle had occurred. The weapon was never recovered, leaving law enforcement with a sense of helplessness. No one knew who could have committed such a savage crime. There were no obvious leads, no signs of assault, and no clear motive. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Despite the many interviews, tips from citizens, and the countless hours spent investigating, the case would grow colder and colder, and the perpetrator's identity would remain a mystery. The town of Wahoo was shaken, but time passed, and the tragedy became just another cold case. Until decades later, when a breakthrough brought new hope to the investigation. The turning point came 50 years after Mary Kay Hesse's slaying, when Saunders County investigator Ted Green was tasked with reviewing the original case. Investigator Green faced a daunting task. Many of the original witnesses had moved away, some had passed, and others had changed names through marriage or relocation. Few of the people involved in the case had social security numbers back in 1969, making them hard to trace. Despite the obstacles, Investigator Green combined classic detective methods with modern technology to uncover vital information. He sifted through old high school yearbooks, historical society archives, and public records to compile a list of potential witnesses, some of whom had since moved to other states or completely changed their lives since the crime. A key tool in his investigation was Thomson Reuters Clear, which helped him track individuals through various details like former jobs, maiden names, or vehicle registrations. A major breakthrough came when Green re-interviewed witnesses from the original case. In one instance, a high school classmate who had been presented as the suspect's alibi in 1969 was found to be falsely implicated by the suspect's acquaintance, who claimed the suspect had been with her that night. When Green spoke to that same woman over 50 years later, she firmly denied ever dating the suspect. She confirmed she never went out with him on school nights and that her parents would have never allowed it. This revelation exposed a falsehood that had been accepted as fact in the initial investigation. Through these re-interviews, Green uncovered several other contradictions, including gaps in the record of the suspect's movements. He was able to verify some parts of the original case while disproving others, uncovering mistakes that had caused decades of confusion. The most critical aspect of the investigation centered around the suspect, 77-year-old Joseph Ambrose, who had been linked to the crime since its early days and was 22 years old at the time. Ambrose had been interviewed multiple times in the past, including in 1969 and again in 1999. But after moving around the country and living under various aliases, the investigators had trouble locating him in recent years. When investigator Green ran Ambrose's name and social security number through Clear, he made a crucial discovery. Ambrose was still alive. Despite rumors of his demise, the tools showed that Ambrose had moved more than 24 times since the original investigation and had married several times. This data allowed investigator Green to pinpoint his current location. And it became clear that he was living in Oklahoma, where he was eventually arrested and charged with the brutal slaying in November 2024. As the case moves towards trial, Kathy Tull, Mary Kay's cousin, expressed hope that this chapter will finally bring peace to the family. Kathy said, "I want them to remember what he allegedly did to her, not what he looks like now or who he is now. He is still accused of taking her life, and hopefully, the truth will come out soon so everyone can find some peace and closure." On November 25th, he appeared at the Saunders County District Court hearing, arriving in a wheelchair and using oxygen. He remained silent throughout the proceedings, only quietly speaking to his attorney. The defense argued that Ambrose was not a flight risk, but the judge denied bond. His lawyers claimed that due to his health problems, he wouldn't attempt to flee even if he were allowed to post a cash bond. However, the prosecution countered that despite the crime having occurred 55 years ago, people often react differently when faced with such serious charges. The trial, scheduled for December 6, 2024, is expected to finally deliver the answers the Hesse family has been waiting for all these years. Moving on to the next case. Tracy Edwards. On July 22, 1991, Dahmer approached three men, offering $100 if they would come with him to his apartment to take nude photos, drink beer, and hang out. Tracy Edwards, a 32-year-old member of the group, agreed to go with him. Upon entering Dahmer's apartment, Edwards immediately noticed a foul odor and saw several boxes of hydrochloric acid on the floor, which Dahmer claimed he used for cleaning bricks. After a brief conversation, Dahmer asked Edwards to turn his head to look at his tropical fish, then suddenly handcuffed one of his wrists. Startled, Edwards asked what was happening. Dahmer instructed him to go to the bedroom, where they would pose for nude photos after Dahmer's failed attempt to cuff both of Edwards' wrists. In the bedroom, Edwards noticed posters of naked men on the walls and a videotape of The Exorcist 3 playing. In one corner, there was a blue 57-gallon drum emitting a strong, unpleasant smell. Dahmer reportedly pointed a knife at Edwards, telling him he was going to take nude pictures of him. Edwards loosened his shirt, offering to let Dahmer do so in exchange of him taking off the handcuffs and putting the knife away. Dahmer simply shifted his gaze to the TV in response to Edwards' promise. Edwards watched Dahmer shouting and rocking back and forth before he finally turned his attention to Edward. He put his head on Edwards' chest, listened to his heartbeat, and told Edwards he was going to eat his heart while pressing the knife against his skin. In an attempt to stop Dahmer from attacking him, Edwards repeatedly told him that he was his friend and that he would not run away. Although, At the first opportunity, Edwards had made up his mind to either dash through the unlocked front door or leap out of a window. After saying he had to go to the restroom, Edwards requested permission to drink a beer in the air-conditioned living room. When Edwards came out of the restroom, Dahmer agreed, and they made their way to the living room. Edwards waited inside the living room until he saw Dahmer suffer a brief break of focus before asking to use the bathroom once more. Edwards noticed Dahmer wasn't holding the handcuffs when he got up from the couch, so he hit him in the face to throw him off balance and fled out the front door. On July 22nd, at 11:30 p.m., Edwards stopped two Milwaukee police officers, Ralph Mueller and Robert Routh, at the intersection of North 25th Street. When the cops noticed that Edwards had a handcuff on his wrist, he told them that a freak had put the cuffs on him and requested that they be taken off by the police. After the handcuff keys of the officers failed to fit the brand of handcuffs, Edwards agreed to go with the cops to Dahmer's apartment where he had spent the previous 5 hours before escaping for his dear life. When the police officers and Edwards arrived to apartment 213, Dahmer welcomed them inside and admitted that he had handcuffed Edwards, though he gave no reason for doing so. At this point, Edwards revealed to the police that Dahmer had also threatened him with a huge knife while they were in the bedroom. While signaling to one of the officers, Mueller, that the key to the handcuffs was in his bedside drawer, Dahmer said nothing in response to this information. Dahmer tried to block Mueller as he entered the bedroom so he could get the key himself, but Ralph, the second officer there, told him to back off. Mueller noticed a huge knife under the bed in the bedroom. Upon a closer look, he discovered that the open drawer held dozens of Polaroid images, many of which depicted human bodies in various states of mutilation. The decor, according to Mueller, suggested they had been photographed in the same apartment where they were standing. He entered the living room to show his partner. Dahmer struggled with the officers in an effort to avoid being arrested when he noticed that Mueller was holding many of his Polaroids. He was swiftly subdued by the cops, who then handcuffed him and requested the assistance of a second squad car. A black male's freshly cut head was on the bottom shelf of the refrigerator when Mueller finally opened it. As Dahmer lay restrained on the floor under Routh, he turned toward the officers and quietly said, "For what I did, I should be dead." A thorough search of Dahmer's apartment by the Milwaukee Police Criminal Investigation Bureau uncovered 4 severed heads in the kitchen. In his bedroom and closet, investigators found 7 skulls, some painted, others bleached. Blood drippings had pooled on a tray at the bottom of Dahmer's refrigerator, along with 2 human hearts and a piece of arm muscle, each wrapped in plastic bags. Inside his freezer, they found a complete torso, a bag filled with human organs, and flesh frozen to the ice at the bottom. Further discoveries included 2 full skeletons, 2 severed hands, 2 preserved penises, a mummified scalp, and 3 more dismembered torsos dissolving in acid within the 57-gallon drum found in Dahmer's apartment. Authorities also recovered 74 Polaroid photographs depicting the dismemberment of Dahmer's victims. The chief medical examiner later remarked, "Regarding the recovery of body parts and artifacts at 924 North 25th Street, it felt more like dismantling someone's museum than processing a crime scene." This gruesome scene marked the moment Jeffrey Dahmer was arrested. Moving on to the next case. Valeria Vivanco. Law enforcement officers have the responsibility to protect the legal rights and interests of their fellow citizens, maintain public order and safety, and identify and stop any violations of the law. In theory, the principles guiding their work are impeccable. However, in reality, there are chilling cases where those meant to serve and protect break the law themselves or cover up for others who do. Such misconduct can lead to criminal schemes with devastating consequences. The case of Valeria Vivanco, a police officer who lost her life in the line of duty, resonated deeply, not only in Chile, where it happened, but also internationally. Tragically, Valeria's life was cut short by a colleague who was supposed to safeguard her. What made the situation even more disturbing was that higher authorities were aware of the truth but tried to manipulate the facts, blaming someone else and hiding what really happened. Though the true perpetrator was eventually identified and sentenced to prison, the motive remains unclear, whether it was a tragic accident or intentional. It's also baffling why he was protected and defended by senior officials for such a long time. Even after the guilty party seemed to be held accountable, the Supreme Court's review of an appeal shocked Valeria's family. Valeria Vivenco was born on May 29, 1996, in the small commune of La Granja near Santiago, Chile's capital. She was the youngest of 3 children in a modest family headed by Miguel and Jacqueline Vivenco. Valeria was raised alongside her older biological siblings, Michelangelo and Daniela. Their father worked for a transportation company handling passengers and goods, while their mother was a homemaker, devoted to raising the children and creating a warm, comfortable home. When Valeria began school, her parents decided to separate, a shock that deeply affected her. Although her parents continued to communicate after the divorce, and her father stayed actively involved in his children's lives, including providing financial support, Valeria often felt resentment toward him. They sometimes argued and went months without speaking, but they always found their way back to each other. Shortly after the divorce, Miguel remarried, and Valeria gained 2 half-siblings, with whom she, along with Daniela and Michelangelo, maintained close and affectionate relationships. Jacqueline never remarried. She focused on raising her children and later caring for her grandchildren, a gift from her eldest children. From a young age, Valeria showed a strong will, determination, and remarkable perseverance in everything she pursued. She excelled in school, engaged in sports, was courageous and just, and was always ready to help others, sometimes even at risk to herself. It was likely this desire to assist those around her, protect the vulnerable, and stand up for justice that led her to pursue a career in the police force. After successfully completing high school, Valeria enrolled in the police academy in Santiago. She graduated with honors, becoming an investigator, and having received her diploma in 2016 at the age of 20, joined the Chilean police force the following year. She began her service in the bureau investigating especially serious crimes located in the capital. From the first days of her service, young Valeria proved herself to be a dedicated law enforcement officer and a true fighter for justice. She loved her job, performed her duties diligently, and was ready to rush anywhere at any time if required by her service. She could leave in the middle of the night to respond to a crime scene, chased after criminals, risking herself, and sometimes had to act as a psychologist when interacting with people who had lost loved ones. Colleagues described Vivenco as kind, cheerful, and friendly. Yet she was a true professional and a reliable partner. She served in the police force for almost 5.5 years, during which she received a vast number of accolades, awards, and actively advanced in her career, earning the respect of her colleagues and the admiration of the leadership. Additionally, she represented her department in Spain, spending about 2 weeks in Madrid on an official visit. She was immensely proud to be entrusted with such responsible missions. By 2020, she had been promoted to assistant inspector, the new young colleague. In January 2020, a new member was welcomed to the precinct where Valeria worked, 21-year-old Leonel Alejandro Contreras Canales. Fresh out of the police academy, Valeria effectively became his mentor at his first job. A few months later, they became partners and initially got along pretty well. Little is known about Lionel's early years. Some information suggests he came from a rather influential and affluent family, with a high-ranking official as his uncle. Growing up in comfort, never wanting for anything, Lionel was quite self-centered, believing everything should go his way. Valeria quickly caught the eye of her new colleague and partner as he made various attempts to show her attention, tried to court her, and even asked her out a few times, but was met with firm rejection each time. Valeria took her job very seriously, considered workplace romances inappropriate, and was quite strict with the young co-worker seeing him as immature. The issue wasn't so much the age difference. Lionel was only 3 years younger, as it was his behavior, which Valeria found childish but hoped to help him mature. In July 2020, Valeria and her young partner were involved in apprehending robbers who had stolen money from a store's cash register. The criminals, not having left the scene unarmed, initiated a shootout, during which both were fatally engaged by Lionel. Although casualties could have been avoided, Liano's actions were not deemed excessive for apprehending the individuals. However, this incident strained the relationship between the partners. The last birthday. On May 29, 2021, Valeria celebrated her 20th birthday. The celebration took place at her mother's house, attended by many guests including relatives, friends, and work colleagues. Lionel, however, was not among the invited. Valeria, aiming to avoid potential awkwardness, chose not to invite her young partner, who had recently attempted to court her again. Valeria tried to talk to him about this, but he only repeated his affections for her, which she did not want other colleagues to find out about. Despite the large turnout, gifts, heartfelt congratulations, and warm wishes, the birthday girl seemed upset, though she tried to smile. The reason was a recent argument with her father, leading to days without communication. Valeria hoped her father would attend her birthday, allowing them to reconcile. But the likely angered parent only sent a terse congratulatory message, not even calling. Jacqueline noticed her daughter's distress and knew the reason behind her hidden sadness. Angry at her ex-husband's actions, she believed Miguel would eventually call Valeria, talk things out, and reconcile as they always had before. Unfortunately, the father and daughter never got the chance to talk again, as 2 weeks later, Valeria tragically lost her life while on duty. The fatal shot. On June 13, 2021, Valeria was on night duty, participating in street patrols and vehicle checks. This was not a standard procedure, but a search for suspects related to the crime against a young woman that had occurred the previous day in a suburb of the capital. There was an alert for a white Kia Cherokee, believed to be driven by a suspected criminal. The suspect likely had a weapon and might not have been alone in the car. Valeria was in a patrol car with her partner, Liano, driven by Deputy Commissioner Felipe Gallardo Aria. They spotted the suspect's vehicle and initiated a pursuit without waiting for backup. The officers managed to intercept and block the suspect's escape. Canales and Divanco exited their vehicle, weapons drawn, and called for the offenders to surrender and exit their car with their hands up. At that moment, a single shot rang out. And as everyone tried to understand who fired and where, Valeria, clutching her side, fell to the asphalt next to the police car. Reinforcements arrived just then, so her colleagues heard the shot and saw that she was wounded, but couldn't fully grasp what had happened and who had fired. The criminals, seizing the moment of confusion, accelerated and fled the scene while the injured officer was being administered first aid. Despite the rapid arrival of medics and her colleagues' efforts to stem the bleeding, Valeria could not be saved. She was rushed to the nearest hospital, where top specialists fought for her life for several hours. However, due to severe blood loss and damage to vital organs, she passed away on the operating table without regaining consciousness. When her family was informed, her parents, brothers, and sisters immediately rushed to the hospital. But by then, the wounded officer had already died. Miguel was not just stricken with grief, but utterly devastated, as he had not had the chance to speak and reconcile with his beloved daughter, with whom he had had a petty argument last. He felt a profound sense of guilt toward her, so shaken by the event that he himself required medical attention to prevent a heart attack. The search and arrest of the suspects. According to the official version, Vivanco died in the line of duty during an operation to catch dangerous criminals. She was hailed as a hero who gave her life for the peace and safety of others. This incident was widely covered in local media, with reporters vividly describing the young officer's heroism and self-sacrifice. The investigation was handled by specialists from the Homicide and Major Crimes Division, where Valeria herself had worked. They concluded that she died from a shot to the abdomen, fired by someone facing her from the direction of the suspect's vehicle she was pursuing with her colleagues. Everything seemed logical, with witnesses corroborating the story, making it appear that the case was solved and all that remained was to find and punish the culprits, who were still at large and possibly on the run. Soon after, the suspects were apprehended, generating widespread public attention. The criminals turned out to be 19-year-old Miguel Alejandro Cañapan and his 17-year-old accomplice, whose name was withheld due to his minor status, both previously convicted for minor offenses. The then president of Chile, Miguel Juan Sebastián Pinera Icanic, issued an official statement promising that the perpetrators would be brought to justice with all the rigor of the law. Something doesn't add up. After the autopsy and all necessary examinations were conducted, the body of the deceased, Vivanco, was handed over to her family and was buried with honors at one of the capital's cemeteries. Hundreds of people came to pay their last respects, expressing their sincere condolences to the girl's family. According to Jacqueline and Miguel, the entire ordeal seemed like a horrific dream, and they hardly remember the events of the funeral day. Among the men carrying Valeria's coffin was her colleague, Leano, who appeared to mourn her more than anyone else. However, according to other colleagues, there had been some tension between the partners lately, to the extent that the girl didn't even invite the young man to her birthday celebration. Almost immediately after the funeral, court proceedings began regarding the suspects who were apprehended the day after the incident and were in custody. At that moment, everyone was confident that the culprits were caught, and proving their guilt seemed straightforward, especially since they began to give confessional testimonies. However, it soon became clear that the investigation had been flawed from the start, with critical details overlooked and key findings from forensic experts downplayed. The process was mishandled, and high-ranking officials tried to conceal the identity of the true culprit behind the girl's demise. Thus, about a month and a half after the officer's death, the case took an unexpected turn. By July, 2 employees were suspended from their duties, allegedly involved in the incident leading to Valeria's death. On August 1st, the deceased girl's parents were called to the capital's prosecutor's office for a meeting on an important matter. The parents thought that new evidence had emerged in their daughter's case, and that the detainees, awaiting their final sentence, would finally receive deserved punishment. However, the grief-stricken Jacqueline and Miguel were shocked to learn that their daughter died from a bullet fired by her colleague. This was personally communicated to them by prosecutor Juan Carlos Carrasco, who also conveyed his condolences and apologies on behalf of the entire investigative department. Valeria's parents were bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears and couldn't understand how such a thing could happen. They relived their grief anew and wanted clarification on the situation and why this information only became known so much later. As it turned out, that single fatal shot came from the service weapon in the hands of one of the girl's colleagues. This was confirmed by a ballistics examination conducted that same day, but its results were somehow distorted. And the bullet extracted from the body was sent to the evidence locker with entirely different characteristics, shape, caliber, weight, etc. Furthermore, the bullet had exited through and through, and it was not extracted from the body. The entry and exit wounds in the forensic reports were accidentally or intentionally confused. That is, the bullet did not enter through the abdomen and exit through the back, but quite the opposite. The fatal shot struck her in the back. Some pages from the autopsy report were missing, while others appeared clearly altered or replaced. Meanwhile, the detainees involved in the trial, who had supposedly confessed and were facing imprisonment, began filing complaints. They alleged their confessions were extracted under torture and threats, and that the pistol they carried that night wasn't even loaded. Furthermore, their connection to the earlier crime that led to the interception operation that fateful night remained unproven. New suspects emerged. In a shocking turn, Valeria Vivanco shifted from being regarded as a tragic hero who died in the line of duty to a victim of betrayal, allegedly killed by her own colleagues. Under these new revelations, the main suspects became Felipe Gallardo Aria, the driver of the police car, and Valeria's partner, Leano Alejandro Contreras Canales, who sat in the back. Both were immediately suspended from duty. Then, on August 5th, it was confirmed that the bullet that killed Valeria was fired from a service weapon. Subsequently, a document emerged with the results of the examination, indicating that only Canales had gunshot residue on his hands, making him the prime suspect. Notably, this finding had not been mentioned anywhere before, as if it never existed. Several other reports concerning the ballistics examination and the pathologist's conclusions were improperly filed, and ended up in an archive box, which was never adequately checked. Whether this was an accident, criminal negligence, or intentional concealment of crucial facts was yet to be determined. Now the police officers who participated in the operation to apprehend the criminals themselves became suspects in the murder of their colleague. They, along with the previously arrested perpetrators, took part in a reenactment of the events of that night. Philippe claimed that from the driver's seat, he could only see Valeria, who was seated next to him in the front passenger seat, and was the first to exit the car. Lionel was sitting behind and also exited the vehicle, but his actions could not be seen by the driver. Valeria had only taken a few steps when a shot was fired. She fell, and the suspect's car they were chasing sped away. Lionel then rushed to the injured woman to provide first aid. Lionel claimed that he and his partner exited the patrol car almost simultaneously, but she immediately rushed forward when the shot was fired. He insisted that he did not shoot his colleague, and the driver should have seen and confirmed this. He also confirmed that he was the first to rush to Valeria's aid and tried to compress her wound. Despite differences in the direct participants' testimonies, the reconstruction showed that Canales was behind his partner at the moment of the shot, and the bullet's trajectory matched his location. He was also the only person found with gunshot residue on his hands. Possible motives for the crime. After previously hidden reports and examination results were released, Lionel was taken into custody as the primary suspect, while the young men previously detained were released under a non-exit agreement, as there was effectively nothing to charge them with. However, the motive behind the young officer's actions remained unclear. The first and main theory was that the entire incident was a tragic accident. Supposedly, the young and inexperienced officer discharged his weapon unintentionally while standing behind his partner. He panicked, tried to help her, and when turning in his service weapon that day, insisted he hadn't fired it. However, the truth quickly surfaced, and influential relatives of the young man, using all their power, money, and connections, attempted to suppress the incident. Hence, the clean reports, missing documents, confusion in the evidence, and coerced testimonies from the detained. Another theory, partially unrequitedly in love with Valeria and desperately sought her attention. But all his efforts were in vain. Over time, he began to merely irritate the girl, who didn't even invite him to her birthday party attended by the entire department. The shot in the back was his revenge for the rejection. A third theory, proposed by the deceased's relatives, suggested that Valeria discovered something she wasn't supposed to know, some corruption scheme, official crimes, or something similar. As an honest and fair person, she would undoubtedly have exposed the culprits, which is why she was eliminated, and young Lionel was chosen as the executor, promised that he would remain above suspicion. The second suspect. Despite Canales being taken into custody, suspicions about Philippe were not entirely dispelled. He was armed with identical service weapons, also stood behind the deceased colleague, and could have fired the shot. Moreover, he had previously been disciplined for the unjustified use of a weapon during a criminal arrest, though no one was harmed in that instance. Araya had since been nicknamed the Reckless Shooter. The defense team hired by the relatives to defend Lionel immediately seized this theory, insisting that Philippe accidentally shot the colleague. And since the service weapons were identical, the pistols could have been mixed up or intentionally swapped. Additionally, the man was inconsistent in his testimony, changing it several times. And later he claimed he could not accurately describe the events of that night, as everything happened very quickly. However, no gunpowder residue was found on the driver's hands, indicating his innocence. In response, Canales claimed that gunpowder got on his hands when he was compressing the wound on the victim's body, and Araya, who also helped the woman, might have washed his hands before the examination. Yet this statement was not credible, as Valeria's bloodstains remained on Philippe's hands, and it's impossible to wash off gunpowder without removing blood. The trial and verdict. The quality of the investigative team's work was once again questioned, and the deceased girl's parents despaired, unsure how to achieve justice. Furthermore, the new turn in the case caused public outrage and led to mistrust in the law enforcement agencies. This story was now covered not only by Chilean, but also international media. As a result, many high-ranking officials were suspended from work and soon lost their positions, particularly the head of the Homicide Investigation Department. After additional investigation, Liano remained the only suspect, with all others excluded from the list and classified as witnesses. In the spring of 2022, he was officially dismissed and remained in custody until the trial's conclusion. The hearings for this case only began in March of the following year. And based on the evidence and witness testimony, the suspect's guilt was fully proven. Initially, the prosecution accused Canales of intentionally murdering his partner and sought the maximum sentence for such cases. However, the accused insisted he would never harm Valeria as he loved her. Nonetheless, it was from his pistol that the bullet was fired, ending the girl's life. Liano was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 12 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 8. After the verdict was announced, the Vivanco family voiced their dissatisfaction, believing the sentence was far too lenient. Meanwhile, Liano and his legal team promptly filed multiple appeals. The real blow, however, came in February 2024, when the Supreme Court unexpectedly overturned the original sentence, reducing his punishment to just 540 days of imprisonment counted from his arrest, effectively allowing him to walk free from the courtroom. In response to this decision, Valeria's family announced plans to sue the Chilean state, accusing the judiciary of corruption. In an official statement, Valeria's mother expressed her heartbreak. "The 12-year sentence already felt too lenient to us, but this is outright mockery. It feels like my daughter has died all over again. I no longer believe in justice. Our family intends to take legal action against the negligent Chilean state, because that is exactly what it deserves." Moving on to the next case. Vicki Roberts, an innocent victim of her partner's twisted desires. It's often said that re-educating an adult is nearly impossible. By that stage, a person's mindset, beliefs, habits, and temperament are already firmly established. Still, some women believe that with enough patience and nurturing, they can change someone. More seasoned women, however, understand the importance of evaluating a man early on, recognizing his flaws and honestly asking themselves whether they can live with those shortcomings. After all, infatuation fades, and those flaws tend to intensify with age. And if the issues go beyond minor faults, such as addictions, compulsive lying, or violent behavior, the wisest choice is to leave and not look back. Yet many women fall victim to what's known as the rescuer syndrome, a deep, often self-sacrificing urge to help and heal, even at the cost of their own well-being. This very instinct proved tragic for a young British woman named Vicki Roberts. For nearly 3 years, she fought to save her marriage, trying to reform a husband with a history of infidelity and disturbing sadistic tendencies. Her devotion was met not with change, but with suffering, marked by humiliation, abuse, and heartbreak. Vicki Roberts, born Victoria Smith, entered the world in September 1984 in the county of Cheshire, located in the northwest of England. Vicki was the younger of 2 daughters in a conservative and devoutly religious family. Alongside her sister, she attended a Christian school, took music lessons, and sang in the church choir. Those who knew her described her as kind-hearted, approachable, and always willing to lend a helping hand. After completing high school, Vicki enrolled in university and took a job at an IKEA store to support herself financially. It was there that she soon met a young man named Michael Roberts, with whom she initially formed a friendly bond. Michael, just a year older than Vicki, had also taken a job at IKEA while pursuing his studies. He was athletic, well-groomed, and had a natural charm that made a strong impression on others. At first, Vicki found his outgoing and somewhat pushy personality overwhelming, but his persistence eventually won her over. A bit of background on Michael. He was born in June 1983 in Warrington, Cheshire, and was the elder of 2 sons in the household of a respected chemical engineer. Parents brought up their children in strictness, and high expectations always laid on the eldest heir, who studied well at school, grew up ambitious, purposeful, and able to achieve what they wanted. The guy always had a lot of friends. He could easily become the soul of any company. But most of all, he was proud of his victories on the love front. Michael had a bright and attractive appearance, was tall, trim, with a good sense of humor, and the ability to show himself at his best. To everything else, this handsome man was also very intelligent, well-read, could easily support a conversation on any topic. Parents from childhood indoctrinated the eldest heir that he is the best, the most beautiful, intelligent, and will certainly succeed. All this probably provoked in the guy narcissistic disorder, which with age progressed. At the same time, Michael was always very afraid to upset his dad and mom, and therefore did everything to be the perfect son for them and meet all their expectations. Roberts never had a permanent girlfriend. He regularly changed girlfriends and mistresses, could spin several novels in parallel so that none of his passions did not realize that she was not the only one. The guy was confident in his irresistibility, could find an approach to any girl, and he really liked to conquer unavailable girls. This process he perceived as a kind of game or competition. Just such a modest and inaccessible girl was Vicky, which Michael decided by all means to conquer. At first, she stubbornly kept her distance, and refused even innocent offers to walk after work or drink coffee somewhere. Smith spent almost all her time studying. And on weekends she went to church, so she didn't even think about dating, let alone any relationship. It took Michael a few months for Vicky to finally agree to go out with him. He was sweet, charming, touchingly courted her, gave her flowers, gifts, and little surprises. He even invited her to a family dinner at his parents' house, who liked Vicky very much and immediately approved of their son's choice. Vicky believed he was serious and gave in. He became her first man and remained the only one. She was truly happy around him, and it seemed like fate to her. Michael also seemed to fall in love and was ready to settle down, but it didn't last long. 50 Shades of Michael. From the outside, their romance seemed perfect. They were both young, attractive, full of energy, ambition, and made huge plans for the future. But soon, Vicky realized that her chosen one has one peculiarity, namely, an irrepressible sexual appetite and passion for experimentation in bed. At first, he did not put too much pressure on his chosen one in this regard, fearing that Vicky would leave him. But as soon as the guy realized that she would not go anywhere from him, he, as they say, opened the cards. The modest and religious girl was literally shocked by what was happening, but she was head over heels in love with Michael and therefore trusted him, and for a long time did not tell anyone about what was happening in their bedroom behind closed doors. In addition, her lover made her an official marriage proposal, which she gladly accepted, sincerely believing that after the wedding, everything will change, and the chosen one will stop his experiments. Soon, one of Vicky's closest friends began to notice that she carefully disguises and hides bruises and small bruises under her clothes. She brought Smith into a frank conversation and asked if her fiancé was beating her, and if she needed help. Vicky tried to deny everything, but then still admitted that all these marks are the consequences of intimate experiments. Michael, who had a special passion for binding, the use of various toys and devices. She also secretly told her friend that they have with the chosen intimacy happens up to 5 times a day, while he still remains hungry and unsatisfied. Michael considered himself a skillful lover, and intimacy for him was a kind of art and a way of self-expression. Sometimes he made concessions when Vicky refused to participate in some completely crazy and even dangerous experiments. But in most cases, he still managed to persuade the girl in love with him. Unplanned pregnancy. After defending her diploma, Vicky decided to change jobs and was soon hired as an account manager at a logistics company. Michael also quit IKEA and got a job as a sales consultant in one of the stores of a large retail chain, selling phones, laptops, and other electronics. He almost immediately became one of the best employees, because thanks to his charisma, communication, and persuasive skills, he always exceeded sales targets. Soon, the new young employee was promoted to senior salesman, and the management seriously considered his transfer to the main office. But before that, he had to undergo training and improve his qualifications. Michael enjoyed attending training sessions, going on business trips to London, and was very proud of himself. He seemed to have forgotten all about his young fiancée and only remembered when he needed intimacy. They didn't talk about each other. They hardly ever went anywhere together, and outside the bedroom, Vicky seemed to cease to exist for him. At the same time, he began to have affairs on the side with colleagues, clients, and just casual acquaintances. Michael was literally obsessed and addicted to intimacy, and intimacy with different women, and constant new victories on the personal front were an important part of maintaining his self-esteem. At this time, Vicky discovered that she was pregnant and happily broke the news to her fiancé. They had already delayed the wedding, and it seemed to the girl that now Michael would hurry things up. But the news that he was going to be a father only made Michael angry and mad. He immediately began to insist that the child should be gotten rid of because they are still so young and they have their whole life ahead of them, and with offspring can wait. Vicky was shocked by such words, but flatly refused to terminate the pregnancy. Then the groom decided to press her in another way. Michael began to convince the bride that such news will cause anger in her religious parents, because their youngest favorite daughter lived with a man and got pregnant without being married. However, according to him, the termination of pregnancy will be hidden from everyone. And after the wedding, they will certainly have children. For Vicky, it was a difficult decision, but her chosen one had a real gift of persuasion. So that a few days later, she gave in to persuasion and went to the hospital. Unfortunately, it was not without complications. Vicky for a few days stayed in the hospital, and then it took her almost 3 weeks to recover her health. For all this period, the doctor categorically forbade her to have an intimate life, and Michael, learning about it, went into a rage. Then Vicky finally realized that he had mental problems and a real addiction to sexual contacts. Beloved literally went crazy without intimacy and began to leave the house every day, explaining it with urgent matters at work. Vicky guessed that he was looking for intimacy on the side, but sincerely hoped that everything would change once they got married, and she would help him get rid of this addiction. A loveless marriage and an adult mistress. The engagement lasted almost 2 years, and the man apparently did not even intend to marry the chosen one, because the current state of affairs suited him quite well. He had a fiancée who faithfully waited for him at home and fully served him in the household, and numerous mistresses on the side which he regularly changed. Vicky always took him at his word, and even if she found out about his cheating, she always forgave him. As long as he promised that it was the last time, and he would not do it again. But time passed. Vicky began to insist on marriage as she wanted a full-fledged family and children. Also, this question was increasingly raised by her parents. But most importantly, the wedding was insisted on by Michael's parents, whom he really did not want to upset. Modest and sweet Vicky, they liked them very much. And they considered her a great couple for their son and were constantly interested in when they would get married and make them happy with grandchildren. Not without the help of their parents, the couple organized a lavish wedding with a white dress, limousine, and beautiful away ceremony. The newlyweds looked in love and happy. It seemed that they had a long life ahead of them. But hardly any of the relatives guessed about the dark side of the man with which his young chosen one was already so well acquainted. The newlyweds settled in a large and cozy house in the prestigious area of Warrington, not far from Robert's parents. Michael did not love his spouse, however. Marriage made him normal in the eyes of relatives and others. Vicky never complained to anyone about his strange predilections and constant cheating. And he could continue to change mistresses like gloves. At work, he was quite successful, got another promotion, and was making good money. After being transferred to a new office, Michael's direct boss was a certain Carrie Hall, the head of administration at Phones for You. She was 10 years older than him, had been divorced for a long time, and was raising a son on her own. At the same time, Carrie was quite attractive, well-groomed, and as her position required, determined and strong-willed. For a long time, she did not pay any attention to the signs of attention that she was given by a young subordinate. However, for the guy it became a kind of signal to action. He sought to achieve this woman, connecting all his natural charm and eloquence. And after about a month, Carrie reciprocated. Lovers began to meet regularly in hotel rooms, and their relationship the woman later described as turbulent, passionate, and full of experimentation. Carrie was a mature, self-confident woman. She was undoubtedly flattered by the attention of such a young man. And she was also not opposed to trying something new, so Michael could realize with her those fantasies which did not dare his modest wife. He constantly lied to his wife about being late at work, attending corporate trainings and the like, and told his mistress how unhappy he was in marriage, that this union was a mistake of youth, and said that he was ready to divorce, but his wife does not give him a divorce. This relationship with Carrie lasted more than a year, but since the woman had no illusions about Michael, she did not insist on divorce, and she was quite satisfied with their meetings in hotels, marks on the body and dangerous games. After the beginning of relations with Michael, Carrie began to give preference to buried clothes with long sleeves and high throat, which was unusual for her. The woman was actively engaged in sports and always liked to show others her stunning figure. And here suddenly, completely changed her style. Once Hall admitted to her close friend that her lover loves to experiment in intimate terms, and sometimes these experiments go beyond reason. As evidence, she showed a bite mark on her chest, which Michael left in a fit of passion. Also on her neck, there were blue marks from squeezing by his hands, and on her wrists, there were marks from the ropes, with which the boyfriend liked to tie her so that she was completely in his power. The friend was horrified and suggested that Carrie go to the police, but she refused, noting that all this was consensual. And in most cases, he warns her about what he is going to do. But the process itself can get out of control. For example, Michael loved to strangle his partner, convincing her that it would increase the pleasant sensations of the process. There were instances when Michael became so carried away with his behavior that Vicky actually lost consciousness. She was deeply frightened by these choking games, but time and again, she gave in to her husband's persuasion, clinging to the hope that he would eventually tire of it. She told herself he would abandon his disturbing and painful experiments, or that over time, she might grow used to them and accept them as normal. Sadly, neither Vicky nor any of Michael's mistresses ever took serious steps to confront or stop him. Their relationship even included uncovered correspondence and love letters with other women. Vicky had suspected Michael of infidelity even before their marriage. Deep down, she likely knew he was addicted to such behavior, yet she held on to the belief that he would change. She hoped that her love and devotion could transform the bold, unpredictable Michael into a faithful, devoted husband. But after the wedding, things only deteriorated further, and when confronted, Michael adamantly denied cheating. He did so with such conviction that it was hard not to believe him. Vicky decided to conduct her own personal investigation and looked into her husband's phone while he was sleeping. There, she found numerous correspondence, Michael, with Carrie and several other girls, which he did not even bother to delete. Their content was quite intimate moreover. With some girls, the guy exchanged explicit photos. This came as a shock to Vicky. She packed her things and decided to move in with her friend for a while. She did not tell her parents and sister anything about what was happening, afraid to upset them. So her family was sure that Vicky was happily married. Besides, religious relatives would have insisted on a divorce when they learned of her husband's infidelity. But after all, Vicky was in love and didn't want to break up with her husband. Leaving, she wrote Michael a touching letter in which she confessed her love for him and called the main man in her life. At the same time, she admitted that she knows about his cheating and does not want to put up with it, and therefore leaves, but gives him time to think about it and will not yet file for divorce. She wrote it all by hand on paper and left it on the refrigerator with a magnet. Michael was not touched by the message or saddened by the departure of his wife, but he did not want to lose a quiet and submissive woman who always waited for him at home, fully served in the household, and tolerated any of his antics as well as peculiar predilections. That same evening, he followed Vicky to her friend's house, picking up a large bouquet of flowers on the way. Michael on his knees apologized and begged her to return to him, promising that from now on, she would be his only woman. Vicky once again believed, or rather, she wanted to believe, and returned to their home. A new mistress. Naturally, Michael did not leave Carrie and continued to meet with other women. But for a while, he was extremely careful and even tried to come home for dinner, which his wife carefully prepared. He hid his phone, deleted correspondence, and even changed the password from his social networking page. At that time, he began to have an affair with a new young female employee of the company, Karen Wilson, not stopping the relationship with Carrie. At that time, the girl had a fiancé, and she was preparing for the wedding. But Michael began to persistently pursue her, making himself a miserable lover. He was so attracted to the new object of the hunt that after 2 months, he decided to break off the relationship with 33-year-old Carrie Hall, which he was tired of. The man told Karen a proven legend about how he is unhappy in marriage, and for the sake of her ready to leave his wife. Soon she surrendered, and between them happened intimacy right in the office. And a week after that, she broke off the engagement and waited for the lover to respond. However, Michael was not going to divorce, but also to interrupt the connection new mistress. He did not want, and therefore, just lied to her that he had already filed for divorce and moved to live in the house of his parents. Fatal blackmail. Vicky soon suspected that her spouse continued to cheat on her, and this time decided to act for sure. She took Michael's phone while he was in the shower, but could not find anything there, because he had taken into account his previous mistakes and deleted all text messages. And on the page in the social network, now had a different password. Then Vicky waited until her husband fell asleep and took his work laptop, which he always carried with him, and on which, as it turned out, he did not leave his account in the social network. There, Vicky found correspondences with an already new girlfriend in which her husband confessed his love to her, claimed that he was divorcing his wife and living with his parents. It was a real shock for her. She took screenshots of the love and intimate messages exchanged between the couple and saved them on her laptop so that she could have proof of her husband's infidelity. Vicky also looked in her husband's wallet, where she found several folded checks for hotel rooms. In the morning, she presented all this to her spouse. And for the first time in their entire time together, she gave him a scandal. Michael was discouraged. He tried to apologize again and promised that it would not happen again. But Vicky suddenly said that she would tell his parents about everything, hoping that they would be able to talk some sense into him since she could not do it. Michael was literally mad from such threats. He did not want his parents to know anything and slapped his wife. Then Vicky got up and said that she would go to them immediately, and then headed for the door. Her spouse caught up with her, hit her twice in the head with a heavy jewelry box he grabbed from the dressing table, and after she lost consciousness, he squeezed her throat with his hands until she stopped breathing. The man felt no pity or remorse. He wrapped the body in a blanket and packed it into several large garbage bags, and then carried the gruesome bundle into his garage. Michael then quickly cleaned up the house, packed and removed most of his wife's belongings, and immediately called Karen, whom he invited over. They had dinner, had fun in the house, where a couple of hours ago Roberts killed his own wife, and then made love in the bedroom, where in fact everything happened. Ran off with her lover? The very next day, Michael informed his parents that his wife left him having run away with another man. To do this, he personally went to their home and literally sobbed on his mother's shoulder, showing her messages from his wife, which he himself sent from Vicky's phone. The messages said that she had fallen out of love with him, met another man, and decided to live with him. Parents, as they could, consoled their son and sincerely bewildered how their sweet, kind, and religious daughter-in-law could do such a thing. In parallel with the phone of the deceased, Michael sent messages and her parents, which said that she fell in love with another, left with him, and asked for now not to bother her and give time. Naturally, the couple Smith immediately rushed to call their daughter to find out everything and hear her explanations, but the calls were constantly rejected. And in response only came messages asking to give her time. This seemed very strange to Vicky's parents, and they went to Michael's house to talk to him. But his story only raised more questions and doubts. And after they found out that Vicky was not showing up for work without saying anything to anyone, they decided to go to the police. An investigation, a gruesome discovery, and an escape. On the December 1st, 2009, Michael bought a shovel, several meters of rope, as well as rags and detergents from a hardware store. However, he did not manage to get rid of the body because on the same day, the police visited him at home. Then the police could not find anything suspicious. But Michael's behavior, and story raised a lot of questions and doubts. However, the strangest thing was that they did not pay attention to the huge package in the corner of the garage during the inspection. In the house, there were no clothes, documents, and personal belongings of the missing woman, which could indicate that she had left. But Vicky's laptop was in the bedroom, and the police seized it for inspection. There, they found screenshots of Michael's correspondence with his mistresses, which Vicky had saved, and then decided to make a geolocation request to Vicky's cell phone, from which regularly came husband and relatives. And then it turned out that the phone had been in her and Michael's marital home all along. After that, law enforcers again visited the house of Roberts and conducted a more thorough search. Finally, unwrapping a strange package in the garage, the find shocked everyone present. But then it was discovered that Michael, who had been walking with the police all this time, disappeared somewhere right under their noses. He took with him a wallet with cash, so that several days he managed to hide without giving himself away. Arrest, trial, and conviction. When the money ran out, Michael came to one of his mistresses, whose name was Lavinia Tolley, and asked to live in her house for a while. In the evening, the girl heard from the news that her lover was wanted on charges of murdering his wife, and immediately, without hesitation, reported to the police about his whereabouts. At the time of his arrest, Michael was crying and said he was innocent of anything. The man insisted that his spouse died during their intimate games, when she asked to strangle her with a rope belt, and he overdid it. However, forensic experts found that firstly, the woman was strangled with her bare hands. Secondly, she was attacked from behind. Thirdly, there were 2 large hematomas on her head sustained while she was alive, injuries clearly unrelated to any intimate encounters. The trial of the accused began in January 2010. Throughout the proceedings, the defendant maintained that his wife's death was accidental and hoped for leniency. However, forensic evidence revealed that he had deliberately struck his wife twice in the head, strangled her, and then concealed her body in the garage. Michael Roberts was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The court, however, allowed him the possibility to apply for parole after serving 17 years. That is the Madeleine McCann. Madeleine McCann was born in May 2003 in Leicester, England, to Kate and Jerry McCann. Both Kate and Jerry were Roman Catholic doctors who met in Glasgow in 1993 and married 5 years later in 1998. It wasn't until about 5 years after their marriage that they welcomed Madeleine, followed by twins Sean and Amelie in February 2005. Together, the 3 children formed a close-knit family unit, often traveling across Europe on vacations and exploring new places. Kate and Jerry would later describe their family of 5 as the perfect nuclear family. Madeleine's parents described her as a vibrant and lively child with a naturally outgoing personality. She took on the role of leader among her younger siblings and peers, showcasing impressive social skills and engaging warmly with anyone who paid attention to her. Her openness often blossomed into a unique sense of humor, the kind only a bright and innocent child could create. Her ability to express herself, tap into her imagination, and communicate her feelings was exceptional. Madeleine's bursts of energy fueled imaginative play and storytelling with friends, helping her build strong connections with other children. However, Madeleine's boundless energy often left her parents exhausted, as she constantly sought attention from everyone around her. Her early years were marked by challenges as much as joys. Kate and Jerry recalled that the first 6 months of Madeleine's life were especially tough due to colic, which caused her to cry for nearly 18 hours a day. They said they had to carry her almost constantly to soothe her. Colic is a well-known condition in infants that causes severe abdominal pain and intestinal discomfort. After the birth of the twins, Madeleine's cries intensified into screams. Her parents described how she would often run around restlessly while Kate focused on caring for the newborns. This high-energy behavior, which would later be seen in all the McCann siblings, never diminished the deep love and happiness shared within the family. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Friends and relatives echoed these feelings, emphasizing the strong bond and joy that defined the McCann household. They all witnessed firsthand Madeline's brilliance and social inclinations while also noticing her protective nature towards her two siblings, often mobbing them when their parents were out. In fact, some associates of the McCanns believe Madeline and her siblings' camaraderie stopped at the presence of secluded strangers or an unknown group of people. However, because she knew how to engage even in foreign situations, relatives believed Madeline could get along with anyone if she was given the time. These careful observations and infinite effects of joy surrounded Madeline all the way up until a vacation she and her family took to Praia da Luz in the Algarve region of Portugal. Settling in a well-known tourist town for British holidaymakers, the McCann family quickly linked up with fellow doctors and assorted friends also vacationing in the area starting on Saturday, April 2007. Kate, Jerry, Madeline and the twin youngsters were having a wonderful time on one of their many frequent trips, and all the good times seemed destined for picture books. That is until the night of May 2007, barely a week before Madeline's 4th birthday. Kate and Jerry went out for dinner only to return to their flat and find missing their resilient and radiant daughter because sometime between 8:30 and 10 p.m., Madeline McCann disappeared without a trace, leaving a void in the hearts of not just her family but in the hearts of people around the world. Launching an exhaustive search that would soon evolve into the most discussed missing persons tragedy of the 21st century. On April 2007, the McCann family travels to Praia da Luz, Portugal for a 7-day spring break getaway. The 1,000-person village is nicknamed Little Britain for the vast amount of UK travelers staying in the area. The McCanns retreat to 5A Rua Drive, Agostinho de Silva, a flat owned by a retired teacher from Liverpool. Throughout the next week, the McCann family dines with 7 other friends and 5 fellow children. The adults known as the Tapas 7 consisted of Fiona and David Payne, Diane Webster, Jane Tanner, Russell O'Brien and Matthew and Rachel Oldfield. All of the men worked together over the years and their respective families all got along wonderfully. On day 6 of the vacation, May 2007, Madeline and her twin siblings hang out at the Ocean Club's Kids Club at the Praia da Luz resort, while her parents go for a walk at around 10 a.m. During breakfast, Madeline asks her parents, "Why didn't you come when Sean and I cried last night?" An hour and a half later at 12:30 p.m., Kate and Jerry pick their children up from the kids' club and have lunch back at 5 before setting off for the swimming pool. At 2:29 p.m. that afternoon, Kate McCann snaps the last photograph taken of her daughter at the resort's poolside with the sun shining and Madeline smiling per usual. Between 3:30 and 5:30 p.m., Madeline and her siblings return to the kids' club and eat dinner together. At approximately 6 p.m., Kate brings her children back to 5A while Jerry attends a tennis lesson elsewhere at the resort. Around 6:30 p.m., Jerry sends Tapa's 7-member David Payne back to the apartments to check on his wife and 3 children. When the tennis lesson ends at 7 p.m., Jerry returns to 5A and helps Kate put Madeline, Sean and Amelie to bed. Their bedroom is fastened next to the front door of the flat, and has a single window overlooking the car park and public street. The shutter is closed before the children fall asleep. Between 7:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., Kate and Jerry clean up from the day's activities and share a bottle of wine together before heading off to dinner. At around 8:35 p.m., the McCann couple is the first of the friend group to arrive at the resort's Tapas restaurant, located just 160 feet away from the A5 apartment. They reserve a table overlooking their living quarters where the top of 5A could be seen. The resort staff leave a message in writing that the reservation is specific because the families have children sleeping back at the complex. 20 minutes pass by and a few more members of the Tapas 7 arrive at the restaurant at 8:55 p.m. As the friends begin their orders, Matt Oldfield quickly returns to the apartment complex to check on his flat and alert the Payne family that everyone else is waiting on them. 10 minutes later at 9:05 p.m., Jerry heads back to 5A to check on his own children. He walks through the unlocked back patio doors to avoid using the locked front door and potentially awakening the sleeping youngsters like they had been doing all week. Everything inside seems normal until he finds the children's bedroom door to be open about 45 degrees instead of just ajar. Suspicious, Jerry peers his head in but finds all 3 siblings fast asleep and accounted for. He closes the door back at 5 degrees, uses the toilet, and departs. This is the last confirmed sighting of Madeleine McCann. A few minutes pass by and Jerry stops to speak with a friend and fellow holidaymaker, Jeremy Wilkins, at 9:08 p.m. on the road near the Tapas restaurant. Throughout the next hour or so, members of the Tapas 7 swap turns going back to their apartment complex and checking in on their respective children. At 9:10 p.m. Jane Tanner walks up the road to a flat and passes by Jerry and Jeremy Wilkins without their notice. On her way, she sees a man walking across the path ahead of her, carrying a sleeping young girl wearing pink pajamas in his arms. It's a peculiar sight but not uncommon to a resort with many families. Tana finds her daughter safe in her room and returns to the restaurant. A little later at 9:30 p.m. Kate gets up to check in on Fiva once more, but fellow Tapas 7 friend, Matt Oldfield, offers to do it instead while he keeps an eye on his own family. Kate agrees and Matt travels to the McCann's apartment. Inside, he finds the door to the children's room open again, but to him it means nothing. Instead, he pops his head in the door quickly and sees the twins sleeping in their respective cribs. From this vantage point, he doesn't explicitly notice Madeleine and leaves the quiet building assuming all is perfectly normal. A half hour passes by and Kate makes another Fiva check herself at 10 p.m. However, when she goes to push the children's door open, a draft of wind from inside the room slams the door shut. Kate enters with force and finds the window open and the shutter pulled up. The twins sleep soundly in their beds but Madeleine is nowhere to be found. Minutes later, Rachel Oldfield rushes to find fellow Tapas 7 member Jane Tanner in her apartment and relays the news of missing Madeleine. Jane immediately calls back to her sighting and explains, "Oh my God, I saw a man carrying a girl." Matthew Oldfield then travels to the 24-hour reception desk at the bottom of the resort's hill to alert them of the disappearance. An alarm is raised and police are called at 10:15 p.m. 15 minutes pass before the local authorities arrive at Flat 5A. Along with the police, around 60 staff members and assorted guests search the grounds for Madeleine, an exhaustive hunt that lasts until 4:30 the following morning. At 11:10 p.m., special investigators from the police judiciary venture to the scene and discover the sliding glass door that was found open by Kate McCann has a lock. Both Kate and Jerry are unsure if they actually locked it at the beginning of the vacation. While resort employees unveil that the cleaning staff will often open the sliding windows to air out department interiors, the special investigators are unable to confirm if this was the case. By the early morning hours of 2 a.m., patrol dogs are called in to keep an eye on the search efforts. 6 hours later at 8 a.m., 4 rescue dogs arrive to sniff the area around the resort and attempt to catch a trail of Madeleine at 5 a.m. beyond. At 10 a.m., the local police finally set up roadblocks to monitor traffic both coming and leaving the resort and surrounding routes. Over the next 24 hours, up to 20 strangers outside of the main investigators and family members interact with the 5A apartment, later proving to taint much of the evidence and cause headaches for future forensic work. In the coming days, police began interviewing anyone and everyone associated with the resort or simply living in the area. Kate and Jerry rented a nearby home to stay close to the ongoing investigation. Over the next 11 to 12 years, despite efforts from Portuguese police, Scotland Yard, McCann Associates, private investigators, and public supporters, no solid lead has emerged in the search for Madeleine McCann. After flawed DNA results and sensational tabloid coverage, the case took on a unique place in the world of missing person tragedies. Madeleine's disappearance had such a profound impact that many in the UK and those close to the case divide time into before Madeleine vanished and after Madeleine vanished. Regardless of the cultural significance or the importance placed on this case compared to others, one truth remains: until she is found, all theories, evidence, and tips must be thoroughly explored until Madeleine returns home or her fate is fully understood. There are still critical points in the investigation that require close examination. From the start, investigators recognized how challenging it would be to identify suspects, referred to by the Portuguese as arguidos, because the disappearance took place in a bustling tourist area filled with locals and strangers passing through every day. The timing, during the busy late spring vacation season, meant there were countless faces both familiar and new, making the initial suspect list overwhelming. In other words, anyone could be guilty, but everyone was also innocent, a frustrating catch-22. Fortunately, police received a timely break when Jane Tanner came forward early with her unusual account from the evening of May 3rd. Her sighting of a man carrying a young girl away from the McCann's apartment complex would become the focal point of the early investigation and remain as the major case point in the eyes of the public following for almost 6 years. However, its importance isn't grounded by what it unveiled to authorities, rather grounded by what it distracted authorities from considering it took out more than a decade of the precious moments spent looking for Madeline. Dubbed the Tanner sighting, Jane Tanner's testimony gave the first possible timeline of Madeline's suspected abduction. As mentioned previously, Jane had traveled from the Tapas restaurant back to her flat to check in on her children at around 9:10 p.m. She walked down the road, passed by Jerry McCann as he spoke with a fellow vacationer and headed into the complex. Both Jerry and a second man would later say they couldn't remember seeing Jane walk by them that evening, and due to the confines of the narrow street, police initially believed Jane to be fabricating the entire ordeal. Yet Jane stuck by her following claims and highlighted that while Jerry and the vacationer didn't confirm her movements, they couldn't deny them either. A few minutes of walking later, and Jane witnesses an older man with what appears to be a toddler in his arms. She says he was crossing the junction of Francisco Gentle Martins and Rua Drive, Agostinho de Silva, moving east and away from the corner of 5A where the McCann children's bedroom was located. His direction was first determined as suspicious as he was supposedly walking in the direction of Robert Murat's residence, a 34-year-old Portuguese suspect early on in the hunt. Jane Tanner described the unidentified man as a white male standing at about 5 feet 7 inches with dark hair and complexion that would indicate European or Mediterranean descent. He seemed to be 35 to 40 years old from a distance, wearing beige pants, a dark jacket, and the demeanor of a local. The girl he was carrying was wearing pink and floral pajamas cuffed at the legs, much like Madeline was wearing. These descriptions were curiously withheld from the media until May, 3 weeks after the disappearance. A few months later, in October 2007, money from a fund set up by the McCann family was used for a forensic artist to recreate a simulated sketching of the Tanner sighting. The result is now one of the most famous images associated with Madeline's case. Sadly, the intensive search for the man from the Tanner sighting turned out to be a 6-year red herring chase. In October of 2013, Scotland Yard finally identified a British holidaymaker who matched the TS description and fully cooperated with police. He explained that he was indeed carrying his own daughter after picking her up from the Ocean Club and heading back to their flat. To prove his innocence, the identified man dressed up in the same clothes as was mentioned in the TS report, and visually matched to the specific profile detailed in the sketch. The man was also able to provide the clothes his daughter was wearing the night of the sighting as well, and once again, the alibi cleared when the unveiled pajamas bore likeliness to Madeline's Eeyore set but was in fact different. What frustrated authorities the most were the Tanner sighting wasn't the lack of information it provided, but rather the time it took away from other potential pieces of evidence and eyewitness testimony that would later prove vital. First off, the Tanner sighting led investigators to believe the main abduction took place between 9 and 9:15 p.m., which they based their impending reports on. However, after learning the Tanner sighting had little to no connection, they had to retrace their steps and recalibrate more than half a decade's worth of thinking. Thus, Scotland Yard turned their attention to another eerily similar sighting from the night of May 2007. This incident reported by Irish holidaymakers Martin and Mary Smith. The Smiths claimed that they saw a man carrying another child at about 10 p.m. in a location which was about 460 meters away from the McCanns in 5A. The Smith sighting man was walking away from the Ocean Club and nearing the beach at Rua 25 Dabril. The Smiths described the new figure as a male standing at about 5 feet 8 inches with shorter brown hair and a slim build. He seemed to be in his mid-30s from the Smiths' vantage point, and wore beige shorts, much like how Jane Tannen described the man in her sighting as not a tourist. The Smiths offered the same testament, going as far as to say the man seemed uncomfortable carrying the child. The girl he was carrying had blonde hair, pale skin, bare feet, and was wearing lighter-colored pajamas, again like what Madeline was wearing. EFIT images were initially created back in February 2008 when the testimony was first recorded, but the entire sighting was muddied when Martin Smith thought Jerry McCann fit the profile of the Smith sighting man. Oakley International private investigators were quick to strike down the possibility since Jerry had been confirmed at the Tapas restaurant at 10 p.m. But the rumored confusion created sensitive press about the Smith sighting. It wasn't until February that it reverted law enforcement's attention and reset the timeline to the abduction happening just before the Smith sighting. While the Tanner sighting ended in lost time, it's sadly a common thread found in many missing persons cases and criminal investigations overall, where a lead seems revolutionary yet can take years only to find it was a dead end. Regardless of results, the sightings are also proof of just how vast the spiderweb of possibilities is with Madeline's disappearance, and the preceding searches, and how one simple memory or visual can spawn thousands of theories that send everyone involved spinning in circles. One of the early theories cultivated by Portuguese investigators actually considered Kate and Jerry McCann as suspects. The base of the claim was built by supposed DNA evidence found by cadaver dogs inside the family's rental car after Madeline's disappearance, as well as DNA matching hers discovered behind the couch in the 5A apartment. This led police to draft a 10-page conclusionary report including wild ideas regarding a likely murder of Madeline, a cover-up fake abduction that involved the Tapas 7 as conspirators to mislead police, and even a claim that the number of suitcases each member of the party brought to Portugal was suspicious in nature. Realistically, none of the theories made sense or had conclusive evidence to back it up. The DNA found in the car and in the flat were tested using flimsy DNA methods, and it was stated in the forensic reports that despite the matches to Madeline's DNA, the sample sizes were simply too small to consider credible. Not to mention the hours upon hours spent questioning the McCann couple and their friends, who all cooperated fully and dedicated their testimony to truth and hope for Madeline's fate. In fact, almost as soon as the disappearance was reported, Kate and Jerry set up a project called Madeline's Fund, Leaving No Stone Unturned Limited, which immediately caught fire across the UK and raised thousands of dollars to help hire private investigators and allocate resources directly to spreading awareness. Unfortunately, the early consideration of the McCann couple as arguidos fostered a tabloid firestorm that ended with lawsuits, defamation hearings, and unnecessary backlash that has turned a lot of the conversation around Madeline's disappearance to gossip and unsubstantiated finger-pointing. Because Kate and Jerry was soon relieved of suspicion after these reports were filed, they have since been 100% cleared by the current authorities. There is no reason to consider their involvement as a realistic or plausible hypothesis and will not be considered any further. Another early theory proposed by investigators was a burglary gone wrong. According to records, the time between February saw an unnatural rise in burglaries and burglary attempts in the area, including 2 around the McCann's apartment in the 17 days leading up to their vacation. These reports suggested that a burglary went into place the evening of May, of which Madeline interrupted after climbing out of bed and exiting her bedroom, hence why the doors opened further than Gary had left it. Then the burglar would have taken Madeline as a precaution, leaving through the bedroom window since it faced the street outside of the resort. In April of 2017, Scotland Yard announced a foiled burglary attempt was no longer under consideration. After they had interviewed potential thieves in the area and other potential suspects, but found no evidence. While the theory wasn't completely ruled out, their focus would turn to other ideas. A third theory positioned by investigators but quickly disregarded is that Madeline wandered out of her bedroom on her own accord and was taken by a passerby or fell into a construction zone nearby. These musings were first discounted by Kate McCann, who reminded police that Madeline would have had to open the patio doors on her own, close the blinds behind her, remember to shut the door again, operate the childproof gate at the top of the stairs, and finally open and close the gate at the street level, all while being a 3-year-old toddler and unseen by resort members. It's also widely considered unlikely that Madeline climbed out of the bedroom window on her own. The prevailing theory among private investigators and law enforcement is that she was abducted, possibly in a planned operation. This belief arises from reports of suspicious individuals seen near the A5 apartment complex in the days before Madeleine vanished, acting strangely or appearing to scout the area as part of a larger scheme. Over the years, police have been pursuing leads involving these suspicious men, known pedophiles, fake charity collectors, and criminals convicted of similar offenses who could be linked to the area in February. Ultimately, the massive media attention and expert commentary worldwide have flooded websites, editorials, and blogs with countless theories and conspiracies. Some crime scene experts who have examined Madeleine's disappearance argue that the evidence does not support an abduction and instead suggest she was murdered. Critics of the police investigation describe much of the work as guesswork, pointing out that the A5 apartment was mishandled from the start. At least 20 people entered and exited the room on the day of the disappearance in May 2007 before it was officially sealed off, and forensic testing wasn't conducted for months. Meanwhile, other vacationers were allowed to stay in the apartment, further contaminating potential evidence. This mishandling coincided with ongoing conflicts between Portuguese authorities and UK investigators, creating high tensions as multiple law enforcement teams arrived in Portugal and complicated the search. Adding to the turmoil, tabloid interference and intense media scrutiny of the McCann family distorted public opinion and made it harder for authorities to carry out their work smoothly amid constant pressure and suspicion. With a vast amount of possibilities, no theory can accurately be concluded as the answer. Authorities have released tens of thousands of documents and translated almost every single one of them. They've investigated over 8,000 claimed sightings of Madeleine and had counted in 2015 that they took almost 1,400 statements, collected over 1,000 exhibits, investigated 650 sex offenders and 60 persons of interest, not counting the next 4 years of research. As of today, Madeleine's case has received A11,750,000 in funding, yet there are still so many unknowns associated with Madeleine's vanishing, and until they are resolved and police release every document, report and case file, we must wait for new leads to surface while doing our part in spreading awareness. But let's take a look at some of the suspects. One way we want to help divulge information is by sharing a list of suspects still wanted in the hunt for clues leading to Madeleine. Due to the sensitivity attributed to the case, and the unfortunate loss of time in the early years of the investigation, we won't be drawing our own hypothetical conclusion, instead highlighting critical police sketchings and e-fits of people either acting suspiciously around the time of Madeleine's disappearance, or who have raised red flags in a variety of situations around Europe. Firstly, we have an unidentified woman whose profile was released on August 2009. The woman in question was seen near Port Olympic Marina in Barcelona, Spain on May 2007, just 72 hours after Madeleine disappeared. She appeared agitated, was nicely dressed but kept pacing up and down the street by Al Rey de la Gamba restaurant and bar. 2 passing British men noticed the disturbed woman and decided to approach her. When one of the men who wishes to remain anonymous asked if everything was okay, the woman asked, "Are you here to deliver my new daughter?" No other details are known, but the British witnesses say that after their conversation, the woman had a colorful argument in Spanish with a local inside the neighboring pub. Again, no other details have surfaced except that the witness described the woman's accent to be of Australian qualities and appeared as an Australian Victoria Beckham lookalike. Next, we have an unidentified man who was spotted 3 different times by a fellow holidaymaker, Gail Cooper, who was in Praia Deluge on vacation from England. The first time she saw the man, he was walking in his lonesome under a heavy rainstorm along an abandoned beach on April 2007. Later the same day, the man with olive skin and shoulder-length hair knocked on Gail's door and pretended to be a charity collector, a popular con around the resort area during February. 2 days later on April, Gail saw the man for a final time hanging around a children's event sponsored by the Mark Warner Resort. Gail was called back to Portugal in February 2008 to work with the detectives on recreating the man's likeliness through 2 sketches. At first, the man was thought to be the same man whom Jane Tanner witnessed carrying a small child away from the apartments back on May. But when he was cleared, the long-haired man was confirmed as a separate individual. In 2010, private investigators released footage showing a man working near a white truck in inland Portugal. After reviewing the clips, Gale publicly identified the man as the same individual spotted at Praia da Luz beaches in February, despite differences like the absence of a mustache and lighter hair color. Similar witness accounts led to updated police sketches of these men. Other witnesses reported encounters with fake charity workers near the time Madeline disappeared, providing descriptions that matched the sketches of these two men. Additionally, two fair-haired men were seen loitering near the McCann's flat in May and were believed to be of Scandinavian, German, or Dutch descent. Further EFIT profiles of suspicious men emerged from old Portuguese police reports and were later shared with the public, showing more individuals linked to the area. The Smith sighting produced two different EFITs of a man seen carrying a small child around 10 p.m. on the night of May 3rd. Another intriguing encounter prompted police sketches 3 days after Madeline's disappearance, but these weren't revealed to the McCann family or the public until over a year later, when the eyewitness spoke with Mirror magazine. Anna Stam, then 41 years old, made a call to Dutch police when she thought Madeline and an older Dutch couple walked in her Amsterdam shop on May 2007. According to Anna, the man was between 35 and 40 years old with a mustache, dark-skinned and spoke Portuguese. The woman he was with was a little older, maybe in her 40s with brown hair and spoke French. Accompanied with them was a little girl. The following are direct quotes from Anna in Mirror magazine, who said, "I'll never forget the girl. She had her hair in a ponytail, huge green-brown eyes, a pale face which showed no emotion. I didn't like the man. He didn't look like a nice person. I work in a party shop, so most people smile when they come in to buy things, but he didn't smile back at me when I smiled at him. He had no sparkle in his eyes. He was short with me and seemed angry. I got the feeling he didn't want me to interview with him and the others." The woman was also peculiar, acting stressed and uncomfortable, Anna said. "She tried to smile at me, but it was out of obligation, not from the heart. The whole way they reacted made a big impression on me." The man spoke in Portuguese. "I know because I have Brazilian friends." The woman spoke in French while the little girl spoke English. It didn't seem like a real family. When the girl spoke, she allegedly mentioned my name is Maddie followed by "she is not my mummy. They took me from my holiday." I later recalls thinking the woman told me she was in a station wagon, a larger car. Maybe they were going on a long journey because this woman spoke French. I immediately thought that they would go to Belgium or France. This would later connect the dots with early police theories that feared Madeline had been taken by a Belgian pedophile gang, followed by 3 separate sightings of Madeline lookalikes in Belgium after May because Anna wasn't 100% certain that they were any criminal acts associated with the encounter. She didn't report it to the police right away until a month later when she saw the Madeline McCann case discussed on television. The Dutch police created EFIDs and sent it along to Portuguese police on June 2007. But the info never made it to the McCann family. So when Anne heard that over a year later in the February, the McCann family had no knowledge of her testimony, she took it upon herself to connect with the current British law enforcement covering the case and cycled back through her memories. Thus, the sketches of the French woman and Portuguese mustached man were created, leaving Anna fearful her testimony came too late and the potential lead lost in translation. Probably the most disturbing police sketch is that of pockmarked man. The man in question was seen multiple times hanging around the McCann apartment by 3 separate witnesses, all in the time frame of the McCann's vacation. The first witness, a 12-year-old local girl who saw the pockmarked man outside the balcony of A5 at 8:15 a.m. on April 30th. In her own words, the girl said, "I was walking to the school bus stop. I go this way to school every day. I saw a man on the small path behind the block. He seemed to be looking at the balcony of the ground floor apartment. My grandparents used to live in that department, so I always look at it as I pass by." A few days later on May, the day before Madeline disappeared, the girls saw the same man looking at the McCann's flat again around lunchtime. The second witness was a female British tourist who recorded the following. "I saw a man acting suspiciously on 2 occasions. The first time I saw him, I was walking along the road with my daughter. I grabbed my daughter's hand and pulled her towards me because for some reason the man unnerved me. The next time I saw him, he was standing on the opposite side of the apartment. He was watching it. I would describe him as very ugly with pitted skin with a large nose. The third witness, a man from Cheshire, was walking with his partner at 11:30 a.m. along the road by A5 but couldn't remember if it was May. He said, "I saw a man standing next to a wall. On the opposite side of the road was a white van. I paid particular attention to him because he appeared to be focused on watching the apartment block. As I walked past him, I looked at him and for a split second we had eye contact, but then he just carried on staring at the apartment." All three sightings have incredibly creepy backstories to them and truly sends shivers down the spine when inspecting the man's sketch. If Madeline's abduction was pre-planned, finding the figure who was seen multiple times by multiple people analyzing the McCann's living quarters could lead to valuable information. If the man in these testimonies or any of the presented drawings rings a bell at all, please speak up and say something. Even though it's been almost 12 years since that tragic night in Praia de Luz, we must remain diligent in our pursuit for Madeline's captor or anyone who might be involved. We'd love to make detailed videos about every single possible suspect, but there are so many involved it pains us to leave out smaller players who could still have a big role. We recommend everyone who's interested in the case to research the other persons of interest, and we have provided some useful links in the description. Madeline wasn't just a ray of sunshine, but also a child constantly absorbing knowledge with the potential to grow into a gifted and gracious human being. She was stripped of that opportunity, but the chance to rekindle her spirit isn't gone forever. There are still no signs or evidence suggesting that Madeline is no longer alive, and until proof says otherwise, we must hold on to the belief that her heart continues to beat somewhere in the world. Whether she is in Europe or beyond, her spirit and will to survive remain undiminished by the passing years. Her lively soul and kind heart deserve our compassion, attention, and relentless commitment. This little girl, who loved to express herself, show affection for her family, and find beauty in life's innocence, needs our help. It would be a betrayal of our shared humanity if we didn't keep faith in the efforts to find Madeline or uncover direct evidence that reveals what happened to her. To stay informed on the case, visit findmadeline.com, where her parents regularly update blogs about their family's journey. If you or anyone you know has information about the case, you can fill out a contact form on the website, email, investigationfindmadeline@gmail.com, mail to investigationfindmadeline@gmail.com, or call the hotline at +44 8458 384 699. Moving on to the next case. Maria Munoz. Perhaps no one can ever truly grasp what unfolds behind the closed doors of another household. Yet one story emerged with such unexpected force and disturbing detail that it rattled even seasoned investigators. In the early morning hours of September 22, 2020, emergency services received a frantic call. A man, his voice trembling with panic, claimed he had found his wife, Maria Munoz, unresponsive and unable to wake. Paramedics rushed to the scene, but it was already too late. Maria was gone. And beneath what seemed to be the sudden collapse of a life, lay a far more sinister reality, layered and unsettling. What began as a fairy tale, Maria's life filled with professional success, love, and motherhood, took a dark turn. At some point, her husband began an affair but couldn't bring himself to let go of either relationship. Maria bore the weight of this betrayal for years, clinging to the hope that their family could be preserved for the children's sake. But in the end, her silent endurance led only to heartbreak, and ultimately, to a devastating end. Maria Abril Munoz was born on August 18, 1989, in the small southern town of Peñuelas, Puerto Rico. The youngest in a humble and close-knit family, she excelled in school and nurtured a lifelong dream of pursuing medicine, a path driven by her desire to save lives and care for others. After graduating, Maria enrolled in a prestigious medical university, determined to turn her ambition into reality. It was during her time there that she met Joel Pello, a young doctor nearing the end of his residency. Despite an age difference of nearly 11 years, The two formed a deep emotional connection that soon blossomed into a romantic relationship. They moved in together, and before long, Joel proposed. Maria accepted with joy. In February 2011, the couple relocated to the United States, choosing to settle in Laredo, Texas, a city near the Mexican border. Both found work at the same hospital, Maria as a nurse anesthetist, and Joel as a surgical assistant. They continued advancing their careers while earning a stable income, which allowed them to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle, including a spacious home in a good neighborhood and 2 cars. In 2015, the couple had their first child, a boy named Alejandro. And in 2018, Maria gave birth to a daughter, Valentina. After the children were born, the young mother decided to temporarily leave her job and fully focus on raising the little ones and running the household. Nevertheless, she planned to return to work and renew her medical license once the kids got a bit older. Maria and Joel appeared to be a happy, harmonious couple. They loved each other, raised their children together, and their financial situation allowed them to live comfortably without having to restrict themselves. It seemed like they had no problems living their best lives. But behind the facade of an ideal family, a real drama was unfolding, one that most people close to them never suspected: the mysterious death of a young mother. In the early hours of September 22, 2020, an anxious man called emergency services, reporting that he had found his wife unconscious. He tried to revive her, but she showed no signs of life. The caller was Joel, and he urgently requested that a medical team be sent to his home as quickly as possible to try to save his beloved. Less than 10 minutes later, a patrol car and an ambulance arrived at the couple's house. The door was opened by a man dressed in blue surgical scrubs, which was already unusual. He simply shouted for the responders to follow him and rushed upstairs to the bedroom, where 31-year-old Maria lay on the floor. She wasn't breathing, and there was no detectable pulse, but her body was still warm. Joel claimed that he had performed continuous CPR and chest compressions for almost 20 minutes, but it hadn't worked. The paramedics also attempted to resuscitate her, but all their efforts were in vain. Maria was pronounced dead. When authorities asked Pello what he thought could have happened, he suggested that his wife might have taken a large dose of powerful medication, which could have been fatal. The paramedics immediately inquired if she had been dependent on any restricted substances, but Joel denied this, emphasizing that she had never dabbled in anything of that sort. However, he admitted that Maria had recently been struggling with severe depression and anxiety, and a doctor had prescribed her medication for it. Joel speculated that his wife might have accidentally taken more than the prescribed dose, leading to a tragic outcome. He quickly added that it was also possible Maria, in a state of deep distress and depression, chose to end her own life. He mentioned that she had brought up this topic in a conversation just the day before, but at the time, he hadn't taken her words seriously. The police asked Joel to show them the medication Maria had been taking. He went to the bathroom and returned with a nearly full bottle of pills. This struck the officers as odd since, in cases where someone ends their life by overdosing on medication, it's unusual for the pills to be neatly put away afterward. Yet, there were no empty bottles, blister packs, or any containers visible near the body or anywhere in the room. The bottle Joel presented was almost full, suggesting that if Maria had taken any pills, it was a very small amount. Such a dose was unlikely to be fatal, but nothing could be concluded with certainty just yet. To get answers, an autopsy and a toxicology report would be necessary to determine what was in her system at the time of death. While the paramedics attempted to revive Maria and the police examined the scene, 5-year-old Alejandro and 2-year-old Valentina were peacefully asleep in a nearby room, completely unaware of the tragedy unfolding just steps away. Joel mentioned that he had already contacted his relatives, who were prepared to take care of the children temporarily until everything could be sorted out. What was wrong with Joel? Despite all efforts, the medical team was unable to save the young woman and mother of 2. The real cause of her passing remained unknown, but in the meantime, the police needed to thoroughly interview the only person who had been present during the incident, the grieving widower, who immediately became the prime suspect in the case. Joel was taken to the station for questioning, and everyone who saw him that day noted his unusual and erratic behavior. Of course, it could have been attributed to shock and the pain of loss, but nearly everything about him seemed suspicious. From his appearance and clothing, to his words and gestures. For one, he was sweating profusely. So much so that his clothes were soaked through and clung to his body. Secondly, why was Joel wearing surgical scrubs in the middle of the night at home when he wasn't even scheduled for a shift? Thirdly, his movements were frantic and exaggerated as if he was on edge, constantly jumping up from his seat like a puppet on strings. His statements were scattered and inconsistent, further raising doubts. All of this led authorities to suspect that he might have been under the influence of substances that could cause excessive sweating and heightened nervous agitation. Moreover, Joel seemed unaware that he was fidgeting with something small and crinkly in his hand. It turned out to be packaging from a catheter needle, the kind typically used for injecting substances into smaller veins. When the officers asked him what he was holding, Joel casually replied that it was just trash. Another odd detail was that Joel discreetly took and hid the pill bottle prescribed to his wife, the same one he had earlier brought from the bathroom to show the police. When asked where the medication had gone, he feigned surprise and claimed he had no idea. However, the officers were equipped with body cameras, and one of them had recorded the moment when Joel quietly pocketed the bottle. When they showed him the footage, Joel appeared embarrassed and eventually handed over the medication, saying that he might have grabbed it unconsciously due to the shock. Joel then began to explain that he and his wife had been going through a rough patch, balancing on the edge of divorce. He admitted that they hadn't been living together for several months, but hardly anyone among their relatives, friends, or colleagues knew about it. According to him, this situation had developed due to Maria's mental health struggles and depressive state. He claimed that he frequently visited the house to stay connected with the children, whom he missed dearly, and that he was also trying to reconcile with Maria to save their marriage. The widower stated that on the evening before the tragic incident, he had come to see his family, spent time with the kids, and after they went to bed, he and Maria had a long conversation. According to him, they cleared the air, reconciled, and later were intimate. He claimed that afterward, he went to take a shower, and when he returned to the bedroom, he found Maria unconscious. At first, he thought she had fallen asleep, but when he realized she wasn't responding and had stopped breathing, he immediately called emergency services and began trying to revive her. He could not explain why he had been wearing surgical scrubs at home that night. The autopsy revealed no clear answers. There were no visible signs of injury or struggle on Maria's body. She had passed away shortly before the medics arrived as her body was still warm, but the entire situation and circumstances felt very peculiar. Initially, there were three possible explanations: a voluntary act, a tragic accident, or a deliberate crime, which could not yet be ruled out. Joel insisted that on that fateful night, he and his wife had been intimate about half an hour before the incident. But experts found no evidence on Maria's body to support this. So it seemed Joel had lied, but why? Perhaps he wanted to create the impression that they had reconciled and were planning to get back together, even though that might not have been the case. The autopsy revealed that Maria's stomach was completely empty, an odd detail that cast doubt on her husband Joel's account. According to him, she had taken medication while he was in the shower, which he claimed lasted no more than 10 minutes. He said he found her unresponsive afterward, attempted CPR, and called emergency services, but by then, Maria had already passed. Yet, no known medication could act so swiftly or fatally in a young, healthy woman without any prior symptoms. Despite the mystery, medical experts concluded with confidence that the cause of death was poisoning by an unidentified substance, resulting in severe intoxication, respiratory failure, and eventual paralysis of the heart. The medical examiner also noted a small puncture mark on the inner side of Maria's right arm, near the elbow, consistent with an injection using a very fine needle. However, the placement raised immediate suspicion. The site was in a location that would have been extremely difficult, if not impossible, for Maria to inject herself. This anomaly prompted a full toxicology report to determine the exact substance involved, a process that would take time. When investigators informed Joel of their intent to search the house and asked for his permission, his reaction was noticeably uneasy. He claimed that Maria was a very private and modest person who wouldn't have wanted anyone sifting through her belongings. He added that a search was unnecessary if she had simply chosen to take her own life. His discomfort, however, only raised more questions. However, the authorities disagreed, pointing out that the exact cause of death had not yet been determined, and therefore, all possibilities were being considered, including foul play. Additionally, they mentioned that a search warrant would be obtained soon anyway, so Joel could make things easier and faster by just giving his permission. Left with no other option, Joel reluctantly agreed, although he clearly tensed up. It seemed he had intended to return home after the questioning to tidy up and possibly hide any evidence, as he had already tried to do with the pill bottle. Notably, the decision was made not to let him leave until all circumstances were fully investigated. The peculiarities began almost immediately when the scene was inspected. Joel had claimed that everything happened while he was in the shower, but the shower stall was completely dry. There were no puddles, no steam, and no droplets on the walls. Moreover, there was no wet towel anywhere that Joel could have used to dry off. In addition, the medicine cabinet was located in the same room where Joel had supposedly been showering. This meant that Maria would have had to quietly take the medication, consume a fatal dose, and then return the bottle back to the shelf without Joel noticing, all while he was just a few feet away. This scenario seemed improbable, but according to Joel, that's exactly how it happened. In the bedroom, tucked behind the leg of the bed, a police officer found a small intravenous butterfly catheter, the kind used to administer medication into peripheral veins. It appeared to have been tossed there, as if someone hoped it wouldn't be discovered. This discovery immediately reminded investigators of the crinkly packaging Joel had been nervously fidgeting with. He must have put it in his pocket, and under stress at the station, started playing with it in his hands. But the most significant find in the house was Maria's personal diary, which she had diligently kept for several years, filling it with her thoughts, emotions, and struggles. This diary became one of the key pieces of evidence in this complicated case, the diary of a betrayed wife. The young woman wrote about her deep fear of losing her husband, her desire to keep their family intact, and her concerns that the unhealthy atmosphere at home could negatively impact Alejandro and Valentina. She adored her children, who were the center of her world, and expressed doubts about whether she could ever forgive Joel for the way he had treated her. The more closely investigators examined the pages of the diary, the more it became clear that Joel was at the heart of Maria's anxiety and depression. It turned out that Joel had started seeing another woman a couple of years ago, and he wasn't just hiding it from Maria. He was practically living a double life, unwilling to give up either his wife or his lover. This situation caused Maria unbearable emotional pain. She wanted to keep the family together, so she didn't push Joel away, hoping he would come to his senses and return to her and the kids. At one point, she realized she couldn't handle the situation on her own and sought help from a specialist who prescribed antidepressants. However, Maria hardly took them, fearing side effects and the risk of dependency. Maria wrote about her plans to end her maternity leave. She was preparing intensely to pass the necessary exams to renew her medical license and return to work as a nurse anesthetist. But would a woman who was actively planning her future suddenly choose to end her own life? In the last month, however, the tone of her diary entries noticeably shifted. Maria no longer wrote about how much she was suffering or her wish to win back her husband. Instead, she expressed that it was time to let go of the past and move forward for the sake of her children and herself. She reflected on her readiness to give Joel a divorce, to let him go, but she still wanted to maintain a warm relationship with him. A friend's account. Next door to the house where the tragedy occurred lived a woman named Adriana, who was close friends with Maria. When she heard the sound of emergency sirens late that night, she immediately felt something was wrong. The following morning, she saw several police cars outside and approached to ask what had happened. The news of her friend's sudden passing left her in shock, and she said she wanted to speak with the investigators because she had information to share. Adriana confirmed that Maria and Joel had been living separately for about 5 months, though he frequently visited to see his wife and kids. According to her, the family had once seemed happy. But around 2 years ago, things started to change dramatically for the 40-year-old Joel. He first lost a significant amount of weight and began hitting the gym regularly. Soon after, he bulked up quickly, suggesting to Adriana that he might have been using some enhancements. He also became more attentive to his appearance, changing his hairstyle and overhauling his wardrobe. As Joel's physical appearance transformed, so did his personality, but not for the better. Adriana described him as becoming arrogant, self-centered, and aggressive. She suspected he might have been using some kind of banned substances, but Maria avoided discussing this topic whenever it came up. These changes in Joel were evident on his social media accounts. Once a humble man, a devoted family guy, and a loving husband who shared photos of his loved ones, Joel now seemed preoccupied with self-admiration. He frequently posted revealing pictures that highlighted his muscular physique, often accompanied by suggestive captions, hinting that he was open to new connections. According to Adriana, the family's problems started when Maria was pregnant with their second child. Joel was often absent, seemed irritated by everything, and openly spoke about wanting more freedom, expressing how the domestic life felt stifling to him. Maria tried to be understanding, hoping that he would change after their baby was born, but soon she found out that Joel was seeing someone else. The other woman. It didn't take long to uncover the identity of Joel's new love interest. She was a young surgical nurse named Janet Aranda, who worked in the same hospital as Joel and was well acquainted with Maria. In February 2018, while Maria was at home caring for their newborn daughter, Joel had taken a vacation to Spain with Janet. Maria eventually discovered the affair, but still made an effort to salvage their marriage. This led to a love triangle that persisted for 2 years. Janet's statement. Janet came to the station to give her statement as soon as she was requested, remaining calm and cooperative throughout. She confirmed that she had been in a relationship with Joel Pello for a couple of years, and that he had been living with her for the past few months. From the beginning of their affair, Aranda knew that Joel was still legally married and had 2 children, and she was also personally acquainted with Maria. Despite the situation, Janet was unfazed, confident that Joel would eventually choose her over his wife. Janet stated that Joel never spoke poorly of his spouse, nor did he make any threats or hint at harming her. He only complained that Maria was refusing to grant him a divorce. She insisted that she had no direct communication with Maria and harbored no ill feelings towards her. On the night of the tragedy, Janet had a solid alibi. She was on shift at the hospital, which cleared her as a suspect. Toxicology report findings. It took nearly 4 months to receive the comprehensive toxicology report, but the results were quite startling. The analysis revealed a mix of 7 potent substances in high concentrations in Maria's system. Each one, in the quantities found, could have been fatal to an adult, meaning there was no chance for her to survive. The most compelling detail in the case was the nature of the substances found, drugs typically reserved for surgical procedures, used to induce anesthesia, create a medically induced coma, or manage severe pain. Joel, working as a surgical assistant, had direct access to these medications at the hospital. His medical training gave him intimate knowledge of their effects, including the exact dosage required to be fatal. While this strongly suggested intent and premeditation, it still amounted to circumstantial evidence, not sufficient by itself to formally charge him with a major crime. Nevertheless, the turning point came when Joel, the primary suspect who had remained at large throughout the investigation, was arrested that same day at Janet's residence. He did not resist. In fact, Joel remained eerily composed, but immediately invoked his right to legal counsel, as he was now officially facing charges tied to premeditated criminal conduct. With this new development, investigators turned their attention back to Janet, convinced she knew far more than she had originally disclosed. Initially, Janet refused to talk, silent and guarded. But that changed when she was offered a deal, full legal immunity in exchange for complete cooperation and an honest, detailed account of everything she had concealed. The stakes were high. If she declined and Joel's guilt was confirmed, she risked being charged as an accomplice. Janet's testimony. Janet accepted the deal and revealed that Joel had been using certain substances, which he would steal from work. He often brought these drugs to her place and injected himself, slipping into a state of euphoria afterward. The substances had effects similar to prohibited drugs, and she managed to list 5 of them that she could recall. Interestingly, all of these were found in the deadly cocktail present in Maria's system. Janet's testimony, combined with the toxicology results, was enough to move the case to trial, reconstructing the events of the fatal night. During her interview, Janet disclosed that on September 21, 2020, as Joel was preparing to visit his wife, he made a peculiar comment that Maria's future would depend on their conversation that evening. Joel had no interest in a divorce. He liked maintaining 2 households, where he was welcomed by 2 women, both afraid to lose him. Additionally, a divorce would mean splitting assets with Maria and paying significant child support. Investigators theorized that Joel and Maria talked, but she remained firm in her decision to end the marriage. That's when he might have tricked her into ingesting something. And when she began to feel unwell, he offered to help by giving her an injection, one that was intentionally lethal. He acted decisively, administering a dose several times higher than what would be fatal, then waited until she stopped breathing before calling emergency services. This scenario explained the lack of struggle on Maria's body and the absence of any signs of the intimate encounter Joel claimed had occurred. If he had administered the injection to her left arm, it could have been interpreted as a voluntary act. But Maria was right-handed and wouldn't have been able to insert a catheter in such an awkward position on her dominant arm. The trial and verdict. The trial against Joel Pello began in March 2023, 2.5 years after the tragic incident. It was a challenging case because the prosecution's arguments relied mainly on circumstantial evidence. Without Janet's testimony, Joel might have slipped through the cracks without facing legal consequences. Another crucial piece of evidence was Maria's personal diary, which clearly indicated that she had no intention of ending her life. Her entries revealed plans for the future and a strong resolve to keep moving forward. In an effort to cover his tracks, the suspect disposed of the syringe he used to prepare the fatal injection for his wife, but he overlooked what happened to the needle itself. This oversight was likely caused by his impaired state, as he appeared to be under the influence of substances that clouded his judgment. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the defendant admitted to injecting his wife but insisted he was only trying to calm her down because she was behaving irrationally. He maintained that she had taken an excessive amount of her prescribed medication, and that the injection only intensified its effects, but on its own, it wasn't the direct cause of her death. Despite the defense team's strongest efforts to prove his innocence, on March 30, 2023, 45-year-old Joel Pello was found guilty of first-degree premeditated criminal conduct and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison, with parole eligibility only after serving at least 30 years. Priyanka. In a quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone is familiar with one another and life typically unfolds without surprises, the morning begins with an unexpected call to the police. Concerned neighbors gather, and bewildered family members try to make sense of it all. The house, at first glance, seems untouched, no sign of forced entry or struggle. Everything appears to be in order. Yet one unsettling detail breaks the illusion. A woman sits unnaturally calm in an armchair by the fireplace. Clues suggest a quick, meticulously executed act, but something doesn't quite align. Neighbors claim no one came or went during the night, and her husband maintains he left for his usual morning run, everything routine. Then why does a photograph rest on the table, showing the couple together, with the haunting caption, "Forever"? Let's begin a tale steeped in shadows, where every truth is buried beneath layers of careful deception. It was a quiet August morning in February 2010, just before dawn, around 5 a.m. As always, Satish was the first to rise. The house remained hushed, and he moved with practiced silence, careful not to disturb its peace. In Holy Mount, a serene neighborhood nestled in southern Bangalore, Satish was known as a modest man, someone who barely made a ripple in the lives around him. But beneath that quiet exterior were thoughts far more complex, ones that surfaced during his solitary morning runs. These moments were his, reserved for reflection on his career, his ambitions, and the future he imagined with Priyanka. At 5:40, as he stepped out the door, he paused, casting a final glance at the windows behind him. Inside, Priyanka was likely beginning her morning yoga, a ritual she held dear. These early hours grounded her, providing strength and clarity before the demands of the day took over. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. She taught mathematics at a prestigious school on Kanakapura Road, known for its high standards and demanding curriculum. Her colleagues and students saw her as a strict but caring teacher, and parents often expressed gratitude for the genuine attention she gave to their children. Satish and Priyanka had moved to Holy Mount a couple of years ago, renting a home on a quiet street where family bonds were strong and houses stood shielded from prying eyes. This was a neighborhood where neighbors had known each other for decades and rarely intruded into each other's personal lives, which suited Satish Gupta very well. Their life was calm and steady, and they blended in seamlessly with the other families around them. Although they rented, their house became a sanctuary, and Priyanka infused it with warmth and a cozy atmosphere, which even occasional guests felt when they came by for tea. But there were aspects of their life known only to them. They didn't have children, a topic that occasionally came up with others, but they didn't make an issue of it. Within their marriage, Satish and Priyanka found harmony. They were comfortable together, and it suited them to shape their future as they envisioned it. They had decided to channel their efforts into acquiring a home of their own. A real place of strength, where they could invest not only money, but also their hearts. About 2 months ago, this idea finally began to take shape. They chose a plot on the outskirts of the city, among hills and fields, where they would build their home. The anticipation of this project had become a new source of inspiration for them. Satish's morning route wound through quiet streets just beginning to stir, the city's early rhythm matching the flow of his thoughts. It was 6:40 a.m. when Satish returned from his run. His steps had slowed and his heartbeat was steadying. But then his phone vibrated, showing Priyanka's name on the screen. She rarely called him at this hour, so he immediately felt a sense of unease. Her voice was tense and anxious. She explained that 2 strangers had appeared near the house, introducing themselves as paper collectors, and asking if they had any old newspapers or scrap paper. It was a common enough request, but there was one strange thing. They looked at her in an unsettling way. In their neighborhood, it was rare to see anyone that early, especially collectors. Plus, the stores were still closed and the streets were empty. Satish's pulse quickened. He immediately told Priyanka not to go near the door, and promised he'd be back as soon as possible. Nearly running toward the house, he couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. The whole situation felt strange and illogical. And the closer he got to home, the stronger a cold fear took hold. As he reached the porch, he saw that the street was empty. The so-called collectors were gone. The porch was silent and still. He rang the doorbell, expecting Priyanka to answer right away, but there was no response. The silence felt too loud, too charged. He tried calling her again, but her phone was silent. His unease turned into genuine fear. Satish realized he didn't have a spare key, and Priyanka likely had her key on her. That meant he couldn't get inside, and with each passing second, his anxiety grew stronger. Almost feverish with worry, he decided to rush back to the office, where they kept an extra key. All he could do was hope that Priyanka was okay. When he finally returned and opened the door, his hands were trembling. He stepped inside, immediately sensing something was wrong. The air in the house was thick and tense, as if it concealed a terrible secret. As he entered the living room, Satish froze. Priyanka was there, tied to a chair, her arms bound to the armrests. A deep wound crossed her neck, and blood was slowly pooling on the floor. A chill ran through his body, as if everything inside him had turned cold. On autopilot, he reached for his phone, dialing for emergency services. The words he spoke sounded hollow, as if they didn't come from his own voice. He called the police, barely aware of what he was saying, as if in a trance. Officers from the Holy Mount precinct arrived almost immediately, but they didn't need a briefing on what awaited them inside. Each of them froze at the sight of the tragic scene unfolding in the living room. People accustomed to confronting brutal acts were struck by the sight of Priyanka, tied to the chair, amid the remnants of a once cozy home, now shattered by this horrific event. The lead investigator gave a composed order that no one was to touch the body or any furniture until the forensic team arrived. Though even he couldn't immediately pull his gaze away from the tragic scene. The room held no trace of the people who had done this. No obvious clue left behind. All that remained was pain, bitterness, and an overwhelming silence. Satish stood in shock, unable to look away from the scene unfolding before him. When his parents arrived, they rushed to his side, but he remained trapped in his own horror, as if numb to everything around him. Words failed everyone. Priyanka's parents didn't hear the terrible news until the next morning. In a house that, just a day before, had been filled with plans and hopes, now only a crushing silence lingered. All that remained of Satish's former life was memories. His sobs, punctuated by deep breaths, echoed through the empty house, leaving no space for sound, no room for peace. The officers, though accustomed to horrific scenes, tried to stay at a respectful distance, avoiding his gaze. The pain was too raw. One officer attempted to approach, offering him a glass of water, but Satish didn't respond. He seemed locked within his own thoughts, his stare fixed on the spot where life had once held its warmth. Meanwhile, the police began a thorough examination of the house, leaving no corner unchecked. Those two mysterious paper collectors Priyanka had mentioned became a particular point of interest. And officers immediately started questioning neighbors and others in the area. But to their surprise, no one had seen or heard of these individuals. The statements created a puzzle. Where had these strangers gone? Satish was adamant that they were the reason he felt alarmed enough to come back early from his run. Despite his certainty, a hint of doubt crept into the officers' minds. As they investigated further, another odd detail emerged. Cash and jewelry were missing. With difficulty, Satish explained that he had been setting aside money to buy his wife a car as a surprise anniversary gift. It was his little secret, a plan he had carefully saved for, intending to create a joyful surprise. But now, his savings were gone, along with Priyanka's jewelry, which had meant so much to her. The amount stolen made police wonder if this crime could have been a robbery. However, the absence of any sign of forced entry presented a mystery. It looked as if whoever committed this act knew exactly what they were looking for and had planned every detail. The following morning, Priyanka's family received her remains, and Satish took on the difficult task of arranging the ceremony for her cremation. The service was held in silence, broken only by the heavy sighs and quiet sobs of those in attendance. Friends and relatives, devastated by what had happened, came to pay their respects, struggling to believe the reality before them. Priyanka's parents stood by Satish, their faces reflecting an inexpressible grief and unanswered questions. Their daughter's life had ended so abruptly, so tragically, that they found it hard to grasp the truth of it all. While officers combed through the house, the story was quickly gaining public attention. Before the funeral was even over, reporters had gathered outside, eager for any information about what had happened. News of the tragedy spread across Bangalore, shocking a city that, though no stranger to crime, was deeply disturbed by this incident. The community demanded answers. People wanted to know who could have committed such an act, and what could have driven this level of cruelty. Calls for justice echoed from all sides and accusations of police inaction began to circulate. Satish felt time slipping away with the investigation seeming to stagnate. He couldn't accept this sense of injustice. One day, he walked to the police station and without going inside, sat down right outside the entrance. His resolve was clear. He would stay there until the police found the person responsible for his wife's death. With each passing day, his protests drew more attention. At first, passers-by stopped out of curiosity, but soon his silent demonstration became a talking point in the papers and on the news. Journalists began interviewing locals, many expressing sympathy, while criticism of the police grew. Why was the search taking so long when fresh clues should have been available? Why wasn't there more progress? Each day Satish returned to those stone steps, sitting in quiet mourning as people passed by, moved by his grief. Some paused to offer condolences, others brought him water, and occasionally he received notes of encouragement. The police, unsure of how to respond, tried to convince him to go home, assuring him they were doing everything possible, but Satish held firm. Meanwhile, the officers were not idle. They dug deep into every aspect of Satish and Priyanka's life, interviewing friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Every account they heard was the same. There were no signs of tension, no arguments between the couple. They had led a peaceful, happy life. And no one had a single doubt about their harmonious relationship. The investigators couldn't find evidence of enemies or grudges, leaving them with only more questions. All signs pointed to Satish and Priyanka as a typical, contented couple. What then was the motive? Everything suggested a robbery, but why had it turned so violent? As time wore on, public dissatisfaction with the investigation mounted. Satish's ongoing protest outside the station was intensifying public pressure, causing many to question the efficiency and transparency of the police. In a short span, he had become a symbol of perseverance, his story spreading like wildfire across the city. Now, all eyes were on the authorities, waiting for answers. On the evening of August 13th, several officers observed his silent vigil and finally decided to bring him inside. A flicker of hope sparked in Satish, perhaps a breakthrough at last. But what awaited him was not what he expected. Once inside the station, Satish found himself encircled by officers, their demeanors shifting from cordial to calculated. They began picking apart his statements, probing for the slightest inconsistency. The questions turned sharp, zeroing in on the timeline of that crucial morning. When had he left for his run? At what time did he receive Priyanka's call? Exactly when did he return? Satish did his best to answer clearly, but with each response, the atmosphere thickened. Then came a critical detail. Priyanka's call was logged at 5:55 a.m., yet according to Satish's account, he hadn't returned until around 6:40. Yet they pointed out that the distance didn't quite match the time he claimed it took him to return. The officers were starting to pick up on small discrepancies in Satish's account, which only raised their suspicions further. They pressed harder, asking for specifics about his actions that morning, his exact return time, and why he hadn't answered Priyanka's call immediately. Finally, they brought up the spare key he had reportedly gone back to the office to retrieve. Satish explained that he had entered the building briefly, grabbed the key from a drawer and left without delay. However, the officers revealed that surveillance footage showed he hadn't passed through the turnstile at all. He had only lingered at the entrance before leaving. With each new detail, Satish's nerves became more evident. Detecting this, the officers intensified their questioning, not allowing him room to avoid any answers. The question of how he could have retrieved the key without entering the office remained unresolved. Satish insisted he had gone inside, but the camera footage suggested otherwise. According to Satish, when he returned home, he unlocked the door and immediately found his wife's body. The sight had shocked him, but he claimed he had called the emergency services right away to report the tragedy. Satish maintained that when he entered, he was alone with Priyanka. Neighbors confirmed that they hadn't noticed anything unusual that day. Residents on the floors above and below even remarked that if anyone had been asking for old newspapers, they would have known as collectors in their area always visited each apartment in turn. But that hadn't happened, and this only added more confusion to the investigation. Determined to unravel the truth, police began analyzing Satish's statements closely, trying to piece together what had occurred in the Gupta household. Satish insisted he had hurried home after hearing about the suspicious visitors from Priyanka. But as detectives dissected his version of events, they uncovered numerous inconsistencies. The more he recounted his story, the more tangled the details became. Sitting across from the investigators, Sadish's face grew increasingly pale as they circled back to his statements, studying his every reaction. The officers watched him carefully, noting how his gaze shifted and how his hands trembled ever so slightly. Every gesture, every pause, every change in tone became a potential clue. During the interrogation, investigators reviewed Sadish and Priyanka's phone data, which raised further suspicions. Records showed that their phones were within the same cell tower range at the time of her death, indicating that Sadish was nearby, even though he claimed to be out on his morning run. The entire story grew increasingly contradictory, and Sadish became visibly uneasy with each new question. His tale of the paper collectors seemed less and less convincing, and detectives began to suspect there might be an entirely different motive behind this crime. When officers examined the items found around the house, their suspicions deepened. A pair of dirty gloves, a set of boots, and a sleeveless jacket with stains were hidden in a dark corner under the stairs, as if deliberately placed out of sight. A pack of cigarettes also caught their attention. Neither Sadish nor Priyanka smoked, but there it was on the floor, as if someone had either carelessly left it behind, or intended to mislead the investigation. Forensic experts began to wonder, who could have left these peculiar clues? The autopsy report added new and disturbing details. Priyanka had not only suffered a wound to the neck, but was also strangled beforehand, followed by several non-lethal cuts to her abdomen. These injuries pointed to a calculated level of cruelty. Furthermore, there were no signs of struggle on her body, suggesting that she hadn't resisted the assault. Had this been a typical robbery, Priyanka would likely have tried to defend herself, and signs of a struggle would have been evident. Yet forensic analysis found none. When Sadish informed the police that cash and jewelry were missing from the house, they decided to conduct a thorough search of every nook and cranny. Surprisingly, despite his claims, a significant amount of cash, around 100,000 rupees, was discovered hidden in a discreet spot within the house. This raised new questions. How could Sadish have overlooked such a large amount? If this had truly been a robbery, the perpetrator would likely have taken everything of value. Further investigation revealed that Priyanka's earrings, a ring, and a necklace also hadn't been taken, which cast serious doubt on the robbery theory. During yet another interrogation, the detectives confronted Sadish with direct questions, showing him photos of Priyanka's jewelry. These items were valuable, and if a thief had indeed broken into the house, they would have taken them. Sadish hesitated, fumbling with his answers as the questions became increasingly pointed. His responses grew inconsistent, and the foundation of his story seemed shakier than ever. The investigators began to suspect that a more complex motive lay behind the crime, something deeper than a simple burglary. They began wondering if hidden tensions in Sadish and Priyanka's relationship might have led to this tragedy. As the questioning intensified, Sadish grew visibly more anxious. His responses became muddled, his sentences more disjointed. Initially, he denied any involvement in the crime, but as the pressure mounted, he finally broke down. At first, his voice was soft, uncertain, but then, as if something within him gave way, he confessed. Sadish and Priyanka's story appeared to have started as a classic arranged marriage. In February 2007, their families agreed to the union, and although both Sadish and Priyanka initially consented, differences began to emerge over time. Sadish, a native of Bangalore, had strong family ties and was raised with a deep sense of tradition and respect for his parents. His loyalty to his family was unwavering, and frequent visits to his parents felt natural to him. Priyanka, however, came from Uttar Pradesh, where she was used to greater independence and believed Sadish's primary duty was to her and their household, not to his parents. She expected his undivided attention, even suggesting at one point that he replace his family pendant with a locket bearing her photo, symbolizing that she should now be the focus of his life. Sadish tried to find a compromise, but a couple of years into the marriage, the tensions grew worse. Priyanka persistently urged him to move into a separate home further from his family. Although it was difficult for him, Sadish eventually agreed, hoping that the move would ease the strain on their relationship. They rented an apartment in the Holy Mount neighborhood and for a while, things between them seemed to improve. But soon, Priyanka began pressuring him again. This time demanding that he reduce contact with his family, especially when his father's business encountered difficulties, and they needed some financial support. Satish wanted to help his parents, but Priyanka adamantly opposed it, forbidding him even from calling them. Resentment and anger built within Satish with each of Priyanka's remarks, especially considering that she maintained close daily contact with her own parents. For him, this was unbearable. Satish's resentment continued to fester, his disappointment gradually morphing into hatred, though he kept his emotions tightly concealed. By April 2010, it appeared things were finally improving. The couple had just bought a plot of land where they envisioned building their dream home. Family and friends gathered to celebrate the groundbreaking, offering their blessings and support. But the mood shifted abruptly when Priyanka refused to allow Satish's parents onto the property, stating that the land belonged solely to her and Satish, that his parents had no place in their future home. At the time, Satish was preoccupied with the ceremonial proceedings and only learned of the confrontation later from friends. The news hit him like a blow. He was stunned and deeply humiliated. In that moment, a line had been crossed, and he knew he would never truly forgive her. From then on, a quiet plan began to take shape in his mind, one he kept buried beneath the surface. Outwardly, he maintained the role of a loving, attentive husband, making every effort to convince Priyanka, and everyone else, that he had let the incident go. To those around them, it seemed as though their marriage had entered a harmonious new chapter, with the land purchase symbolizing a stronger, more united future. Yet deep within, entirely different emotions were brewing. He was developing his plan, masking it behind polite smiles and gestures of affection. Soon after, Priyanka began to experience health issues, prompting her mother to take her to Kerala for treatment involving Ayurvedic therapy. She stayed there for about 6 weeks, during which Satish frequently called her, kept up affectionate conversations, and even visited a few times, playing the role of a loving husband. This was all part of his act. He knew that by creating the image of a supportive spouse, he would leave no one suspicious of any malicious intent. When Priyanka returned home in early August, Satish had a surprise waiting. Aiming to strengthen her trust, he blindfolded her and led her into the living room. There, he removed the blindfold to reveal a large photograph capturing one of their happier moments together. The image, seemingly depicting an ideal family life, moved Priyanka deeply, and she felt herself trusting him again. Satish continued giving such gifts over the following days, reinforcing her belief that their relationship had finally reached a place of harmony. By the morning of August 10th, Satish had prepared a new surprise for Priyanka, one with an entirely different intention. He woke her up, hinting that he had something special planned and suggested blindfolding her to enhance the surprise. Priyanka agreed, suspecting nothing, and Satish gently guided her to a chair, explaining it was all part of their game. When her hands were secured to the armrests, he continued as if everything was going according to plan. This gift would be her last. Eager to see what she thought was another thoughtful gesture, Priyanka even suggested he tie her hands so she wouldn't accidentally ruin the surprise. Smiling, full of trust, she allowed him to use a nylon rope completely unaware of what was about to happen. She tried guessing what the surprise might be. Perhaps a diamond necklace, she thought out loud. But instead of jewelry, Satish skillfully slipped the rope around her neck and began to tighten it. Priyanka, realizing the horror of the situation, struggled to free herself. But with her wrists firmly bound, she couldn't move. Satish stood silently watching her, taking in her tightly shut lips and wide terror-filled eyes. He kept pulling the rope until he was certain she was no longer breathing. But still unsure, he reached for a pair of gloves he had prepared to avoid leaving any evidence. With chilling composure, he then took a knife, and in a final act, cut her throat to ensure there was no chance she would survive. Knowing he now needed an alibi, Satish took Priyanka's phone and called his own number, making it appear as though she tried to reach him. After shutting off both phones, he went out for his usual morning run, where he conveniently encountered a friend. Someone he knew could later vouch for his whereabouts if questions arose. He returned home around 6:40 a.m., locked the door from the outside, and calmly walked to his parents' house, about 3 miles away. There, he borrowed his father's car and drove to his workplace, pausing briefly at the entrance to create another layer to his alibi. Leaving the car back at his parents' house, Suddish walked home where the police were already waiting. As the police began scrutinizing his story, the first cracks appeared. On the surface, Suddish's account seemed plausible, but as investigators spoke with Priyanka's family, troubling details emerged. Priyanka's relatives revealed that her married life with Suddish had been far from happy. They claimed that right after the wedding, Suddish and his family had begun to pressure Priyanka, sometimes even harassing her over minor issues. Many times she had called her parents, crying and seeking comfort. But they had tried to reassure her, urging her to be patient and believing things would eventually improve. 2 years into their marriage, when the situation became unbearable, Priyanka suggested to Suddish that they move into a place of their own. In February 2010, they began renting an apartment in Holy Mount, hoping the change would ease tensions and help repair their relationship. However, the distance from his family did little to alter their attitude toward her. By the time of the crime, Suddish's plan had fully formed and every detail began falling into place. According to Priyanka's relatives, they believed his family might have been aware of his intentions and perhaps even supported him, though there was no evidence to confirm this. As the investigation deepened, the police increasingly turned their attention to Suddish, gradually piecing together evidence that led to his arrest. His trial dragged on for several years, shrouded in speculation and debate about what had truly driven his actions. Then, on July 28, 2017, the verdict was delivered. Suddish was found guilty of the crime against Priyanka, as well as for tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison and ordered to pay a fine of 225,000 rupees, a judgment that stirred fresh waves of public interest and commentary. Behind bars, with his future irrevocably altered, Suddish began assisting fellow inmates in their studies. His efforts helped some obtain educational qualifications, giving a sliver of meaning to his time in confinement. Years later, he sought to have his sentence reduced, pointing to his contributions within the prison system. But the court stood firm, unmoved by his appeal. And so, the grim tale reached its conclusion, a narrative woven with deception, half-truths, and buried intentions. When the truth finally surfaced, it left behind only silence and a trail of unanswered questions. As in life, this case served as a stark reminder: what lies behind closed doors often remains far more complex and darker than anyone dares to imagine. Moving on to the next case. Tammy Tracy. In 1987, 19-year-old Tammy Tracy lived in Rockford, Illinois, and worked as a dental assistant. She had graduated from Auburn High School the year before. Tammy was last seen on May 27, 1987, when she visited Searles Park to have her car waxed. Law enforcement searched for her for nearly a year. Billboards were put up to enlist public help in finding Tammy. Nearly a year later, on April 15, 1988, a bird watcher discovered her body in the Sugar River Forest Preserve in Durand. She was identified through dental records. An autopsy showed that she had been fatally shot. She had also been stabbed. On April 21st, she was laid to rest. In the picture, Richard Galvanoni reached out to touch her casket. He was the head of the Rockford Police Department's Detective Bureau who led the initial investigation into the case. Investigators said throughout the years that they were close to making an arrest. In February 2018, Tammy's mom, Linda Tracy, said, "I want to make sure they get him before I pass away." Early in February 2020, investigators claimed that they knew who took Tammy's life, but they were still working to accumulate the evidence needed to prove it. It's just a matter of having that one little piece of information that puts us over the hump that we could prove it in court. Finally, in November 2020, an arrest was made. 64-year-old Jesse Smith was arrested in Albany, Georgia, and indicted by a Winnebago County grand jury. He was a resident of Rockford at the same time Tammy's life was taken. Winnebago County State's Attorney, Marilyn Ross, said that Tammy and Jesse knew each other but did not elaborate. She also said that it would be inappropriate to talk about the new evidence that led to the arrest, and she also did not say what the motive was. Winnebago County Sheriff Gary Caruana and Rockford Police Chief Dan O'Shea both credited the tenacity of investigators for their work in leading to the arrest. Jesse Smith was initially held at Dougherty County Jail in Georgia before being extradited to Winnebago County. He faced a $5,000,000 bond. His attorney, Christopher Durango, revealed that Rockford police had obtained a letter from Jesse's ex-girlfriend, found in a safety deposit box, claiming he was responsible for Tammy's death. However, since the ex-girlfriend passed away several years ago, Durango argued that the evidence might not be strong enough. Tammy's mother, Linda, released a statement following the arrest. "We want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the Rockford Police Department, the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office, Illinois State Police, and the Task Force. Thanks also to Lamar Advertising and Tricky Enterprises for their billboard support over the years. My heart is full of gratitude for all the prayers, messages, and calls. They meant so much to us. Tammy is finally resting, smiling down on all of you. At last we have found peace." Moving on to the next case. The Cho family. Betrayal in relationships isn't a crime and carries no legal penalty. Yet, it's a conscious act that wounds someone who has placed their full trust in you. Such betrayals can inflict deep emotional pain and sometimes trigger a series of events that escalate into real crimes. It's no surprise that Dante deemed betrayal the gravest of sins, sentencing traitors to the ninth circle of hell. From the very start, the story of Katie Cho felt unusual. At first, investigators wondered if the young woman had fled her strict parents, been kidnapped by one of her many online admirers, or taken an impulsive trip with someone without informing anyone. There was even suspicion that her parents might have had a hand in her disappearance. Sadly, Katie was never seen alive again. Strange behavior among people in her circle only deepened doubts. For over a year, the case went cold, until unexpected evidence emerged from the most unlikely source. Amazingly, the culprit had been right under everyone's noses the entire time, even managing to pass a polygraph test. Henry and Deborah Cho, Katie's parents, originally came from a small province in Taiwan. In 1989, they moved to the United States, settling in Renton, Washington, a city just outside Seattle. When they arrived, the couple barely spoke any English, making it very challenging to adapt to their new surroundings. They led a quiet, private life, seldom interacting with neighbors or the wider community. On April 21, 1991, they had their only child, a daughter named Katie. Unlike her reserved parents, Katie was cheerful, outgoing, and full of life. She naturally made friends easily, but her childhood was governed by strict discipline based on her parents' cultural values. Katie wasn't allowed to have friends over and had to constantly report her whereabouts and companions. As she grew older, this oppressive environment became increasingly difficult for her. Though Katie obeyed her parents, the rules often left her feeling stifled and lonely. In high school, Katie created several profiles on social media platforms, where she freely shared details about herself, her hobbies, and her life. Through these platforms, she found ways to socialize and bypass some of the restrictions her parents imposed. She even gained a modest level of online popularity, which helped her cope with her lack of freedom in the real world. When Katie began dating and showing interest in boys, her father's disapproval grew harsher. Henry criticized every young man she spent time with, deeply disliking the more relaxed and independent lifestyles of American teenagers. He firmly believed that his daughter should marry someone from Taiwan, not a local. Henry often confided in Deborah about his growing disappointment with life in America. He expressed regret about emigrating and frequently mentioned his desire to return to their homeland. The popular guy and the best friend. In the February, 18-year-old Katie Cho was in her senior year of high school when she began a romantic relationship with a young man named Ezekiel, or just Zeke Watkins. Zeke was 2.5 years older than Katie, but had attended the same Renton High School, so they had known each other since their teenage years. The relationship lasted only a couple of months, and during that time, Zeke never once visited Katie's home. They would meet in neutral places, or spend time at Zeke's apartment, which he shared with a friend. The reason for this was simple. Mr. Cho strongly disapproved of Zeke. He found the young man's unconventional appearance and bold behavior completely unacceptable. Zeke was a musician and had been a popular figure since his high school days. He always had plenty of admirers and frequently changed girlfriends. When he began to show interest in Katie, she was overjoyed. She was so determined to keep seeing him that she defied her parents' wishes and occasionally lied to her father to sneak out on dates with Zeke. However, after the new year, Katie's relationship with Zeke ended just as abruptly as it had started. Zeke's interest in her faded, and he soon began pursuing other young women. His new romantic interest turned out to be Jamie Marlowe, one of Katie's classmates and her closest friend. Whether it was intentional or not, the situation devastated Katie. Katie had genuinely loved Zeke. It was her first serious romantic relationship, something that had felt meaningful and full of potential. She was not ready to let go of him so easily and was determined to win him back. Naturally, her friendship with Jamie crumbled, and Katie now viewed her former best friend as both a rival and an enemy. At first, people around them assumed that Katie and Zeke had ended things on good terms, and continued to maintain a friendly relationship. Before long, though, Katie began going on dates with other young men, seemingly trying to prove to herself, to those around her, and especially to Zeke, that she was still desirable. However, this unorthodox approach and Katie's desperate attempts to reconnect with Zeke ultimately led to a tragedy. Where did Katie go? On April 19, 2010, Henry and Deborah Cho contacted local law enforcement to report their daughter missing. The night before, Sunday, Katie had gone out with friends, taking only her phone, and had not returned home. According to her parents, she was supposed to be back by 8:30 p.m. But when she didn't arrive at the agreed time, her father tried calling her. Strangely, Katie didn't pick up. It was completely out of character for Katie to ignore her father's calls, which immediately raised concerns. At 9:30 p.m., Henry Cho received a message from his daughter, Katie. She said she was having coffee with a friend at the local mall and would be home a little late. Naturally, this behavior frustrated her father, but he and his wife patiently waited for her to return. When midnight came and went without any sign of Katie, and her phone had been turned off, her parents grew increasingly alarmed. They began calling Katie's friends, but no one had seen her that evening. Taking matters into their own hands, Henry and Deborah went to the shopping mall themselves. By that time, the mall was already closed, except for the movie theater and a few cafes. But Katie was nowhere to be found. The tension in the Chu household continued to build, but the couple still hoped their rebellious daughter had simply stayed out too late and would return soon. By morning, with no word from her, Henry and Deborah went to the police station to file a missing person report. Katie did not show up for school that day. This immediately alarmed her teachers and classmates, as she had always been a diligent student who never skipped classes without a valid reason. On top of that, it turned out that Katie had not arranged to meet any friends the night before, leading her parents to suspect that she might have lied to them and gone on a date. The question was, with whom? This was something the police would need to figure out. The first suspect. Although Katie was only days away from turning 19, investigators treated her disappearance with the utmost seriousness from the very beginning. They immediately launched a search, interviewing her friends and acquaintances in an effort to gather any information that might provide a lead. Unfortunately, their efforts initially led nowhere. Detectives reached out to the cell phone provider and discovered that Katie's phone had last connected to a network at 9:30 p.m. The signal came from a local park bordering a large, marshy area. This revelation raised troubling questions. Katie had not been at the mall, as she had claimed. Instead, she had been in the park where she sent her last message to her father before turning off her phone. And it had not been turned on since. Detectives decided their first course of action would be to speak with Katie's ex-boyfriend Zeke Watkins and brought him in for questioning. The young man appeared visibly nervous but seemed genuinely concerned about Katie's disappearance. Zeke told investigators that he and Katie had broken up about 3 months earlier, but had remained friends. According to him, they had both moved on and were seeing other people, so there were no hard feelings between them. He even went on to suggest that Katie had been dating multiple people at the same time, although he claimed not to know the names of any of her supposed new romantic interests. When questioned about his whereabouts on the night his ex-girlfriend, Katie Chu, disappeared, Zeke explained that he had been at home with his roommate, Joe Carpenter. The two shared an apartment and had spent the evening playing video games until around 3 a.m., after which they went to bed. Zeke's alibi was supported by a neighbor who also knew Katie from school and was eager to help the police with their investigation. Zeke admitted that Katie had messaged him earlier that evening, asking to meet up. However, he told her he had other plans because he simply didn't feel like going out. The truth, he explained, was that Katie often tried to reconnect with him, and he assumed she wanted to discuss their relationship again. Not wanting to have that conversation, he made an excuse about being busy. On the surface, Zeke's story seemed believable. Still, investigators were reluctant to remove him from the list of potential suspects. His alibi had only been corroborated by his roommate, so detectives asked Zeke to take a polygraph test. After some hesitation, he agreed. The results largely confirmed his account, though a few of his responses weren't entirely clear. Investigators noted this as a minor discrepancy within the standard margin of error. Ultimately, they decided Zeke was unlikely to be involved in Katie's disappearance, and released him from further questioning. The next person investigators brought in for questioning was Jamie Marlowe, Katie's former best friend. The two had fallen out over Zeke, but their conflict had never escalated into an open confrontation, at least not publicly. Still, their friends were well aware of the tension between them. As previously mentioned, Katie had been trying to win Zeke back, a situation that understandably upset his new girlfriend, Jamie. But could Jamie have taken matters into her own hands and harmed Katie? It was a difficult question to answer. Jamie's behavior during the interview raised some eyebrows. She seemed unusually shaken and appeared close to tears while answering the detective's questions. When asked about her demeanor, Jamie attributed her emotional state to the stress of the situation. She admitted to having fought with Katie because Zeke had left Katie for her. However, Jamie firmly stated that she had no intention of giving up on Zeke as she too had strong feelings for him. Despite the tension between the two former friends, Jamie's alibi for the night of Katie's disappearance was solid. She had been attending a family celebration at a relative's house in a neighboring town. Jamie left the event just after midnight and went home with her parents and 2 older sisters. Her story was verified, and Jamie was quickly ruled out as a suspect. What were the parents hiding? Many of Katie Cho's friends noted that she was not only active on social media but also used dating sites, where she sometimes met new people. Recently, she had been going on dates with several young men, and rumors even suggested she was involved with multiple partners at once. Yet, no one seemed to know the identities of these mysterious individuals. Investigators believe that many answers could be found on Katie's laptop, which contained her accounts and private messages. However, the police soon encountered an unexpected obstacle. Katie's parents refused to allow them into the house, barred access to her room, and wouldn't let them take any personal belongings. Henry and Deborah's behavior appeared suspicious to investigators, as if they were hiding something. Authorities tried to explain that Katie's laptop might hold critical clues, perhaps the name of someone who wished her harm or was linked to her disappearance, and that specialists needed to access her online accounts. Despite this, Henry and Deborah stood firm and refused to cooperate. They insisted that they would take the laptop to a programmer they knew, who would unlock Katie's profiles. They promised to look through the contents themselves first, and then hand everything over to the police. On April 21st, investigators summoned Katie's parents for questioning, and suggested that they take a polygraph test. Deborah broke down in tears immediately, saying she could not go through with it. Henry reluctantly agreed, but he was clearly on edge. His behavior during the test was highly emotional. He would alternate between shouting and breaking down in tears while answering questions, In the end, Henry failed the polygraph, further intensifying suspicions surrounding the couple. Determined to uncover the truth, detectives decided to speak with the Chu's neighbors, and what they learned was intriguing. The neighbors explained that Henry and Deborah had moved into the house in 1989 after immigrating to the United States. But over the course of 20 years, they had never formed close friendships. The Cho family was known for keeping to themselves. They rarely socialized, never invited anyone into their home, and avoided visiting others. Even Katie's friends had never been allowed inside the house. The Chus weren't described as rude, they were simply private people who kept the outside world at arm's length. Henry and Deborah were deeply concerned about Katie's reputation and had always been wary of her friends and social activities. This concern, according to the investigators, explained their refusal to release the laptop. They wanted to know what their daughter had been involved in before handing it over. But why did they fail the polygraph? The answer turned out to be relatively simple. That day, April 21st, was Katie's birthday. She had been missing for 3 days, and her parents were at an emotional breaking point. Overwhelmed by worry, fear, and grief, they knew they were unlikely to pass the test because of their mental and emotional state. A few days later, Henry returned to the station voluntarily with Katie's laptop. This time, he agreed to take another polygraph test. The results showed that Henry was telling the truth, clearing him of any involvement in his daughter's disappearance. Katie's 8. Admirers. Katie Cho's parents feared that her laptop might contain private photos or videos that could damage her reputation, and they were determined to keep this from becoming public. Fortunately, nothing of the sort was found. However, investigators discovered that Katie had been chatting with 8 different young men online, and had gone on at least a couple of dates with each of them. Katie enjoyed male attention and often boasted about it to her friends. Some speculated that she was trying to make Zeke jealous. Regardless of her motives, every one of these young men now had to be investigated for any connection to Katie's disappearance. Thanks to her message history, police were able to identify their names, phone numbers, and even the dates and locations where Katie had met with them. Over the next couple of days, detectives managed to track down all 8 individuals and bring them in for questioning. The youngest was 17 years old, and the oldest was 24. Katie had met all of them online, and none of them had known each other previously. She had been the one to initiate contact and arrange the dates, but it was clear that she hadn't been in a serious relationship with any of them. Still, investigators considered the possibility that one of them had developed strong feelings for Katie, perhaps even to the point of becoming possessive or jealous. 5 of the young men had solid, verifiable alibis for the night Katie disappeared. 2 had been out of town, 1 was working an overnight shift, another was recovering in the hospital after a car accident, and 1 had spent the entire night at a bar with friends, a claim backed up by security camera footage. The remaining 3, who did not have airtight alibis, agreed to take polygraph tests and were cleared of any involvement in Katie's disappearance. A dead end in the investigation. For several weeks, search teams combed through the marshy area behind the park where Katie's phone signal had last been detected. Despite their best efforts, no trace of her was found. Investigators also came up empty-handed when searching for witnesses who might have seen Katie in the park that evening. Flyers with Katie's photo were posted throughout the city, and groups were formed on social media where friends and acquaintances shared information and theories about her disappearance. News outlets ran segments about the case, urging anyone with relevant information to come forward. The police received hundreds of tips from people claiming to have seen Katie the night she vanished, or even later, across different parts of the city. Unfortunately, every lead turned out to be a false alarm. In each case, it was a different young woman with a similar appearance, often of Asian descent. The investigation quickly reached a dead end. With no new evidence, leads, or witnesses to follow, progress stalled. By this point, few doubted that Katie was no longer alive. However, the mystery remained. What had happened to her? And who was responsible? The fear lingered that a dangerous individual was still out there, posing a potential threat to others. An unexpected clue. In April 2011, A year after Katie Cho's disappearance, some of her friends noticed something odd. Jamie Marlowe, who was still dating Zeke Watkins at the time, had started wearing black high-top sneakers with white platforms and distinctive lacing, exactly like the pair Katie had bought just weeks before she vanished. The shoes were unique enough that it was difficult to confuse them with any other pair. By then, Katie's former classmates had graduated high school and moved on with their lives, rarely seeing each other. Still, the rumor about Jamie's shoes spread quickly. Someone even managed to snap a photo of her wearing them and shared it on social media. Not long after, police received a call from a man named Giovanni Candelario, who claimed to have important information regarding Katie's disappearance. Giovanni was a friend of Joe Carpenter, Zeke Watkins' roommate. Back in April of the previous year, Giovanni had been staying at their apartment temporarily following a fight with his girlfriend. Despite this, he hadn't come up in the investigation and was never questioned by the police. He admitted to knowing Katie through mutual friends, questioned by the police. He admitted to knowing Katie through mutual friends, though they had never been particularly close. Giovanni told police that on April 18, 2010, the night Katie disappeared, Zeke hadn't returned home at 8 p.m., as he originally claimed. Instead, Giovanni recalled Zeke arriving closer to midnight. At the time, Giovanni had been playing a video game, but couldn't help noticing that Zeke was covered in mud. When Giovanni asked him about it, Zeke explained that he had been riding his bike off-road, fallen into a puddle, and gotten dirty. Shortly after, Zeke asked Joe Carpenter to come outside with him. Giovanni wasn't sure how long the two were gone because he had fallen asleep. When detectives asked Giovanni why he hadn't come forward sooner, he admitted that he hadn't thought much of the detail at the time. Zeke had been quickly ruled out as a suspect, and Giovanni himself was never asked to provide a statement. However, after witnessing Zeke's increasingly strange and aggressive behavior, and especially after noticing that Jamie was now wearing shoes identical to Katie's, Giovanni decided it was time to go to the police. At first, investigators were skeptical of Giovanni's story. They suspected he may have had a falling out with Zeke and was trying to get back at him. Nevertheless, his claims needed to be verified, so detectives brought Joe Carpenter in for another round of questioning, a chilling confession. Initially, Carpenter stuck to the same version of events he had given a year earlier. However, when investigators confronted him with Giovanni's statements, Carpenter's demeanor suddenly changed. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "What kind of sentence am I looking at for covering up a crime? Is there any way to reduce it if I cooperate?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carpenter struck a deal with the police. In exchange for leniency, he agreed to tell them everything he knew and to reveal where Katie's remains could be found. Carpenter went to great lengths to minimize his role in the events, insisting he had never wanted to lie to investigators in the first place. According to him, he had only kept quiet because he feared Zeke might harm him too. He confirmed that Zeke returned home around midnight that night, covered in mud. Carpenter also recalled seeing a fresh cut near Zeke's ear, which had gone unnoticed during the investigation because Zeke had a beard at the time. The shocking revelation. Zeke Watkins told his roommate, Joe Carpenter, that he needed help. He asked Joe to grab a small shovel from the trunk of his car. The two of them walked together into the marshy area behind the park, trudging through about 50 yards of overgrown brush. There, they stopped near Katie Cho's lifeless body. Zeke claimed that everything had happened accidentally, that he had only been defending himself, and begged Joe to help him hide the body. Together, they dragged the body deeper into the dense thicket, moving another several dozen yards until the brush became nearly impassable. There, they dug a shallow grave, placed Katie inside, and covered her with dirt and branches. Even a year later, Joe was able to lead investigators to the exact burial spot, using a large fallen tree nearby as a marker. Zeke was arrested the same day, but he vehemently denied committing a crime, insisting that it had been an accident. He admitted that he had agreed to meet Katie that day after she messaged him, but he claimed she had been aggressive and confrontational. According to Zeke, Katie was still trying to reconcile with him, and had openly told him as much. To avoid drawing attention, Zeke suggested they walk to the marshy area nearby to continue their conversation. Once there, the argument escalated. Zeke claimed that Katie's behavior became even more heated. At some point, he pulled out a knife that he always carried with him. He insisted he had no intention of hurting her, and only wanted to scare her enough to make her back off so he could leave. However, when Katie saw the knife, she allegedly lunged at him, striking his arm, which caused him to accidentally cut himself. A struggle ensued, and Zeke claimed he had no idea how the knife ended up in Katie's neck. Realizing she was no longer breathing, he panicked. Instead of calling for help, he went home and asked Joe for assistance without fully explaining what had happened. Joe, though clearly in shock, agreed to help hide the body. Together, they came up with an alibi and stuck to it. Since Giovanni Candelario had been staying at their apartment without anyone knowing, he was never questioned by the police during the initial investigation. The trial and verdict. When Katie's body was recovered from the shallow grave, the state of decomposition was so advanced that DNA testing had to be performed to confirm her identity. The forensic evidence, however, told a very different story than Zeke's version of events. The medical examiner discovered over a dozen knife wounds on Katie's body, including a fatal cut to her throat that was likely the cause of death. There was no plausible way to classify this as an accident. It was a brutal and intentional act. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Zeke continued to deny his guilt. He insisted it had been self-defense and that Katie had been wounded accidentally during their struggle. Investigators also determined that the final message sent to Katie's father from her phone had actually been written and sent by Zeke himself, an attempt to buy more time before anyone realized she was missing. During the trial, Zeke admitted that Katie had been following him and trying to interfere in his new relationship with Jamie Marlowe. However, he refused to acknowledge that he had intentionally harmed her. When asked why he had removed Katie's sneakers after her death, Zeke's response was chilling. He said the shoes were a gift for Jamie because she liked them, and he had wanted to make her happy. Jamie Marlowe testified in court as a witness. She admitted that she immediately recognized the sneakers Zeke had given her, and suspected they had belonged to Katie Cho. When she heard about Katie's disappearance, she said it became clear to her that Zeke had done something terrible. However, Jamie didn't go to the police because, as she explained, she was afraid of him. She faced no criminal charges and escaped legal consequences. Giovanni Candelario, who came forward with key information, was also not prosecuted and served only as a witness. Meanwhile, Joe Carpenter, Zeke's roommate who cooperated with investigators, received a suspended sentence for hiding evidence and giving false testimony. On July 26, 2011, Ezekiel Watkins was convicted of premeditated murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Zeke betrayed Katie twice, first by abandoning her for her best friend, and then by luring her to a remote spot where he took her life. How he managed to pass the polygraph test remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Roxana Valdez. Where is the threshold that, once crossed, marks the point of no return? How does an ordinary woman go from being a devoted wife and cherished mother to becoming a ruthless killer, ultimately polarizing an entire nation? And how does her name become a fixture in local conversations and dominate newspaper headlines for years to come? Roxana Valdez might hold the answer. Killers don't wear signs. They don't stand out at dinner. Sometimes, they share our homes, indistinguishable from those who never cross that line. They look like everyone else, until they don't. That's why no one could have predicted what Roxana would do on that spring evening of April 5, 2014. And once the truth came to light, the disbelief was overwhelming. But to understand the story, we must go back to where it all began. Roxana's past remains mostly a mystery. Despite the determined efforts of numerous Chilean journalists eager to uncover her story, almost nothing surfaced about Roxana Valdez. Her criminal record offered only the barest trace. Born in 1957 in a remote village in the province of Punta Arenas, Chile, nothing more. Some speculate this void of information stemmed from a desire to protect her family, as the tight-knit local population, known for their fiery temperaments and distinct traditions, might have sought vengeance, turning her relatives' lives into a nightmare. Roxana was married, though for reasons still unclear, the identity of her husband remains absent from public records and media coverage. The two had a son together. But it's evident that their marriage didn't reflect the fairy tale many envision. It ended in 2011. Left to raise her child alone, Roxana faced immense hardship in a village where opportunities were few and far between. Agriculture was the heartbeat of the region, with most residents growing and selling produce. Even local schools emphasized farming as the central focus of education. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. It was in this setting that Roxana found employment at the Don Gregorio boarding school, which trained students to become agricultural technicians. She worked as a night supervisor at the school, ensuring that students slept at night and did not engage in unruly activities. Her responsibilities didn't include the actual upbringing of the children. Roxana's son also attended this boarding school, as she worked in the fields during the day and couldn't give him the attention he needed. At the same boarding school where Roxana worked, Claudio Munoz Ramirez held the position of head of grounds maintenance. His duties often required him to work during the night, which is how he came to meet Roxana. Despite being 14 years younger than her, they found much to talk about. Roxana would spend entire nights discussing school affairs and her own failed marriage with Claudio. They had common ground in their personal lives as well. Claudio had 2 daughters whom he adored, but felt disconnected from their mother, contemplating divorce several times. However, he remained in the marriage due to a promise he had made to her late father. Over time, Claudio seemingly forgot his promise and began spending his free time with Roxana away from his family. Eventually, he made a decisive move. Without explaining himself to his wife, Claudio gathered his belongings and left their home. It was clear he went to Roxana, who happily welcomed him into her life. Their relationship progressed rapidly and effectively. Roxana led into her home a man she barely knew, with whom she had only enjoyed nighttime conversations. She seemed to overlook the fact that there were children around needing constant attention. Amidst these enjoyable and heartfelt talks, Roxana failed to notice Claudio's true nature. He was, in reality, quite temperamental and sometimes even cruel. However, it was perhaps too early to judge who was more cruel between the two. The first serious outburst of aggression from Claudio took place within the walls of the boarding school. On a scheduled community cleanup day, students were assigned different areas to tidy up. Brooms, buckets, dustpans, and rags were distributed, everything needed for a thorough cleaning. As often happens, some students protested and refused to participate. Claudio, responsible for cleanliness but lacking any teaching experience, became infuriated with these students and threatened that, in the absence of teachers at night, he would beat anyone who didn't participate. Whether he would have followed through on this threat is unknown, but the students eventually started cleaning, and later collectively complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal, displeased, asked Claudio to submit a voluntary resignation. It's important to note that the Don Gregorio boarding school was practically the only place in the area offering stable and reasonably paid employment. Claudio spent some time looking for work in fields and at fruit bases, but when it became clear his efforts were in vain, he and Roxana decided to seek a better life elsewhere, leaving her son in the boarding school to continue his education. They deemed it too risky to embark on this venture with him. To avoid dependency on employers, having been burned once already, the couple decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk. They moved to a favorable location, the commune of Molina, a couple of hours' drive from the Chilean capital. This place is well known for its vineyards, producing renowned wine brands exported worldwide. Roxana and Claudio purchased a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and made their first steps in their small family business. Claudio handled the purchasing and transportation of the products from suppliers to the kiosk, while Roxana was in charge of sales throughout the day. Hiring an employee wasn't feasible, as it would mean additional expenses. Moreover, they feared that an employee might not monitor the perishable goods closely enough, leading to further losses. Claudio was visibly upset and even angry when he found out that Roxana was expecting their first child together. Perhaps it was a moment that required serious reflection. But Roxana, perhaps blinded by her new relationship and their flourishing business, didn't oppose her husband's view. She agreed that once the child was born, they would soon hand it over to her relatives for upbringing. However, it turned out there was no child to give away. Since that time, Claudio's behavior changed drastically. He often yelled at his wife and sometimes even resorted to physical violence. Neighbors from nearby houses, unhappy with their noisy new neighbors, witnessed this behavior many times and often called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene and calm the domestic disputes. On one occasion, when the Carabineros arrived in response to a call, they witnessed Roxana, in tears and almost half naked, running out of the house, followed by Claudio. Roxana confessed to the officers that she was a victim of systematic domestic violence, which had led to a miscarriage. She even required psychological help after the incident. However, as time passed, the grievances were forgotten, and the troubled couple, as if nothing had happened, continued to live together as before. Following the incident, Claudio should have faced criminal charges, but a compassionate Roxana decided to give him another chance, extracting a promise that it was a one-time occurrence. Claudio vowed never to repeat such behavior, but his past actions with his ex-wife suggested his words might not hold much weight. Unfortunately, history repeated itself. Claudio temporarily ceased his physical abuse of Roxana, but developed a habit of leaving home at night to drink heavily in local bars. He spent considerable amounts of their family budget, not only on alcohol, but also on local women of ill repute. Roxana endured her husband's behavior, believing that Claudio would settle down once they had a child together. In a sense, she was right. In 2013, Roxana gave birth to a healthy child. Claudio stopped his carousing and fully immersed himself in their business, which now needed to expand. They purchased another kiosk in a neighboring area and another vehicle for product transportation. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection as they lived and worked in less safe areas. The family's wealth increased significantly, but only on paper. Claudio reverted to his old ways, squandering money on drinking, and again resorting to domestic violence against Roxana. In Roxana's testimony, she recounted the escalating abuse in her relationship with Claudio. Initially, Claudio's drinking was infrequent, but it soon increased in frequency. He would return home drunk, hurling baseless accusations of infidelity at Roxana, accusations that often escalated into both physical and sexual abuse. Even during her pregnancy, Claudio's violence seemed intentional and cruel, culminating in a miscarriage in August 2012 that sent Roxana into a prolonged and debilitating depression. One night, in keeping with his usual behavior, Claudio went out drinking and failed to come home until the following morning. Despite being accustomed to his disappearances, Roxana still found herself worrying. The real blow came when she discovered that Claudio had stolen 5 million Chilean pesos, around $6,000, that Roxana had saved from the sale of her late mother's house. The money had been hidden in their daughter's room and was meant to help launch a small business the couple had planned together. Instead, Claudio had spent it on alcohol and sex workers. When he finally staggered in late that evening, Roxana confronted him about the missing money. Claudio showed no remorse. He struck her, as he had done so many times before, and casually admitted to blowing through the entire sum. That moment broke something in Roxana. Without saying a word, she walked to the bedroom, opened the drawer where they kept a revolver for protection, returned, and shot Claudio in the chest. He died instantly, surprised by her drastic action. Roxana, equally shocked by her own actions, attempted to stem the bleeding from the fatal gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close-range shot from a .38 caliber bullet was fatal. Roxana's desperate act marked a tragic culmination of ongoing domestic turmoil. Roxana's testimony reveals her profound remorse and recognition of the immorality of her actions. She confesses that when she went for the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio, but to kill him. She recalls the countless times Claudio abused and assaulted her, and her failure to report him to the authorities, or retract her complaint out of fear. She feared being alone even before they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's immediate concern was the potential impact on their daughter, especially if Roxana were imprisoned and the child sent to an institution. That night, Roxana decided that the best way to deal with the situation was to dispose of the body and report Claudio missing, aware that his frequent disappearances during drinking binges were known to the police. Disposing of the body was a daunting task for Roxana, a delicate woman. She decided to remove it piece by piece. First, she used kitchen knives intended for meat cutting to sever the limbs and head. This process required 5 knives, as they kept dulling. Then she boiled the dismembered parts in the largest pots she had, all while playing with her young daughter, who was oblivious to her mother's actions and her father's fate. Roxana's calculated approach to disposing of the body, while maintaining a semblance of normalcy for her daughter, highlights the complexity and desperation of her situation. The day after cooking and cooling the body parts, Roxana packed them into plastic containers, organizing them separately: hands, legs, head, and torso. Each container was then placed in a garbage bag. She loaded them into her car and headed to St. Lucia to scatter the bags on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she thoroughly cleaned her house with bleach. However, once in St. Lucia, she couldn't muster the courage to dispose of the bags from her car, despite finding a suitable spot. In her testimony, Roxana expressed her internal conflict. "It's strange, I had the bravery to commit this heinous crime, and dismember a human body as if it were a piglet. But I couldn't bring myself to dispose of the evidence. I was nervous throughout the drive, feeling constantly watched, fearing that police would stop and search my car at any turn. This fear led to panic, even though I had a backup plan involving my daughter, pretending to rush her to the hospital if stopped. I even thought of how to pinch her to make her cry louder." Unable to discard the remains, Roxana returned home with them, hiding the bags in the garage. She cleaned her car's interior with bleach again, and visited Claudio's relatives, claiming that he had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home for days. They merely shrugged in response. She then visited her mother and brother. Her mother was extremely worried about Roxana's behavior. She was not eating, had a glassy-eyed look, and repeatedly asked the same questions. The only question she answered promptly was about Claudio's absence, saying he went to buy goods for their store, but had a flat tire and got delayed. Returning home and alone with her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down. She called her brother for help. When he arrived, she confessed everything and showed him the containers. Naturally, her brother was in shock. When Roxana called her brother, she wanted to vent and share the nightmarish years she endured with Claudio. But above all, she needed his help to get rid of the containers holding the body. However, her brother refused, fearing police involvement and the possibility of being charged as an accomplice. He urged her to confess to the Carabineros, Chilean police, insisting he would do it if she didn't. Disappointed but realizing she had no other choice, Roxana complied. That night, Roxana went to the 4th police station and announced her intention to make an important statement. The officers, familiar with her, initially thought she wanted to report her troublesome husband. However, they were shocked by her confession. Roxana was immediately arrested. The news spread rapidly throughout the area, attracting countless journalists around the station. They waited eagerly to photograph Roxana as she was led out, hoping to capture a few images and, if lucky, ask her and the officers some questions. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out. Handcuffed and in distress, she exclaimed, "I was afraid he would kill me one day," before being escorted into a police car. The case seemed straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and voluntarily surrendered. However, prosecutor Monica Ballesteros wanted a deeper investigation. Skeptical of Roxana's easy confession, she requested an extended arrest to conduct a forensic examination. Ballesteros aimed to prove that Claudio was still alive during the dismemberment, which would significantly increase Roxana's sentence. The judge granted a 60-day detention for further investigation. Meanwhile, Roxana's attorney, Carolina Gutierrez, argued that Roxana acted under extreme emotional distress, possibly exacerbated by postpartum depression and chronic domestic abuse. She emphasized Roxana's cooperation and voluntary confession as mitigating factors. However, the prosecution's theory that Claudio was alive during dismemberment crumbled after forensic results. It was confirmed that Claudio died from the gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet from the .38 caliber revolver caused a heart rupture and damaged vital organs, disproving the prosecution's initial hypothesis. Given these developments, the aggravating circumstances were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, who sought to make a name for himself in this high-profile case, pointed out that the firearm used in the murder was legally registered. He also noted that Roxana's first report of domestic violence to the police was filed just 20 days after the couple started living together. Psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela, after a medical examination, submitted documents to the court indicating that Roxana was extremely mentally unstable at the time of the crime. This meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions, and her emotional instability was linked to the loss of 2 children. One in August 2012 and another just 3 weeks before the crime. Furthermore, a forensic examination requested by the prosecutor revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level of 3 grams per liter at the time of his death. On April 17, 2015, after a year of various examinations, investigations, and evidence gathering, Roxana's trial began. The media, often sensationalizing tragedies, dubbed the case the Melina Cooks case, alluding to Roxana's dismemberment and boiling of her former husband. Some unscrupulous journalists seeking to attract attention to their publications even fabricated stories that Roxana had eaten part of the remains, although this was merely a product of their imagination. Roxana, aware of the media portrayal and deeply distressed by it, refused to make any statements during the trial. The prosecutors tried to influence the judge by emphasizing that Roxana committed a grave crime by Chilean standards, patricide. However, they couldn't prove that the murder was premeditated. The defense attorney, in turn, argued that his client acted in self-defense, protecting herself from a brute who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing lasted several weeks. And during this time, the entire population of Chile followed the case closely. Prosecutor Monica requested a 15-year prison sentence for the accused. However, the judges, having carefully listened to the defense and the jury's opinion, sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a correctional facility with a lenient regime. Claudio's relatives, who understandably wished for a life sentence or even execution for Roxana and were already protesting when they heard the prosecutor asking for only 15 years, were utterly dismayed by the actual court decision. They tried to deny any violence in the family and argued that Claudio, being a businessman and financially independent, could not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. They also claimed that Claudio had confessed to them that Roxana often took out the revolver from the closet and told her husband that she would kill him one day. Claudio's sister, in an interview with the press, even tried to blame Chile as a state, arguing that it's a country where there is no justice, and the judicial system is utterly corrupt, given that such brutal criminals are given such short sentences, comparable to minor robberies. Even Giselle, Claudio's first wife, defended her ex-husband, assuring everyone that there couldn't have been any violence from Claudio's side. She had shared a home with him for many years, and throughout that time, he reportedly never once became physically violent. In contrast, Roxana was said to have frequently instigated arguments, driven by jealousy and possessiveness. After her conviction, Roxana served only about 2/3 of her sentence in the correctional facility before being moved to a semi-open educational center in Talca due to good behavior. She was permitted to stay in contact with her daughter and was ultimately granted early release. The media reignited national attention on the case, and many citizens expressed outrage over the early freedom granted to the cook from Melina. Nonetheless, some people, while acknowledging Roxana as a killer, defended her actions by viewing her primarily as a victim of long-term abuse. The case remains a topic of ongoing debate across Chile. Ultimately, this story serves as a stark reminder of the severe consequences that can arise when domestic violence goes unaddressed. Moving on to the next case. Thomas Bartlett. Thomas Bartlett, a teenager from Sugar Land, Texas, grew up surrounded by wealth and affection from his well-off parents. He attended Clements High School but was expelled after a series of burglaries. During the expulsion process, a mental health professional evaluated him and diagnosed Thomas with clinical symptoms of delusional paranoid disorder. Despite this diagnosis, his parents continued to indulge him with a life of luxury. Devoted to their son, the Whitakers bought Thomas a lakeside home in Texas where he could live rent-free while attending a nearby college. They also gifted him several luxury cars and covered his hefty university tuition. Captivated by Thomas's charm and his stories of success, they believed his claims that he was excelling in college and would graduate on time. On what was supposed to be his graduation day, they even gave him a $40,000 Rolex watch as a present. But the truth was, Thomas never actually graduated. Thomas was never actually enrolled in college, and just hours after receiving the extravagant Rolex, he would go on to commit a horrific act against the very people who had given him everything. On December 10, 2003, Thomas falsely told his parents that he had just completed his final exams and was eagerly anticipating his graduation. To celebrate, they all went to Papadu restaurant, sharing what none of them knew would be their final meal together. The Whitakers had no idea that their son had been living a web of lies. He was not on track to graduate, nor even enrolled at all. His deception was so deeply entrenched that Thomas couldn't face the possibility of his parents discovering the truth. To keep his secret safe, he enlisted the help of Christopher Brashear and Stephen Champagne. While the Whitakers enjoyed their meal, Brashear broke into their home following Thomas's orders, taking the husband's gun and ammunition from a locked safety box in the bedroom. He also ransacked the house to make it look like a burglary had occurred and waited inside for the family's return. Meanwhile, Champagne waited nearby in a car, ready to act as the getaway driver. When the family arrived, Thomas said that he had to grab his cell phone from his parked car and separated momentarily from the rest of the family. The family entered the house with the younger brother Kevin, 19, leading the way. When Kevin initially saw the masked intruder, he laughed thinking it was a prank being pulled off by one of Thomas's friends in honor of his graduation. But when he was shot once in the chest and collapsed to the floor, his mother, Patricia, screamed out, "Oh God, no," and all pretenses of a light-hearted prank flew out the window. Kent, Patricia's husband of 26 years, ran inside and was subsequently shot in the shoulder. Thomas, returning from his car, then ran into the house and pretended to struggle with the gunman, getting shot himself in his left arm as a way to stage his innocence. The gunman then ran out of the back door and hopped over the fence and jumped into the getaway car. Kevin, the little brother, died almost instantly, and his mother Patricia died while being airlifted to the nearby hospital. The father, Kent, was also airlifted to the hospital and survived the murder attempt. Thomas, in an attempt to divert suspicion, initially told officers that their attacker was African American. Kent, Thomas's father, initially vowed to forgive whomever murdered his family, but his faith was shaken when it was revealed that his precious son, who had been living and recovering with Kent before fleeing to Mexico upon hearing that he was going to soon be arrested, was actually the murderer. Thomas hid in Mexico under the assumed name of Rudy Rios for almost a year until in February, Mexican authorities delivered him back to the U.S. to face trial. During the trial, Christopher Brashear claimed Thomas promised a cut of the $1 million insurance policy taken out on his parents, but it was revealed no such policy existed. In all actuality, Thomas committed murders out of shame and cowardice, not for money. He was terrified of the truth coming out. Nevertheless, Kent Whitaker stuck by his son's side and believed him when he blamed his mental illness for the evil deeds. Thomas, ever the master manipulator, even went so far as to claim that his death penalty conviction would further victimize his father, as he would lose his only remaining son. Shockingly, his father Kent stayed by his side and testified repeatedly that he had forgiven his son. Originally, Thomas's execution date was set for early 2018, but upon his father's ferocious fighting, his sentence was changed from death to life in prison without the possibility of parole. 2. Who is Jean-Claude Raman? Born in L'An des Honneurs, Jean-Claude Raman was not the studious type. After graduating high school, he signed up for college classes at the Lycée du Parle, but unable to handle the grueling academics, he dropped out after only one semester. He re-enrolled as a medical student but still could not handle the workload. His lies began when he told his family that he had passed the second-year final exam that would enable him to begin the process of being a doctor. The problem was, he never took the exam. That lie would catapult into a full-blown second life in which he was a successful doctor for the World Health Organization, researching the hardening and thickening of arteries and having very prestigious academic and political connections. He kept this highly specific lie up for 18 years. In all actuality, Raman would spend his days at the World Health Organization. However, he would simply wander the building and use their free informational services to learn more about medicine. Occasionally, he would invent a work conference that would supposedly take him to far-flung places in the world, but actually he would only travel to the airport and sleep in a motel close by. In the airport motel, he would research new medical technologies and various tourism information about whatever country he was supposedly visiting. That way, he would come home full of new information, both medical and travel-centered, to keep up the lies to his family. In order to maintain appearances and make ends meet, he would take money from relatives and close acquaintances, promising that he was investing the money into hedge funds and international endeavors. His wife also worked full-time, and during this tenure of lies, Romain took up with a wealthy mistress who loaned him about 900,000 Swiss francs, about $930,000. His lies, however, had become unbearable and tenuous, and instead of admitting that he was a jobless fraud, he decided to cover his lies with actions far more sinister. On the January 9, 1993, he took out 2,000 Swiss francs from his joint account with his wife and borrowed a gun from his father. He purchased a suppressor for that gun, a .22 long rifle carbine, and at the ammunition shop also purchased tear gas canisters. That evening, he used a rolling pin to brutally murder his wife, leaving her body in the bed all night. The next morning, he woke his children and set them up with breakfast and cartoons as normal. Covering up their mother's absence with another lie, he waited until they were asleep that night and used the gun to kill each as they dreamt. His next victims were his own parents. After sharing a meal with them, he used the gun to fatally shoot both his mother and father, as well as their family dog. His final intended victim was his wealthy ex-lover, with whom he had been involved in an affair over the previous years. He picked her up under the pretense of attending a high-class dinner with one of his political contacts. Instead, he drove her to a secluded road and, pretending to be lost, asked her to get out to look for street signs. Once she stepped out, he attempted to strangle her and sprayed tear gas into her face. However, she fought back fiercely, forcing him to relent. After apologizing and making her swear to keep the incident secret, he drove her home. Raman then returned to his own house, where the bodies of his wife and children still lay inside. After watching television, he poured gasoline around the house and set it on fire. He took some expired sleeping pills, which police initially thought were an attempt to end his own life, but later suspected were meant as a cover-up to explain why he did not rescue his family from the blaze. Despite this, he had access to far stronger, more effective drugs that were not expired. At first, authorities believed his uncooperative behavior stemmed from trauma over the fire, but a darker truth soon emerged. The police found that his wife had been beaten to death, and the children were shot, revealing a far more chilling motive behind the tragedy. They did not die in a fire. In 1996, Raman was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. While in prison, he was clinically diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, which came as no surprise to anyone who would ever come in contact with him. 3. The Tiger Child. Jennifer Pan is the daughter of Vietnamese-born immigrants, Bic and Han, who settled down in Toronto, Canada. Because of her parents' Vietnamese upbringing, they had a very specific parenting style known today as tiger parenting, where strict rules are enforced and very little praise is given to children regardless of their accomplishments. Bick and Han were hardworking and thrifty citizens who used their earnings from an auto parts factory that they both worked at and were able to buy themselves a large house and nice cars. They built a life that they wanted their children to emulate, and therefore set very high goals for Jennifer and her younger brother, Felix. Made to learn piano at the age of 4, Jennifer was constantly being pushed by her father to learn new skills. She was an acclaimed figure skater and flute player, and her friends recall her father's stern and watchful gaze as he monitored their each and every practice. At her father's insistence, she never dated nor did she attend any social gatherings, and by the age of 22 recalls a friend, she had never gone to a club, been drunk, visited a friend's cottage, or gone on vacation without her family. Despite her father's insistence that practice makes perfect, Jennifer did not receive outstanding marks in high school academics, and routinely forged her straight-A report cards to cover up her actual grades of CS and DS. By senior year, Jennifer's lies were insurmountable, and after failing a calculus class, she had her early admission rescinded from Ryerson University. Jennifer, too ashamed to admit to her parents what had actually happened, pretended that she was given many scholarships in order to go to the university for free. While her parents thought she was sitting in college classes, she was actually working at local cafes and as a private piano instructor. Jennifer kept up the lie so specifically that she even purchased used textbooks and watched videos related to her area of study. She then continued to deceive when she told her parents that she was accepted and given free tuition at a pharmacology program in the University of Toronto. She then got permission from them to live near the college during the week. In all actuality, though, she was staying with a boy, Daniel Wong, her secret high school lover. Her lies became too bold and too specific, however, when she told her parents that she was working as a volunteer at the well-known and world-renowned Toronto Hospital for Sick Children. Her parents started questioning her story and became suspicious when they noticed she did not have any sort of uniform or even a hospital ID badge. Wanting to know the truth, Jennifer's mother secretly followed her daughter into work and soon learned it was all a farce. Upon this realization, Jennifer's father wanted to kick her out of the house, but persuaded by Jennifer's mother, the girl who lied was allowed to stay. Throughout much turmoil and fighting, Jennifer's parents eventually learned that she had not even completed high school. But while they certainly weren't understanding, they did help and encourage her to take the necessary classes to get her high school diploma so that she could apply to actual universities. However, their forgiveness did not mean their kindness, and Jennifer was very much a prisoner in her own home, not allowed to contact her boyfriend under any circumstances. Resorting to secret telephone calls to Daniel, Jennifer soon became worried as Daniel was not as interested in her anymore due to her extreme social restrictions. Jennifer soon found out that he was dating another woman and that he was falling for that girl fast. To combat Daniel's straying eye, Jennifer concocted a story of a brutal break-in and subsequent attack. She also fabricated a story about a bullet being mailed to her from Wong's current girlfriend. Her fantastic stories seemed to be effective, and they all came to a head when Jennifer convinced Daniel to help her hire a professional hitman for $10,000 to kill her parents. She told Daniel that the death of her parents would lead her to inherit over $500,000 and that they could then move in together and live happily ever after. On November 8, 2010, Jennifer, after successfully putting the hit out on her parents, left the door to the family home unlocked before going to bed. Under the cover of darkness, 3 hitmen entered the large home and demanded all of the money in the house from Jennifer's parents. They then took Jennifer's parents to the basement where they were each shot several times. Jennifer's brother was luckily not living with his parents by then. Jennifer's mother was killed, but Jennifer's father would shockingly survive the attack. The 3 men fled, having taken many of the home's valuables as well as $2,000 cash from Jennifer herself. During the attack, Jennifer claimed she was tied up but that she was able to overcome her bondage and call 911. The investigation quickly focused on Jennifer as a suspect as she was the only one unscathed. Detectives commented that it was an atypical scenario in a home invasion to attempt to kill 2 of the occupants, but leave 1 eyewitness unharmed. Computer analysis of Jennifer's testimony to the police also revealed inconsistencies with her statement, and once her father was able to be interviewed by police, his story varied drastically from Jennifer's. Jennifer, Daniel, and the 3 hitmen were arrested and all given life sentences with the possibility of parole after 25 years served. 4. The Fake Beard Bandit. Known as the Fake Beard Bandit, Brett Ryan was no stranger to a life of crime. He had committed a string of bank robberies while dressed as an elderly man in order to pay off his nearly $36,000 debt. Telling the judge at sentencing that he had suffered an extreme manic episode as a result of a depressive spell and his recent breakup with a girlfriend, the judge gave him a light sentence of only 3 years and 9 months. In prison, he had good behavior and was released on day parole, which allowed him to only come back to prison to sleep. When he got out for good, he got engaged to Kristen Baxter, a woman he met presumably while out on day parole. He was upfront about his criminal past as a bank robber, but he told her he had changed. He claimed to be a college graduate with a well-paying job, but it was all a lie. His mother discovered that he was deceiving Kristen Baxter and threatened not only to reveal the truth to Kristen, but also to cut off her financial support for Brett. With the wedding only weeks away, Brett chose to take drastic measures to keep his secrets hidden. Just 3 weeks before the ceremony, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Using an arrow from a crossbow stored in his mother's garage, Brett stabbed her in the chest and then strangled her right there in the garage. Hearing the commotion, his younger brother Christopher rushed in, only to be shot in the neck with an arrow aimed from the crossbow. Brett then concealed both bodies under a tarp. The eldest brother, Lee, alerted by the noise, came to check on the situation but was attacked by Brett as well. Fortunately, Lee managed to escape and found safety at a neighbor's house, where he called the police. Meanwhile, Brett's older brother, Alexander, arrived at the scene for unrelated reasons and was suddenly stabbed in the driveway by another arrow from the crossbow. He was found lying in the driveway when police arrived. Brett tried to cover his tracks by creating an electronic footprint at his house miles away. He attached a wooden cooking spoon onto a string tied to the ceiling fan, which would spin so that the spoon tapped the enter button on the keyboard of his laptop, prompting the playing of various YouTube videos. He also pre-programmed his email to send various messages from his home computer to make it appear as if he were home and not killing his entire family at their house. The technological alibi did not work and Brett was arrested outside of his mother's home. He was charged with first-degree murder for killing his brother Christopher and 2 counts of second-degree murder for killing his mother and their younger brother Alexander. He was also convicted of attempted murder of his older brother, Lee. Brett received 3 concurrent life sentences with a mandatory minimum sentence of 25 years until he can apply for parole. Needless to say, the marriage never happened. 5. Impress or perish. In a low-level position at a children's psychiatric unit of a Salt Lake City hospital, Mark Hacking always secretly idolized the doctors that he worked under. He wanted to be just like them, and through a carefully constructed set of lies, he was able to get everyone around him to believe he was on the path to medical school. His family, including his wife Lori, believed he had graduated with a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah, but in all actuality, he had dropped out. There had been hints of Mark's lies for years, though the Hackings never connected the dots. 3 years prior to her death, Lori received a voicemail from Mark's mother, confused, stating how she had just attempted to pay Mark's undergraduate tuition, but when she called the college, they said he was not registered as a student. Mark brushed it off, saying he had just forgotten to cross a few T's and dot a few I's in the registration process, and that it was all fixed now. His family believed he had worked it all out, and was a full-time student who eventually graduated with honors. His mother had even helped him with term papers and allowed him to keep his old textbooks at her house. 1 year later, he began an elaborate process to make it look like he was applying to medical school after he seemingly received his undergraduate degree. He would speak of the application process and interviews extensively, even going so far as having his family members drive him to prestigious Ivy League schools for so-called interviews. He flew to Manhattan, where he stayed with his cousin under the pretense of having an interview at the University Columbia Medical School, afterwards talking at length about how he felt the interview went. Eventually, Mark told everyone he had been accepted to the University of North Carolina Medical School, and he and his wife Lori procured housing in North Carolina and prepared to embark on the cross-country move. Lori had quit her job at Wells Fargo and had packed all their possessions in preparation for the upcoming relocation. During this time, Lori also found out she was pregnant. On the July 15, 2004, Lori emailed her and Mark's family their new address in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Whether the house was actually there or was another part of Mark's lie is unknown, as they would never move in. On the July 16th, Lori received a phone call from the University of North Carolina which caused her to leave work early, crying and obviously distraught. The details of the phone call are unknown. But in the early hours of the July 19th, Mark called the police to report his wife as missing. He said she had left for an early morning jog and never returned. The case garnered almost instant media attention, and Mark could be seen on live television making a plea for any information on his wife's whereabouts and thanking the search and rescue workers for doing their jobs. But in the days succeeding, police quickly became suspicious when his financial history revealed he had bought a new bedroom mattress in the minutes prior to making the 911 call. On the July 20th, Mark was reported by a nearby hotel for walking in public naked with only his shoes on. He was checked into a hospital by his family, although many people thought him to be faking, as experts pointed out that had he truly gone crazy, he would not have kept his shoes on. As the investigation continued to turn up startling facts, his family was notified that his life had been a lie. This confrontation with his father led Mark to confess to the brutal murder of Lori, admitting that he killed her while she was asleep and disposed of her body in a dumpster. On October 1st, police discovered her badly decomposed remains buried beneath nearly 2,000 pounds of garbage at a landfill. Lori's parents keep cherished memories of their daughter throughout their home, preserving the years of her life before her tragic death. After the revelation of Mark's crime, a digital photography company called Orem generously offered to remove Mark from all family photos at no cost, and Lori's headstone bears no mention of his name. Mark was sentenced to 6 years to life, a verdict many found shockingly lenient. This case sparked the creation of Lori's Law, which established a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years for murder. Mark will be eligible for parole in February 1935, a sentence many believe is far too light. Lori's brother said the most painful part is that none of this was necessary. He believes Lori would have loved Mark regardless, as long as he was genuinely trying, and that Mark's elaborate deception was for himself, not for her. To honor Lori's memory, the University of Utah offers the Lori Hacking Scholarship, granting free tuition each year to a woman who has overcome adversity and challenging circumstances to reach her goals. Moving on to the next case. Ventura County. In the late 1970s, Ventura County, California, was shaken by a series of unsolved crimes that left a grim mark on its history. 3 women, Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez, were found strangled. At the same time, California was experiencing a surge in violent crime, with authorities aware of other unresolved cases nearby. Investigators examined the circumstances of these women's deaths and couldn't dismiss the chilling possibility that a predator, still at large, was targeting vulnerable victims across the region. Over time, the cases went cold, but the evidence was carefully preserved, awaiting advances in forensic technology to bring new hope. Decades passed before a breakthrough finally connected these women in the most horrifying way. In the 1970s, California was a land of contrasts. With its sunny beaches and iconic landscapes, it was a paradise attracting families chasing the American dream. Yet beneath this idyllic surface, a darker reality was emerging. Crime rates were climbing, and a growing sense of unease spread through the state, especially in major cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. What was once considered a safe refuge for residents became the center of a series of brutal, high-profile crimes that rattled the entire nation. As this wave of violence swept through, no community seemed immune. Fear and uncertainty ran rampant, with headlines reporting one horrific crime after another. It was during this turbulent period that the first of a string of chilling cases emerged, beginning with Kimberly Fritz's tragic story. At just 18 years old, Kimberly's life was cruelly ended. On May 29, 1977, her lifeless body was found in a motel room in Port Hueneme, California. The circumstances of her death were horrifying. She had been strangled with her own undergarments, a grim testament to the savagery of her attacker. Kimberly, who had recently relocated from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was one of 3 sisters. What initially appeared to be an isolated incident would soon reveal itself as the beginning of a far darker pattern, connecting her fate to the growing wave of terror sweeping California. Just months later, on September 9, 31-year-old Velvet Sanchez was found slain in a similar manner. Her body was discovered in a motel in Oxnard, California. Her life taken in the same brutal fashion, strangulation with her undergarments. Velvet had recently left her job in the U.S. Navy Exchange, and she was a mother. The horror continued later that year when, in late December, the body of 21-year-old Lorraine Rodriguez was found dumped along Laguna Road in the Oxnard Plain area. Lorraine, too, had been strangled. A mother of 2 young children, Lorraine was remembered by her family as a loving and devoted mother, whose world revolved around her son and daughter. The discovery of her body marked the third in a series of violent crimes that would leave authorities baffled for decades to come. When the bodies of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez were discovered, investigators were immediately struck by the similarities between the cases. Each woman had been strangled with her own undergarments, and their bodies were arranged in identical degrading positions. These shared characteristics led Dr. Ronald Kornblum, the coroner medical examiner at the time, to publicly suggest in 1978 that a single individual was likely responsible for all 3 slayings. This theory was compelling, especially in an era when the concept of a serial offender was just beginning to enter the public's consciousness. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, the precursor to the modern understanding of criminal profiling, was still in its infancy. And the study of serial offenders was largely uncharted territory. Investigators relied heavily on patterns and gut instincts, rather than the psychological profiling techniques that would develop in the years to come. As the investigation progressed, detectives came across troubling inconsistencies that cast doubts on the theory of a single perpetrator. While the methods of strangulation and body positioning were consistent, subtle differences in the evidence surrounding Lorraine Rodriguez's slaying began to surface. These discrepancies were minor, but raised questions about whether all 3 slayings were truly connected or if the similarities were simply coincidental. These doubts were only emphasized by the limitations of the time. The lack of a clear suspect or strong leads made it difficult for investigators to sustain public interest in the cases. What also added to the difficulties for detectives was the scarcity of witnesses and credible leads. The victims, all of whom were prostitutes, led transient lifestyles that made it difficult for investigators to piece together their final movements. Kimberly, Velvet, and Lorraine came from different backgrounds, but were drawn into a world where prostitute work was less a choice and more a means of survival. They were driven by economic hardship, lack of support, or challenging personal circumstances. The details of their lives are scarce, leaving only fragments of who they were beyond their professions. Despite their deep connections to their families, these aspects of their lives were overshadowed by their involvement in prostitute work, which shaped the limited narrative shared with the public. The stigma attached to their profession further complicated matters, as potential witnesses were often reluctant to come forward, fearing judgment or legal repercussions. Even with the clear connections between the slayings, the cases of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez received little attention from the media. The lack of media not only hindered the investigation, but also reinforced the stigma surrounding their lives. 14 years later, on July 6, 1992, 29-year-old Nona Stamey Cobb was last seen at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina. Eyewitnesses saw her get into a truck driven by an unknown man. The next day, her body was found on the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, over 100 miles away. Nona had been strangled, a detail that immediately reminded investigators of the California murders. Like the Ventura County victims, Nona was a sex worker, and her body was left near a highway. This pattern suggested the work of a methodical and calculating offender. Because of these similarities, investigators initially suspected Sean Patrick Goebel, who had been arrested in 1995 for comparable crimes. However, DNA testing from Nona's crime scene told a different story. Goebel was excluded as a suspect, and her case remained unsolved for nearly 30 years. The turning point came with advances in DNA technology, giving investigators a powerful new tool to revisit cold cases. In the case of Nona Stamy Cobb, whose case had remained unsolved since 1992, investigators decided to take another look at the DNA evidence collected from the scene. Using advanced techniques, they were able to generate a complete DNA profile from the biological evidence found on her body. This profile was then entered into Cody's. To the investigators' surprise, the DNA from Nona's case matched a profile in Cody's, one belonging to Warren Luther Alexander. Warren Luther Alexander was born on January 12, 1951. And his early life appeared quite ordinary. Growing up in Oxnard, California, he attended local schools throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Like many young men of his generation, he enlisted in the military, serving in the U.S. Marine Corps during the tumultuous Vietnam War era. A period that left many veterans grappling with post-traumatic stress and challenges in readjusting to civilian life. After completing his military service, Alexander briefly worked as a taxi driver. This role likely introduced him to a transient lifestyle and frequent interactions with strangers, experiences that would later shape his career as a long-haul trucker. By the 1970s, he had returned to Oxnard and embarked on a trucking career. A profession that would dominate the next 3 decades of his life and provide the means and opportunity for a series of horrific crimes. His childhood in Oxnard, combined with his return during the 1970s, coincided with the timeline of the California slayings. This potentially gave him a local advantage in selecting victims and evading detection. By the time he was living in Diamond Head, Mississippi, advancements in DNA technology led to the connection. This DNA match resulted in Alexander's arrest in March 2022 for the case of Nona Cobb. But the implications of this discovery extended far beyond North Carolina. A year after Alexander's arrest, Ventura County's Cold Case Unit began re-examining the 1977 slayings of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez. This renewed focus involved uploading evidence from the crime scenes into a national DNA database used by slayings detectives across the country. The hope was that advancements in forensic technology might yield new insights or connections. As they meticulously reanalyzed the preserved evidence, investigators hoped to uncover links that had eluded them for decades. This effort led to a match with Warren Luther Alexander's profile, connecting his DNA from Nona Cobb's case to the crime scenes in California. Alexander's DNA became the crucial link that finally solved the cold cases from 1977, bringing renewed hope for justice for the victims and their families. Despite the seriousness of the charges, the Ventura County District Attorney's Office has opted not to pursue the end-of-life penalty for Alexander. District Attorney Eric Nazarenko explained that pursuing capital punishment would extend the timeline of the case significantly. And with aging witnesses, there is an urgent need to proceed. Instead, the prosecution is seeking a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Alexander's legal proceedings were put into motion with his arraignment commencing in Ventura County Superior Court on August 21, 2024, where he pleaded not guilty. He is currently being held in Ventura County Jail without bail. As the investigation progresses, authorities remain committed to uncovering the full extent of Alexander's alleged crimes. The collaborative efforts of the District Attorney's Office, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, local police departments, and the FBI shines a spotlight on the dedication to achieving justice. The arrest of Alexander also unearthed a disturbing trend that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, has been monitoring since the early 2000s. As investigators continue to dig deeper into Alexander's past, they are uncovering a history that aligns with the profiles of other identified serial offender truckers. In February 2004, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation alerted the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, after discovering a concerning number of women whose lives were taken and then found along highways. This prompted VICAP analysts to examine similar cases across the nation. Their findings revealed hundreds of violent crimes spanning decades, many sharing common characteristics. The victims were predominantly women engaged in high-risk activities, such as prostitute work, hitchhiking, or substance abuse. The bodies were often discovered along or near highways, particularly at truck stops or rest areas. The nature of these cases frequently crossed jurisdictional lines, complicating investigations and connections between them. In response to these troubling revelations, the FBI launched the Highway Serial Killings (HSK) initiative in February 2009. Understanding the need for a unified effort, this program was designed to gather and analyze data on highway-related murders, identify serial offenders operating across state borders, coordinate between local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, and provide resources to help solve these complex cases. Since its start, the initiative has identified over 850 victims and about 450 possible suspects. The capture and conviction of Warren Luther Alexander have brought some closure to the families of Kimberly Fritz, Lorraine Sanchez, and Velvet Rodriguez, who have waited nearly 50 years for answers. However, the investigation remains ongoing, and sadly, more victims are expected to be found. As investigators persist in their efforts, they are not only seeking justice for the women whose lives were tragically taken in 1977 but are also working to discover any additional victims linked to Alexander's crimes. Given the parallels between the California murders and Nona Stamy Cobb's case, detectives anticipate uncovering more offenses committed by Alexander, ensuring that all victims receive the recognition and justice they deserve. Donald Oakey and Vicki Felton. Donald Oakey and Vicki Felton both served in the United States Army. They met while stationed in California in 1977. On August 21, 1979, Vicki gave birth to their first daughter, Lee Marie Oakey, at a military base in Honolulu, Hawaii. 2 years later, Vicki and Donald divorced. Donald moved to Germany but stayed in touch with Lee, who occasionally visited him there. Vicki made her home in Tupelo, Mississippi, with Lee and a new partner, Julian Barney Yarbrough Jr. Vicki and Julian eventually married but separated in early 1992. On the morning of August 27, 1992, Lee, then 13 years old, was left alone at their home at 105 Honey Locust Drive when Vicki left for work around 8 a.m. This was the first time Lee had been left home by herself. Later that day, her grandmother was scheduled to pick her up to attend a school open house followed by dinner at Taco Bell. Shortly after arriving at work, Vicki was informed that a storm linked to Hurricane Andrew was approaching their town. She grabbed a radio from her boss's office to stay updated on the weather. Concerned, she called home to warn Lee about the storm, knowing her daughter was very afraid of thunderstorms. When Lee didn't answer, Vicki grew anxious and decided to return home. Upon arriving, Vicki found the garage door open and the lights on. Inside the house, she noticed blood smeared along the side wall. After searching all the rooms without finding any trace of Lee, she called 911. Police discovered more blood pools in Lee's upstairs bedroom, along with large smears in the hallway, bathroom, and on her bedroom door. Investigators believe the attacker had attempted to clean up the scene. The only items missing from the house were Lee's shoes, reading glasses, some of her underclothes, and a sleeping bag. Investigators launched organized searches, mainly through the wooded areas surrounding the house. Donald went to Tupelo to start searching for his daughter as well. He was quoted as saying, "It felt like someone punched me in the stomach. Initially, I thought that she may have run away, so I did not go to Mississippi right away." Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Donald was told by several locals that they believed Vicki was responsible. There was also rumors going around that Lee's stepfather, Barney Yarbrough, was abusive towards Lee. Yarbrough was, however, ruled out by law enforcement after providing a substantiated alibi and passing a polygraph examination. 8 days after Lee went missing on September 4, 1992, a worker at McDonald's in Boonville, Mississippi told law enforcement that they had seen a girl resembling Lee in a car in the restaurant drive-thru. Boonville is a little over 30 miles from Tupelo, where Lee is from. Investigators followed up on the lead but determined that the little girl the worker saw was not Lee. Then 5 days after that, on September 9th, a package containing Lee's glasses was mailed to their residence. It was addressed to Barney Yarbrough. The package was postmarked from Boonville, Mississippi. The FBI then became involved after the latest development. DNA analysis was conducted on the stamps attached to the envelope that contained the glasses. The FBI discovered that the person who mailed the glasses used water instead of saliva to moisten the stamp. Investigators believed the glasses were sent as a diversion. Tupelo Police Chief Bart Aguirre stated there was no ransom note or anything else sent with the glasses, just the glasses themselves. "You'd expect more if it were a real kidnapping," Aguirre commented. On November 9, 1993, the media reported that the Monroe County coroner had positively identified a human skull found in a soybean field as Lee's. However, this claim was soon withdrawn. Further forensic testing by the medical examiner revealed that the skull actually belonged to 27-year-old Pollyanna Sue Keith. Pollyanna went missing in March of 1993. Investigators were running out of leads as they couldn't find Lee. They decided that Lee's mother, Vicky, should take a polygraph test. She was administered 3 separate examinations, 1 with the local law enforcement and 2 with the FBI. It was determined that Vicky showed deception on all of them. Vicky disputes that she had any involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Responding to 3 failed polygraph tests, she said, "I couldn't tell you why. They measure changes in your body. And when your daughter has gone missing and they strap you up to those things, I can't imagine anyone's body not reacting." She has openly stated that she believes a man named Oscar McKinley Kearns was responsible for Lee disappearing. 9 months after Lee vanished, Kearns abducted a 15-year-old girl he had met through a church in Tupelo. For this offense, he was sentenced to over 8 years in prison but served only half for unclear reasons. After his release, Kearns kidnapped a couple and assaulted the woman, leading to another conviction in 1999. Despite investigations, no solid evidence has ever tied Kearns to Lee's disappearance. Lee's case has been covered by Nance Grace and even featured on the Geraldo Rivera Show. In 2017, it became the focus of a 6-episode podcast titled The Search for Lee Oki. The story also appeared on the true crime podcast Crime Junkie, but the trail eventually went cold. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created an age-progressed image of what Lee might look like today. If you have any information about the case, please contact the Tupelo Police Department at 662-841-6491. Moving on to the next case. Jenny Lillian Ballard. They say that great wealth often brings along serious challenges, many of which catch people off guard. Wealth can draw hidden enemies, jealous watchers, ill-intentioned individuals, and even fake friends hoping to claim their share. Yet, the most dangerous and deceptive threat usually comes from someone close, someone you'd never expect to cause harm. In February, the quiet, close-knit town of Little Rock, Arkansas, was shaken by the brutal murder of successful entrepreneur Jenny Ballard. The respected and affluent 58-year-old woman was found dead in her own home, and the chilling details of the crime left the community stunned and horrified. Jenny had been brutally attacked, with clear signs that the assailant had deeply personal reasons. At first, no one could fathom who could commit such a horrific act. Jenny Lillian Ballard, née Connor, was born on August 11, 1945, in Bald Knob, a small town in White County, Arkansas. She was the youngest of 3 children born to Reynard and Barbara Connor. Jenny was raised alongside her 2 older brothers, Neil and Daniel. The Connor family lived modestly but was well respected, with parents who worked diligently to provide their children with quality education and opportunities to reach their potential. From an early age, Jenny was independent, ambitious, and determined to build a successful future for herself. Despite her strong will, she was known to be kind, approachable, and warm. Jenny received a top-tier education, starting at a prestigious college before continuing her studies at a state university. A few years after graduating, she met Lester Kenneth Ballard, a man 11 years her senior. Despite the age gap, they formed a deep romantic bond and married in 1973. 2 years later, they welcomed their first child, a son named Brian. 4 years after that, their family grew with the birth of their daughter, Leslie. The Ballards were often seen as a thriving and happy family. Jenny and Lester shared a deep affection for one another, raised their 2 children together, and built a thriving business. A printing company called Ballards Printing Incorporated. They later relocated to the serene town of Little Rock, where they also launched an engineering and architectural firm. The Ballards were one of the most prominent and respected families in town, successful, wealthy, and seemingly untouched by hardship. However, in 1994, their oldest son Brian, then a student at a prestigious university, was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. Despite the best treatments at leading clinics, Brian passed away a year later. At the time, Leslie, the younger of the Ballards' 2 children, was still in school. Her brother's death devastated her and left the family grappling with immense grief. Jenny and Lester channeled all their love and attention into their daughter, doting on her and trying to shield her from further pain. Leslie excelled in school, was well behaved, and never caused any trouble. Though she was very close to her mother, many saw her as her father's little girl. After high school, Leslie chose to study printing technology and editing, aiming to contribute to the family business and eventually take it over. Her parents were overjoyed. Not only was their only remaining child taking an interest in the enterprise they had built, but she also showed a real aptitude for the work with a clear vision for its future. Leslie graduated from college and began working at her parents' company in a leadership role. Those who knew her described her as intelligent, responsible, and driven. Neighbors admired the close, loving relationship she had with her parents, often remarking on how inseparable she and Jenny seemed. But by the early 2000s, things began to take a drastic turn. Leslie started dating a young man whom her parents disapproved of, and despite their objections, she married him. Relations between the Ballards and their new son-in-law were strained from the start, and Leslie gradually distanced herself from her parents. The estrangement became so severe that Leslie didn't attend her father's funeral when he passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack in August 2003 at the age of 69. It later emerged that Jenny hadn't informed her daughter about Lester's death. No one could understand the sudden breakdown in the once close bond between mother and daughter. The two who had once been inseparable now seemed like strangers. Law enforcement quickly responded to the scene at the Ballard residence, dispatching multiple patrol units to investigate. What they discovered inside the home stunned even the most seasoned investigators. The living room was a gruesome sight, with blood spattered across the floor, walls, furniture, curtains, and even the ceiling. Jenny's body showed clear signs of an extremely violent attack. Someone had repeatedly stabbed her with a large knife, continuing the assault even after she had succumbed to her injuries. The house appeared to have been left in slight disarray. A jewelry box had been broken into with several valuable items missing, and a small amount of cash had disappeared from a damaged safe. At first glance, it looked like a burglary gone wrong. Possibly a confrontation between the homeowner and an intruder who had been caught in the act. Closer examination, however, told a much darker story. Defensive wounds on Jenny's hands suggested she had fought desperately for her life, though the struggle was hopelessly one-sided. The official cause of death was determined to be severe blood loss resulting from numerous stab wounds, over 70 in total. The most horrifying detail, however, was the deep cut across her throat, inflicted with devastating precision. From the outset, experienced investigators doubted the burglary narrative. The damage to the safe seemed staged, as though someone had deliberately tried to make it appear as if forced open, despite the fact that the person who accessed it evidently knew the combination. Furthermore, the ferocity of the attack clearly indicated a personal motive. This wasn't a random act of aggression, it was deliberate, brutal, and deeply emotional. The assailant hadn't simply committed a crime, they had carried it out with chilling rage, leaving no chance for Jenny to escape. The body was discovered by a man who identified himself as a close friend of the victim. This man was Mickey Holloway, a seasoned detective who had spent years working in the homicide division of the Little Rock Police Department. As is standard protocol, investigators first questioned and scrutinized the individual who reported the crime and was present at the scene. Given Mickey Holloway's extensive background investigating serious crimes, investigators were well aware that he would know how to cover his tracks and deflect suspicion. This raised questions about the true nature of his relationship with Jenny Ballard. While Holloway referred to her as a close friend, evidence suggested their connection might have been deeper. Mickey had a spare set of keys to Jenny's home, and several personal items of his, including a toothbrush and razor, were found inside, indicating he may have spent nights there. Mickey soon admitted that he and Jenny were more than just friends. They were in frequent contact. And when he was unable to reach her all day on September 12th, his concern grew. By morning, he decided to visit her home to make sure she was okay. He entered through the garage door, where he noticed the key still in the lock. The working theory at the time was that Jenny had returned home, unlocked the door, and left the key in place before hearing a noise inside. Rushing in to investigate, she may have confronted an intruder. A struggle ensued and the situation escalated to a deadly conclusion. However, inconsistencies in the scenario raised doubts. Only a small portion of the valuables in the house had been taken. High-end designer jewelry and cash were left out in the open, untouched, while drawers had been ransacked as if someone were searching for something specific. The safe, though damaged, had not been completely emptied, further suggesting the intruder wasn't looking for money. Holloway was brought to the police station for questioning. He appeared distraught and grief-stricken, but fully cooperated with the investigation. Mickey provided a detailed account of what he knew and offered an alibi for the time of the crime. After verifying his statements, investigators cleared him as a suspect and released him. Although Mickey wasn't directly involved in the crime, he offered important insight by suggesting that Jenny's daughter and son-in-law should be looked into more closely. Meanwhile, two of Jenny's neighbors came forward with information about seeing her on September 12th. One neighbor, who was also a friend living across the street, reported that Jenny had come home around noon that day. Detectives needed to find Jenny's daughter, Leslie, both to notify her of her mother's death and to question her and her husband, Michael, about anything they might know regarding the case. While it was easy to find their home address, the McCools were nowhere to be found, and no one seemed to know their whereabouts. Neighbors had mixed feelings about Leslie and Michael, describing them as rude and arrogant, behavior that was in stark contrast to how Leslie's family and friends had always portrayed her. This led investigators to dig deeper into Leslie and Michael's backgrounds. They discovered that Leslie had always been a responsible, well-mannered young woman who did well in school and followed her parents' guidance. She had grown into a beautiful woman but was often described as shy and lacking self-confidence. In February 2001, at 22 years old, Leslie joined a local gym where she met Michael McCool, a fitness instructor. Michael quickly noticed the attractive young woman and offered his services as a personal trainer, to which Leslie agreed. The two soon developed a romantic relationship and began dating. Early on, however, Michael misled Leslie about his age, claiming to be only 13 years older than her, when in reality the age gap was 23 years. Michael came from a wealthy family and had been indulged from a young age. He was described as brash, spoiled, and unpredictable. Over the years, he frequently found himself in trouble, but his parents consistently intervened, helping him avoid consequences. This upbringing instilled in him a sense of impunity. At 18, while intoxicated, Michael got into a physical altercation with a friend, striking him several times in the head. The victim lost consciousness and later passed away from his injuries. Michael was charged with aggravated assault resulting in death, and he faced significant jail time. However, his father used his influence to keep Michael out of prison, arranging instead for him to enlist in the Marine Corps under a contract. After serving 5 years, Michael returned to Little Rock. He married and had 2 children, but the marriage quickly fell apart. Michael's relationships rarely lasted due to his volatile temperament, controlling behavior, and frequent outbursts. Former partners later accused him of cruelty and both emotional and physical mistreatment. Michael's fit appearance and charm helped him land a job as a personal trainer at a well-known gym, where he quickly built a client base. His position also made it easy for him to meet women, often leading to short-lived flings. For Leslie, Michael was her first serious love, and she was completely infatuated with him. Realizing this, Michael began to manipulate her, treating her like his possession. He insisted that Leslie dye her hair blonde, undergo breast augmentation, wear more revealing and provocative clothing, and apply bold makeup at all times. Leslie's parents noticed the changes in their daughter and were deeply concerned. They strongly disapproved of her relationship with Michael McCool and urged her to break it off. However, Leslie not only refused to leave Michael, but secretly married him just a few months after they began dating. This decision caused a major rift between Leslie and her parents, and she all but ceased communication with them, although she continued working at the family business. Jenny and Lester Ballard made it clear to everyone that they did not support their daughter's choice and did not consider Michael a part of their family. They believed he was manipulating Leslie and was only interested in their money and the family business. The Ballards even revised their will, adding conditions that required Leslie to divorce Michael and sever all ties with him before she could inherit anything. When Leslie discovered the changes to the will, she had another heated argument with her parents, declaring that she would never leave her husband because she loved him. Her absence at Lester's funeral after his sudden passing raised eyebrows. While many were aware of the tension within the family, it seemed incomprehensible that Leslie would fail to pay her respects to her father. On September 15th, 2 days after Jenny's body was discovered, police returned to Leslie's home. This time, she and Michael were there. They arrived in a car that had been a gift from her parents and seemed genuinely surprised by the officers' visit. When the couple was informed of Jenny's death, Leslie had an emotional outburst. She screamed, cried, and appeared on the verge of fainting. However, seasoned detectives noted that her reaction seemed overly dramatic, almost rehearsed. Leslie quickly regained her composure and agreed to accompany the officers to the station for questioning. Once there, her demeanor shifted entirely. She now appeared calm and detached. She told investigators that she and her husband had been out of town for the past 4 days, visiting Michael's parents in Hot Springs near Lake Hamilton in Garland County, Arkansas. Leslie claimed she had never been in serious conflict with her parents, saying that while her parents initially disapproved of Michael, they eventually accepted her decision to marry him. When asked about the revised will, which excluded both her and Michael from any claim to the family business or estate, she hesitated before responding. She stated that it didn't matter much because she and her husband were financially stable and capable of providing for themselves. When the topic shifted to her father's death, Leslie's tone grew somber. She explained that she had missed the funeral simply because she didn't know about it, suggesting that her mother had chosen not to inform her. Leslie then directed investigators' attention to her mother's new companion, hinting that he had suspiciously stepped into Jenny's life soon after Lester's passing. According to Leslie, she only learned about her father's passing in mid-August after he had already been buried. Shocked and hurt, she immediately went to her family home to confront her mother about why she hadn't been informed. When Leslie arrived, she was startled to find Mickey Holloway sitting in her father's chair, wearing a robe and holding a mug of tea. His belongings were scattered throughout the house, while her mother had seemingly discarded her father's possessions. Leslie grew suspicious of her mother's new partner, believing he had ulterior motives and might even have been involved in Jenny's death. Unaware that Holloway had already been ruled out as a suspect, Leslie tried to shift the blame onto him. However, detectives felt that she wasn't being entirely truthful and suspected she was hiding something. Leslie and Michael were interviewed separately in different interrogation rooms. Initially, their stories aligned. Michael, with his criminal history and apparent interest in benefiting from the Ballard's wealth, quickly became the prime suspect. In contrast, Leslie was described by family and neighbors as a compliant, soft-spoken woman who had always followed her parents' guidance. During his questioning, Michael appeared calm and confident. With no direct evidence against him, detectives decided to release him, suggesting he wait for Leslie in the corridor or his car. He chose to remain at the station, expecting Leslie to be released shortly as well. However, Leslie grew increasingly anxious during her interrogation. She contradicted herself, stumbled over details, and became visibly distraught. Around 2 a.m., after 6 hours of questioning, detectives pointed out yet another inconsistency in her story. Leslie took a deep breath and said she was ready to confess. Everyone assumed she would implicate Michael in the crime. Instead, Leslie shocked the room by saying, "I killed my mom." At first, investigators were skeptical, thinking she might be trying to protect her husband. But as Leslie recounted the events in detail, her story stunned everyone in the room. It all started when Leslie met Michael. Her parents were horrified by her choice and refused to accept him into their family. Hoping time would heal the rift, Leslie distanced herself from her parents, expecting reconciliation eventually. However, her parents became increasingly alarmed by the dramatic changes in her appearance and behavior, realizing Michael was manipulating her. Convinced he was only after their money and business, the Ballards rewrote their will, cutting Leslie and Michael out entirely unless the couple divorced. When her parents told Leslie about the revised will, she was devastated. Feeling betrayed, she cut off contact, no longer visiting or calling. In August 2003, when Lester passed away suddenly, Jenny chose not to tell her daughter, aiming to punish her for her defiance. The decision deeply hurt Leslie. To make matters worse, Leslie later discovered that just 2 weeks after her father's death, her mother had begun seeing someone new. This ignited an intense resentment toward Jenny. Still, despite her anger, Leslie claimed she had no intention of harming her mother. She firmly denied ever considering such a horrific act. Meanwhile, Michael, eager to seize control of the Ballard family's wealth and business, uncovered a legal loophole. If both of Leslie's parents died within a month of each other, Leslie would inherit everything, regardless of changes made to the will. With only a few days remaining in this crucial window, Michael began pressuring Leslie to act, threatening severe consequences if she refused. He warned that if she didn't kill Jenny, he would do it himself, and then turn his anger on her. Michael carefully planned the crime, including wearing a face-covering mask to hide the attacker's identity, and ensuring the scene would go unnoticed. He also staged a fake robbery to make the crime seem believable, reasoning that a break-in at the affluent Ballard residence would not raise suspicion. On the day of the attack, Leslie dressed all in black, wore gloves and a mask, and carried a large knife Michael had given her. She drove to her mother's house and waited inside the garage for Jenny's return. When Jenny arrived and unlocked the door, Leslie ambushed her, pushing her into the house before she could even remove the key from the lock. The struggle moved into the living room, where Leslie stabbed Jenny multiple times in the back. When her mother fell to the floor, Leslie continued to strike her with the knife, driven by fear and the pressure she felt from Michael. Jenny likely never saw her attacker's face under the mask. After the attack, Leslie ransacked the house to stage the scene as a robbery. She took a few valuable pieces of jewelry and her father's coin collection, which was worth a significant sum. Her primary goal, however, was to locate and steal the will. Once she had what she needed, she damaged the safe to make the crime appear more convincing and fled the scene in her mother's car. She later abandoned the vehicle in a parking lot at the city's edge, where Michael picked her up in his own car. While Leslie was confessing, Michael waited in the corridor, seemingly relaxed. When he was called back in for further questioning, he remained composed, until detectives informed him that Leslie had admitted everything. At that point, Michael denied any involvement, claiming he was entirely unaware of Leslie's intentions to harm her mother. Michael insisted that Leslie had orchestrated and executed the crime on her own. He admitted only to helping her cover it up afterward, including hiding evidence. He told investigators where they could find the blood-stained clothing and revealed that the stolen jewelry and coin collection had been taken to his parents' house in Hot Springs. Police escorted both suspects to Michael's parents' house in Hot Springs to recover the evidence. During the drive, Leslie and Michael acted disturbingly casual. They joked with each other and appeared completely unfazed by the situation, showing no remorse for what had transpired. The ballad's coins and jewelry were discovered in a hidden compartment in one of the rooms of Michael's parents' house. When detectives asked Leslie about the weapon used in the crime, she shrugged and claimed that Michael had taken it. She suggested he might have disposed of it at Lake Hamilton. Experienced divers were immediately called to the scene. Michael smirked, dismissing their efforts as a waste of time. However, his confidence quickly faded when just 10 minutes later, a diver emerged holding a large knife. Forensic analysis later confirmed it to be the weapon used in the crime. As previously noted, the autopsy revealed over 70 stab wounds on Jenny's body. While Michael may have orchestrated the crime, no one could have forced Leslie to inflict so many wounds. This level of violence suggested that Leslie had acted out of deep anger, venting her fury on her mother in a moment of unrestrained rage. Both Leslie and Michael maintained their innocence, attempting to paint themselves as victims. Leslie claimed that Michael had coerced her into committing the crime by threatening her life. She argued that fear for her safety had driven her to follow his plan. Michael, on the other hand, insisted that he had no knowledge of Leslie's intentions and had never believed she was capable of harming her own mother. He admitted only to assisting in concealing evidence. Leslie's trial began in February. She was charged with committing the crime and tampering with evidence. Her defense team emphasized her clean record and the positive character references provided by those who knew her. Despite Leslie's attempts to deny involvement, the jury found her guilty on all charges. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without any chance of parole. Michael's trial commenced in June that same year. His defense team claimed he had no prior knowledge of Leslie's actions and did not take part in the crime directly. Nevertheless, the jury convicted him as an accomplice and for attempting to destroy evidence. Michael received a sentence of 40 years for his involvement in the crime, plus an additional 20 years for evidence tampering, totaling 60 years without parole, effectively a life sentence. Moving on to the next case. Lori Leonard. In today's fast-paced world, where daily responsibilities often leave little room for a personal life, many turn to online dating as a practical way to meet potential partners. While some of these digital connections lead to genuine relationships, marriage, and family, the risks involved can sometimes go far beyond emotional heartbreak. Lori Leonard, a single mother, was among those searching for love online. She longed to meet someone who would not only love her but also welcome her children into their life. Sadly, Lori's journey ended in tragedy. When she suddenly disappeared without explanation, investigators were met with immense difficulty due to the lack of concrete evidence. Yet they remained determined, knowing that locating Lori was the key to uncovering the truth. Eventually, their dedication paid off when a vital clue emerged, quite literally, out of nowhere. Lori and Leonard, a devoted single mother, was on a quest to find lasting happiness. She spent her early years in a small Kansas town, growing up in a humble home with her older sister, Jennifer. The sisters shared a strong bond, especially after their father walked out on the family during their school years. Their mother worked relentlessly to provide for them, and together they built a close, supportive family unit. After finishing high school, Lori began dating a boyfriend she had been with since her senior year. In 1998, she welcomed her first child, a son named Jake. However, the relationship quickly unraveled. The child's father showed little interest in being involved and offered no help financially. About 18 months later, Lori started seeing someone new, a man she believed was dependable and kind. At first, the relationship appeared to be stable, but things took a turn when she found out she was expecting another child. By February, Lori gave birth to her second son, Bryson. Shortly afterward, her partner disappeared, unwilling to take on the responsibilities of fatherhood. Unable to attend college due to her early pregnancies, Lori struggled to find stable employment. She took on various jobs as a courier, waitress, and cashier to make ends meet. Determined to create a better life for her family, Lori decided to leave her hometown and move to Albany, New York. She rented a small apartment and took a job at a casino, hoping the change would provide a fresh start. However, life in Albany was far from easy. Working late nights left Lori with no one to care for her young sons. Without family nearby and unable to afford childcare, she realized the situation was unsustainable. After much deliberation, she decided to move again, this time to join her sister Jennifer. Jennifer had relocated years earlier to Chittenango, a quiet town in Madison County, New York. Living in a suburban home with her 15-year-old son Justin, Jennifer found the slower pace of small-town life appealing. She had long encouraged Lori to move closer, offering her a supportive environment to rebuild her life. In February 2005, Lori Leonard moved to Chittenango, New York, settling into a spacious two-story home just a few blocks away from her sister Jennifer's house. Each of Lori's sons now had their own room. The family had a backyard where the boys could play with their dog, and the kids could walk to school. Lori also found a job as a waitress at a local cafe with daytime hours, allowing her to be home every evening with her boys. Lori was a cheerful, lively, and friendly person. She quickly bonded with her new neighbors and co-workers, all of whom spoke highly of her. Whenever she needed help, her sister, Jennifer, and her teenage nephew, Justin, were always ready to lend a hand. At the same time, Lori continued her search for love online, believing she would soon meet someone who would love her and care for her boys as if they were his own. She created profiles on several dating websites and actively went on dates, but luck hadn't been on her side. Jennifer, however, was skeptical about online dating and often reminded Lori to be cautious and selective. A mysterious disappearance. On Wednesday, May 4, 2005, Lori asked Jennifer to watch her sons so she could take a trip to Albany. Lori said she needed to pick up some belongings from her old home, and planned to meet a friend who had promised her and the boys tickets to a New York Yankees game. Knowing she wouldn't be able to complete everything in one day, Lori told Jennifer she would stay overnight at a hotel. She assured her sister she would be back in the morning to take her sons to school, and then head to her cafe job by 9 a.m. The next morning, around 8:30 a.m., Jennifer called Lori to check on her and make sure everything was fine. To her surprise, Lori's phone was turned off and she didn't answer. Lori didn't show up as planned, which made Jennifer increasingly worried. Jennifer dropped the boys off at school and decided to stop by the cafe to see if Lori had gone straight to work. But when she got there, the cafe's staff said Lori hadn't shown up for her shift and hadn't called to let anyone know. A behavior that was completely out of character for her. Since Jennifer had to get to work, she asked her son, Justin, to go to Lori's house to check if she had returned. When Justin arrived, he saw Lori's car parked in the driveway. The keys were still in the lock, which seemed strange. Assuming Lori was home, but possibly busy or resting, he knocked on the door and called out for her, but there was no response. Justin walked around to the back door and found it unlocked. Entering the house, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. The family's dog was on the first floor, clearly hungry, and had torn into a bag of dog food. This was unusual, as Lori always fed the dog before leaving. And if she had returned, it would have been her first priority. Hoping to find a reasonable explanation, Justin went upstairs. What he saw there only deepened the mystery. Lori's bed was unmade, and the blanket was missing. Her shoes, which she wore often, were in unusual spots. One was by the front door, and the other was on the bed. These strange details made it clear that something was not right. Justin immediately called his mother to report what he had found. Jennifer, alarmed by her sister's sudden disappearance and silence, contacted the police to file a missing person report. Unfortunately, the family had little concrete information to offer. They didn't know the name of the man Lori was supposed to meet. However, Jennifer mentioned a suspicious detail. The man had arranged to meet Lori at a hotel. Since he lived in Albany, he could have easily given her the tickets in a public place, like a cafe or even on the street. The meeting seemed more like a private date, especially since Lori had planned to stay overnight. Jennifer also advised police to question Lori's ex-boyfriend, 29-year-old Sean Doyle, who had helped her during her recent move. Though the two had broken up months earlier, they remained on friendly terms, and Sean appeared to hope for reconciliation. Jennifer had spoken with him on the day Lori disappeared. Sean admitted he had seen Lori the night before, lending her his van, and said he was shocked to hear she had gone missing. The investigation begins. When investigators arrived at Lori's home, they found no signs of forced entry or struggle. Everything in the house appeared to be in its usual place. Nothing seemed to be stolen, and there were no visible blood stains. However, Lori's purse, phone, credit cards, and identification were missing. While this could indicate she took them with her when she left, her abandoned car with the keys still in the ignition suggested otherwise. It seemed unlikely that she had left voluntarily. By the time the search began, Lori had been out of contact for over 24 hours. Her family emphasized that she was a devoted mother who would never abandon her boys. Furthermore, her credit cards hadn't been used, and her phone remained off. All these details, combined with the abandoned car, led investigators to suspect foul play. While experienced detectives understood the grim possibilities, they refrained from sharing these concerns with Lori's family at that early stage. Interviews with neighbors and a search for potential witnesses turned up no leads. No one had seen or heard anything unusual, and there were no reports of unfamiliar people or vehicles in the area. Still, Lori's disappearance caused a stir in the small town, quickly becoming the most talked about event. Rumors began to swirl about a possible predator targeting women. Recognizing the growing tension, authorities knew they needed to solve the case quickly to prevent widespread panic. The first suspect. As is often the case in investigations like this, the first person of interest was Lori's ex-boyfriend, Sean Doyle. He had been with her the day before her disappearance, and might have been the last person to see her alive. Sean's background raised further concerns. He had a history of criminal activity, including theft, illegal possession of firearms, and involvement with banned substances. He had also faced accusations of aggressive behavior toward former girlfriends. Investigators considered him a strong suspect due to his history and recent contact with Lori. According to Jennifer, Lori met Sean Doyle online. Initially, he appeared to be a reliable, family-oriented man, claiming he dreamed of having a family and was ready to be a father figure for Jake and Bryson. However, once their relationship moved offline, Lori realized that Sean's carefully crafted persona didn't match reality. He was rough-mannered, used banned substances, and refused to leave behind his criminal activities. Their relationship lasted less than 6 months and ended when Lori decided to make significant changes in her life. Sean, however, didn't want to let go and suggested staying friends, though it was clear he was using this as an excuse to monitor and control her. Neighbors frequently saw Sean at Lori's house during her move and found him unsettling. He seemed to go out of his way to portray himself as a dangerous figure, often wearing a black leather jacket adorned with metal studs, skull-patterned bandanas, and a pair of heavy handcuffs hanging from his belt. With his demeanor and appearance, Sean fit the profile of someone capable of harming Lori, making him the detective's first priority, questioning Sean Doyle. Sean didn't appear surprised when detectives visited him. Sean maintained a composed and cooperative demeanor during the initial questioning, responding to investigators' inquiries without delay. He acknowledged that he had seen Lori the day before she vanished, explaining that he had helped her move some of her things. Afterward, he claimed to have gone directly home and gone to bed. But when pressed further, his story began to unravel. His alibi couldn't be independently verified. He hadn't stopped anywhere on the way home, interacted with anyone, or had any witnesses to corroborate his account, and he lived alone. As it became clear that he was the main, and at that point, only, suspect, Sean's tone shifted. He became defensive, accusing the detectives of wasting time and suggesting they instead look for the man Lori had supposedly planned to meet in Albany. He made several negative comments about Lori, describing her as unreliable and overly flirtatious. Sean also insisted that their relationship had ended because of her alleged infidelity, claiming he was the one who broke things off. Before the interview concluded, he offered what seemed like a promising lead. Lori had met the man who offered her Yankees tickets while working at a casino, shortly before she relocated to Chittenango. Sean speculated that her former coworkers might know more about the man in question. The second suspect. Following up on Sean's tip, investigators asked Jennifer for details about the casino where Lori had worked. They headed to the establishment where employees were shocked to hear about Lori's disappearance. One waitress recalled a regular patron who was a Yankees fan and had shown a particular interest in Lori. The man, identified as Randolph Shark, was a wealthy and well-known local businessman. He was reportedly quite attentive to Lori, often trying to win her over. While some colleagues suspected a secret romance, Lori never confirmed such rumors. Once detectives had Shark's name, it didn't take long to locate his home address. They planned to question him immediately as his actions raised red flags. Why had he chosen to arrange a meeting in a hotel rather than in a public place or send the tickets by mail? Investigators wondered if the hotel meeting had been a trap, and the tickets merely a pretext to lure Lori into a dangerous situation. Randolph Sharp lived in an opulent 3-story home in the city's most exclusive neighborhood. When police arrived at his door, he seemed surprised but composed. However, when officers explained the purpose of their visit, his demeanor shifted to unease. Shark stepped outside, firmly closing the door behind him and refusing to let the officers enter his home. He assured them, though, that he was willing to answer their questions. As it turned out, Randolph had been married for many years and had 3 children. However, he had a habit of engaging in brief affairs with younger women, something his wife was entirely unaware of. Desperate to keep his indiscretions a secret, Shark confessed to having a short-term relationship with Lori. He begged the detectives not to reveal this information, fearing it would destroy his family. Randolph admitted that he had been seeing Lori in secret for about 2 months, and had indeed promised her tickets to a Yankees game for her boys. The hotel meeting was arranged so they could have a romantic evening together. According to him, he planned to return home afterward while Lori stayed at the hotel overnight to avoid a late-night drive. However, Randolph claimed that Lori never showed up at the hotel. He said he waited for hours, trying to call her multiple times, but she didn't answer. Assuming she had either changed her mind or had a change of plans, he eventually sent her several text messages before leaving the hotel and heading home. Surveillance footage from the hotel corroborated parts of Randolph's story. Cameras captured him entering his room and leaving a few hours later. But Lori was never seen on the premises. During his time there, he made 5 phone calls and sent over a dozen text messages to her, none of which received a response. The evidence suggested that Lori never made it to the hotel to meet Randolph. Moreover, her car wasn't captured on any of the traffic cameras on routes leading to Albany. This raised the possibility that she never left Chittenango in the first place. Given this new information, Randolph was released, as his alibi now seemed credible. Nevertheless, detectives weren't ready to remove him entirely from their list of suspects. The third suspect. A week had passed since Lori's disappearance, and investigators were no closer to solving the case. Her loved ones clung to hope that she might still return safely. Though deep down, they feared the worst as more time passed. Jennifer mentioned that Lori had been actively searching for love online, and suggested that detectives examine her messages on dating websites. She recalled that about a month before her disappearance, Lori had met a man through one of these platforms. While they had gone on a few dates, Lori quickly realized the relationship wasn't for her. However, the man wasn't willing to let her go so easily. He had fallen for Lori and was determined to win her over. This lead caught the detectives' attention. They began meticulously reviewing Lori's online conversations, and found that she had been communicating with 3 men in recent weeks. Of those, she had met only one in person, a man named Todd Owens. Todd had claimed he was serious about building a relationship, but judging by Lori's abrupt shift in tone after their date, it was clear she wasn't interested in pursuing things further. Detectives suspected that Todd might have had difficulty accepting her rejection. Todd Owens wasn't just persistent. His behavior bordered on obsessive. He bombarded Lori with messages, called her constantly, and practically begged her for another date. In one of his last texts, he even joked, though in poor taste, that he might harm himself if she didn't give him another chance. But could this man, so consumed by his feelings, have harmed the woman he was so fixated on simply because she rejected him? On the surface, Todd appeared to be a charming and attractive man who was popular with women. Yet something about Lori captivated him in a way no one else had. He quickly became enamored with her, even fantasizing about marriage and taking on the role of a father to her sons. When detectives showed up at Todd's home to question him about Lori's disappearance, he seemed genuinely shocked, upset, and even scared. Todd admitted he had been deeply infatuated with Lori, perhaps even overly so, and acknowledged that his intensity might have pushed her away. After their first date, Lori texted him to say that things wouldn't work out between them. But instead of accepting her decision, Todd saw it as a challenge. To Todd, Lori was the ideal woman, someone he believed he could build a stable and lasting relationship with. However, she didn't feel the same way and had been upfront about it. Despite her clear rejection, Todd continued to pursue her, hoping to convince her to meet him again. But based on their text exchanges, it seemed that another meeting never happened, much to Todd's disappointment. Todd's obsession with Lori was undeniable, and he didn't try to hide it. However, he had a solid alibi for the day of her disappearance. He had been at work all morning and hadn't left the office, something his coworkers, at least 10 of them, could confirm. After work, he went directly to a bar to celebrate a friend's birthday, a gathering attended by dozens of people who could vouch for his presence. With such a strong alibi, Todd was removed from the list of suspects. A shocking discovery. Nearly 3 months had passed since Lori's disappearance. Jennifer had taken custody of her nephews, and the boys were now living in her home. Deep down, Jennifer feared she might never see her sister again, though she clung to a sliver of hope that Lori would return. The investigation, however, had stalled completely. No new evidence or suspects had surfaced, leaving the case at a standstill. Then, in late July, everything changed, delivering a devastating blow to any remaining hope of a positive outcome. On the early morning of Sunday, July 24, 2005, a terrified man called the police to report a horrifying discovery in a nearby body of water. The caller was a local resident who had decided to spend his day off fishing along the Champlain Canal, which connects the Hudson River to the southern end of Lake Champlain. He had hoped for a quiet morning surrounded by nature's tranquility. As he cast his line, the man decided to take a short walk along the bank. That's when he noticed something unusual. Just a few yards away, tangled in the shoreline's tall grass, was a large toolbox floating near the water's surface. It appeared to have been carried there by the current, and had gotten stuck in the vegetation. The toolbox floating in the canal looked substantial. Hoping it might contain something valuable or useful, the fisherman decided to retrieve it. He hooked the box and started pulling it toward the shore. However, whatever was inside was extremely heavy, forcing the man to wade into the water to drag it out. After considerable effort, the fisherman finally managed to bring the box onto dry land. Intrigued, he began examining the rusty latches, working to pry them open. When he succeeded and lifted the lid, he recoiled in horror. Inside was the partially decomposed body of a young woman, wrapped in a blood-stained white blanket. The elderly fisherman was so shocked by the gruesome discovery that he nearly suffered a heart attack. Panicking, he abandoned everything and ran to call the police. Overcome with shock, the man struggled to describe what he had discovered, repeatedly shouting that a woman's body was inside the box. Law enforcement quickly responded, securing the area and transporting the box to a forensic facility for examination. The remains were sent for autopsy, but identification posed a challenge due to the extensive water damage and advanced decomposition. Nonetheless, forensic specialists were able to confirm the victim's identity through fingerprint analysis and dental records. It was Lori Leonard, missing for nearly 3 months. Inside the box were several of Lori's personal items, including her purse, identification, credit cards, and cell phone. Investigators believed the killer had kept these objects to fabricate the appearance that Lori had left willingly. The condition of the body revealed disturbing new information. Lori was found partially unclothed, with clear signs of physical assault prior to her death. Unfortunately, the extended exposure to water had degraded any usable DNA evidence, making it impossible to identify the attacker through biological traces. Her pants, which had been cut up and left inside the box, indicated that the assailant had acted in haste, likely trying to remove her clothing quickly without fully undressing her. Lori's hands and feet were bound with metal handcuffs, and her mouth and nose were sealed with duct tape. A black bandana used as a gag was found inside her mouth. There were several cuts on her body, but none were fatal. Defensive wounds were visible on her hands, and a bruise near her left eye indicated she had sustained trauma while still alive. Despite these injuries, none of them directly caused her death. The autopsy revealed that Lori had died from asphyxiation. Since no water was found in her lungs, it was clear she had been killed before her body was placed in the canal. The toolbox also contained 2 bags of construction sand, likely intended as ballast to weigh the box down and keep it submerged. However, one of the bags had torn open, allowing most of its contents to wash away. This caused the makeshift grave to drift until it eventually became lodged in the shoreline vegetation. A key witness and irrefutable evidence. When news of the horrifying discovery aired during the evening broadcast, a woman named Sydney contacted the police with a potentially crucial lead. She claimed to have seen the toolbox in question before, and she suspected she might know who was responsible for the crime. Sydney identified herself as a neighbor of Sean Doyle, who had previously been on the list of suspects. She explained that Sean had often carried a similar large toolbox in the bed of his pickup truck, but it mysteriously disappeared several months ago. Sydney recounted how her husband had casually asked Sean about the toolbox one day, wondering where it had gone. Sean hesitated at first, but then replied that he had gotten rid of it because he no longer needed it. Although the response struck the couple as odd, they didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until they saw the evening news segment about the body found in the toolbox that the pieces clicked into place. Since Sean was already a person of interest, and the canal where the box was found was only a few miles from his home, detectives acted quickly. They arrived at Sean's house, but he appeared prepared for their arrival. He had already hired a defense attorney and refused to cooperate with the investigation, invoking his right to remain silent. Mounting evidence. Despite Sean's refusal to cooperate, the case against him quickly began to build. Police arrested him and secured a warrant to search his property. Detectives also started interviewing his neighbors, hoping to uncover additional information. Several of Sean's neighbors recalled seeing the toolbox in his truck bed in the past and identified it with certainty from photographs. They also mentioned that the black bandana found in the victim's mouth looked remarkably similar to the ones Sean often wore. During the search of Sean's home, investigators uncovered 2 more pairs of metal handcuffs identical to the ones used to restrain Lori. Witnesses confirmed that Sean was known for carrying handcuffs with him wherever he went. Police also discovered a large collection of bandanas in his possession, matching the one found on the victim. The most damning evidence, however, was found in a shed on Sean's property. Inside, detectives located several bags of construction sand purchased from the same store as the sandbags found in the toolbox. This discovery strongly tied Sean to the crime scene and further corroborated the witness accounts. The trial and verdict. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence against Sean Doyle, much of it was circumstantial. Investigators were unable to recover any DNA linking him to the crime scene, and Doyle consistently denied any involvement. His attorney had meticulously crafted a strong defense strategy, which complicated the prosecution's case. However, a critical piece of evidence emerged, a broken key found under the seat of Doyle's pickup truck. The number etched on the key matched the lock number on the toolbox recovered from the canal. Investigators theorized that the lock had been broken for some time, which explained why Doyle had only secured the toolbox with its latches. It appeared he had forgotten about the misplaced key, leaving it behind as a damning piece of evidence. Doyle never confessed to the crime, and reconstructing this sequence of events was a complex process. Prosecutors argued that Doyle had approached Lori in an attempt to rekindle their relationship, but became enraged when she rejected him. They believed that Lori was leaving her home, possibly heading to meet someone else, when Doyle confronted her. Enraged, he likely coerced her back inside the house where the attack occurred. According to the prosecution's theory, Doyle assaulted Lori, using a bandana as a gag that ultimately caused her death by asphyxiation. He then wrapped her body in a blanket and carried it out through the back door, placing it in his truck. To create the illusion that Lori had left of her own accord, Doyle took her purse, phone, and identification. He later placed the body in the toolbox, added sandbags, and disposed of it in the canal. It took investigators nearly 4 months to gather sufficient evidence and build a case strong enough to proceed to trial. The court hearings began in late November 2005 and were held publicly, drawing significant media attention. Sean Doyle was charged with premeditated murder and tampering with evidence. After almost a year of legal proceedings, the trial concluded in December 2006. The jury ultimately found Doyle guilty on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole only after serving a minimum of 30 years. Annie Duany. On November 11, 2010, in one of Cape Town's poorest neighborhoods, locals came across an abandoned car with broken windows. Inside the back seat lay the lifeless body of a young woman who had recently traveled to South Africa with her husband for their honeymoon. What first seemed like a random act of violence soon revealed a far more complicated situation. Questions quickly arose. Why were they in such a dangerous area so late at night? What part did her husband, Shreen Duany, play in what happened? And what was behind the conflicting stories they told? This was the start of one of the decade's most perplexing cases. Annie Duany appeared to be on the verge of a perfect life. She had moved from Sweden to London in February 2010 to be closer to her fiancé, Shreen Duany. Their relationship unfolded naturally, blossoming from a whirlwind romance that had only started 6 months prior. The introduction had been arranged by Annie's aunt, who thought Shreen would be a perfect match for her niece. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly ideal pairing was a tangled web of circumstances far more complicated than anyone expected. Shreen Duany, a 30-year-old businessman from Bristol, hadn't made much of an impression on Annie during their first meeting. That initial date, set up by her aunt, was fairly uneventful for Annie. But their second meeting changed everything. Shreen invited her to see the Lion King musical in London's West End, an experience that touched Annie deeply. From then on, their relationship blossomed, with Shreen doing everything possible to win her heart. His kindness and attention captivated her, and Annie soon found herself spending increasing amounts of time in London. Still, Annie's story began far away from the busy streets of the city. Her parents, who had emigrated from Uganda, faced significant challenges as they settled in a small Swedish town called Mariestad. Annie and her 2 brothers were born and raised there, experiencing the struggles of their parents' journey to build a better life. Annie's father eventually established a successful business, providing stability and security for the family. It was within this environment that Annie grew up, shaping her dreams and ambitions. By the time she was 25, Annie had built a promising career working in the marketing department at Ericsson. Despite her professional success, she found herself increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of the future. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. She longed for love, a family, and the possibility of having a daughter or son someday. London became a city of new opportunities and connections for her. Visits to relatives opened her eyes to its vibrant possibilities. Ultimately, London became the backdrop for the fateful meeting between her and Shryan. Shryan's family, wealthy and influential, owned a chain of daycare centers across the UK. However, Shryan didn't limit himself to the family business. Through his hard work, he significantly increased the company's revenue, earning a reputation as a dedicated and driven individual. This ambition and determination left a strong impression on Annie. Their relationship progressed quickly. Shryan went out of his way to earn Annie's trust and affection. Together, they visited top-tier restaurants and exclusive clubs, living a life of luxury. Annie quickly adjusted to this new lifestyle. For 6 months, she regularly traveled back and forth between Sweden and England, until she finally decided to move to London. On the surface, their relationship seemed like a dream come true. A beautiful couple, successful careers, and a glamorous life. But beneath this perfect image lay complexities that would soon disrupt their apparent happiness. Step by step, Annie embraced her new life, unaware of the events that lay ahead. In the February, Annie's family flew to Bristol to meet Shreen's parents for the first time. The Duany family's luxurious home, with its expansive garden, high-end cars in the driveway, and overall opulence, left a lasting impression. Despite the visible differences in lifestyle, both families warmly embraced each other and supported the engagement. However, behind the facade of wealth and harmony were underlying tensions that would later come to light. In the February, Shreen proposed to Annie in Paris. Chartering a private jet, he flew her to one of the city's most renowned restaurants. The highlight of the evening was when a waiter presented a dish adorned with a red rose and an engagement ring under a silver dome. Shreen got down on one knee and asked Annie to marry him. Overwhelmed by the romantic gesture, she said yes. The wedding was scheduled for the fall of that year, and preparations began immediately. The ceremony was set to be a grand affair, with a budget of nearly $250,000 befitting the Duany family's stature. However, during this time, Annie began confiding in close friends and family about her growing doubts regarding the marriage. She spoke about the tension in her relationship with Shreen, and admitted she wasn't happy. In private conversations and messages, she expressed fears and uncertainties, even confessing that she sometimes felt trapped and unsure if she could spend her life with him. The warning signs had appeared well before the Paris proposal. Despite the lavish gestures and luxurious lifestyle, Annie had started to notice that Shreen was overly controlling. She often felt stifled, especially as they spent more time together. A stay in Mumbai before the wedding where they checked into a hotel together only intensified the strain. Constant arguments, emotional distance, and feelings of pressure left Annie questioning whether she should go through with the marriage. Family members later recalled how Annie openly spoke about her unhappiness. She didn't hide the fact that there were moments when she wanted to escape from the relationship entirely. But societal expectations, family pressures, and the looming wedding left her feeling cornered. In the weeks leading up to the ceremony, the tension reached its peak. Annie frequently mentioned feeling overwhelmed and uncertain, as if she had no way out. During these events, the first months of their life together seemed deceptively smooth. Shreen, who appeared caring and generous, turned out to be someone with whom Annie felt increasingly uncomfortable. Their relationship, which began with lavish trips and expensive gifts, gradually lost the ease and joy it had in the beginning. Conflicts emerged, and the couple struggled to resolve them. From the start, Annie noticed unusual behavior from Shreen. He categorically avoided any physical closeness. Even simple gestures like hugs or kisses were dismissed as unnecessary. Shreen claimed to hold strict principles, insisting on preserving intimacy until after marriage. Annie started to sense that there was a deeper reason behind Shreen's reluctance. He was secretive about his past, only revealing that he had been previously engaged, though the wedding was cancelled shortly before they met. He refused to discuss the reasons for the breakup, which made Annie increasingly uneasy. She shared her concerns with her sister, wondering if Shreen was either inexperienced in relationships or hiding problems he didn't want to disclose. Their arguments grew more frequent and intense. During one particularly heated moment, Annie even threw her engagement ring at Shreen, declaring she no longer saw a future for their marriage. But Shreen remained determined. Despite Annie trying to call off the wedding 3 times, he always persuaded her to continue. She felt pressured to go through with it, for the sake of her family, who had already invested considerable time and money, and for the guests who had made plans to attend. Finally, on October 19, 2010, Annie and Shreen were married in front of a large number of guests. Just 10 days after the wedding, their honeymoon began. The first destination was South Africa. The couple spent several days on a safari in a national park, and Annie texted her family to say she was enjoying the experience. However, things began to take a turn when they arrived in Cape Town. At the airport, Shreen decided to rent a taxi, even though their hotel offered premium transportation services. This was when he met a driver named Zola Tango. Tango drove the couple to the luxurious 5-star Cape Grace hotel. Shortly after checking in, Shrien left the lobby, leaving Annie alone, and spent about 10 minutes speaking with Tango. According to Shrien, he suggested that Tango act as their private driver for the remainder of their stay in Cape Town, offering to show them around and recommend places to visit. This choice was unusual, especially considering the high-quality services provided by their hotel. Nevertheless, Shrien opted for the services of a random taxi driver who operated a standard Volkswagen minivan. The decision seemed inconsistent with the image Shrien often presented of himself as a successful and high-status individual accustomed to a life of luxury. The events of the honeymoon left Annie with mixed emotions. After spending a few peaceful days in South Africa, she began to notice more signs that her relationship with Shrien was not meeting her expectations. The tension that had been present before the wedding lingered. Shrien remained distant and controlling, and his decisions became increasingly puzzling. Despite these concerns, Annie tried to focus on the positive moments, hoping that their time in a new environment might strengthen their bond. On November 11th, the day began uneventfully. Shrien and Annie spent the afternoon relaxing by the hotel pool. In the evening, they visited a bar on the hotel grounds, appearing calm and happy. Security cameras captured footage of their interaction, and photos from that evening showed the couple smiling. Later, they decided to have dinner outside the hotel and called their driver, Zola Tango, to take them to a restaurant on the other side of the city. The dinner, which began around 9 p.m., lasted about an hour. Tango picked them up afterward to drive them back to the hotel. During the ride, Annie expressed interest in seeing the real South Africa, as opposed to the tourist-friendly parts of Cape Town. According to Tango, she insisted on visiting a neighborhood where she could experience the local way of life. Tango suggested Guguletu, a notoriously dangerous area known for its high crime rates. Between February 2005 and February 2010, the neighborhood recorded more than 700 crimes classified as serious offenses. Despite warnings about the risks, Shrien and Annie agreed to the detour. At approximately 10:45 p.m., the vehicle stopped at an intersection. Two armed men approached the car. One of them shattered the driver's side window with the handle of a firearm, then opened the door and forced Tango out of the car. The perpetrators took over the front seats, leaving Shrien and Annie in the back. From that moment, the situation spiraled into chaos. The armed men, aggressive and demanding, began ordering Annie to hand over her jewelry and other valuables. They assured the couple they didn't intend to harm them, but warned that they would release the two separately. Annie and Shrien begged not to be separated, but the attackers insisted. About an hour into the ordeal, the vehicle stopped, and the assailants forcibly removed Shrien from the car through the broken window. Before leaving him behind, they confiscated his phone to prevent him from contacting law enforcement immediately. Left alone on the side of the road, Shrien started yelling for help. He knocked on the doors of nearby homes until a local resident finally let him in. Still in shock, Shrien asked the resident to contact the police. Meanwhile, Tango, who had been released earlier by the attackers, had already alerted the authorities. A search operation was launched with Annie now classified as missing. Shrien and Tango each gave separate accounts to the police, detailing the events of that night. After Shrien's statement, he was escorted back to their hotel, Cape Grace, while authorities coordinated the ongoing investigation. The following morning, a Khayelitsha resident reported a gray Volkswagen minivan parked suspiciously by the roadside. The vehicle had been there for several hours, raising alarm. Police arrived around 8:30 a.m. and found Annie Dewani's body inside the minivan. She had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to her neck. Investigators concluded that the bullet first hit her hand. She appeared to have raised it defensively, before passing through her neck and lodging in the seat behind her. Medical examiners determined that Annie did not die instantly but succumbed to blood loss from the injury. The heartbreaking news of her death reached her father while he was in Amsterdam during a layover en route to Cape Town. Upon receiving the call from Shrien, he was devastated and barely remembered the details of the flight that followed. Meanwhile, the investigation had already begun. Hotel staff were among the first to be interviewed by the police, expressing surprise that the couple had ventured into such a dangerous neighborhood at night. It seemed an illogical choice for tourists, staying at a prestigious 5-star hotel. When questioned, Shrin claimed that the idea to visit Gugulethu was Annie's. He stated that she wanted to see the real South Africa. Detectives found this explanation questionable, given the notoriously high crime rate in the area, which was well known to locals. Even taxi drivers typically avoided taking tourists there after dark. As the interrogations continued, the police began gathering evidence. One of the first breakthroughs came when fingerprints were discovered inside the minivan. They belonged to Zolau Menjini, a man with a prior criminal record. Police apprehended him later that same day. Menjini was found at home with 2 women and another man, apparently recently returned from a nightclub where they had been drinking and using banned substances. Meanwhile, questions about the circumstances of the crime continued to pile up. From the outset, detectives struggled to identify a motive. No ransom demands had been made, ruling out kidnapping for financial gain. There were also no indications of an assault with intent, which eliminated another possible explanation. Additionally, the attackers had not destroyed the vehicle to hide evidence, a common practice, and they had released both Shreen and the driver, leaving 2 witnesses who could identify them. Shreen, for his part, contacted Annie's relatives in Bristol to inform them of the tragedy. In a phone call, he apologized for not being able to protect her. His words seemed heartfelt, but they also raised questions among investigators. Why would an experienced taxi driver agree to take them into such a dangerous area? Why did Shrin allow the trip, knowing the potential risks? These and other questions became central to the ongoing investigation, which was soon to take an unexpected turn. While Shrin had returned to the UK, South African police uncovered new evidence shedding light on the circumstances of Annie's death. During a search of Zolau Menjini's residence, they found items stolen from the minivan that had belonged to Annie. Under questioning, Menjini admitted to the crime and provided the name of his accomplice, Mzawamadoda Quabe. 2 days later, Quabe was also taken into custody. At this point, the case seemed resolved, with investigators concluding that the crime was a random robbery gone wrong. But just days later, Menjini gave a new statement. He alleged that the crime had been orchestrated and implicated another individual, referred to as Malo. In the police station hallway, Quabe shouted at Malo to tell the truth, prompting another revelation. The involvement of the taxi driver, Zola Tango. Initially seen as a victim of circumstance, Tango suddenly became a key figure in the investigation. Faced with mounting evidence, Tango agreed to cooperate with prosecutors and provided a confession. According to his account, the mastermind behind the crime was none other than Sryan Dewani. Tango claimed that the day after the couple arrived in Cape Town, Sryan approached him with a proposal. Surveillance footage from the hotel confirmed the interaction. Shreen was seen leaving the lobby, while Annie remained inside and speaking with Tango for about 10 minutes. During this conversation, Tango alleged, Shryan revealed that he wanted to get rid of someone, clarifying that he was referring to his wife. Just days earlier, a funeral service for Annie was held in London. The ceremony took place in a large rented hall where dozens gathered to honor her memory. After the cremation, Annie's ashes were scattered over Lake Vänern in Sweden, the place where she had spent her childhood. Yet, in the days before the funeral, Shreen's behavior caused unease among Annie's family. The night before the ceremony, he threw a pizza party, a move her relatives found odd and inappropriate. His conduct seemed out of sync with the somber mood, fueling the family's growing suspicions. The accusations against Shreen stunned everyone who knew the couple. Annie's family was devastated when they heard the account given by Zola Tango, the driver, who had once been regarded as a respectable figure. Tango claimed the crime had been planned well before the couple arrived in South Africa. His testimony and the details he shared dramatically changed the direction of the investigation, undermining the initial belief that the attack was random. Upon arriving in Cape Town, Sriandwani and Zola Tango began frequent communication. According to investigators, Tango became a central figure in coordinating the crime. He alleged that at Sreen's request, he contacted a third party referred to as Malo, who then recruited two individuals, Zamundota Quabe and Zoli Limenjani, to carry out the abduction and killing of Ani Duani. The specifics of the arrangement, as described by Tango, were shocking. Despite Shryan's considerable wealth, he reportedly offered only 15,000 South African rand, about $1,000 at the time, for the act. Congo claimed that Shryan insisted the plan be executed quickly. To coordinate, they relied on text messages rather than phone calls to avoid raising Annie's suspicions. Cell phone records obtained by police revealed extensive communication between Shireen and Tango on the day the couple arrived in Cape Town. However, the exact content of their messages could not be recovered because the texts had been deleted before investigators accessed the phones. This lack of evidence made the investigation more challenging, but did not rule out suspicions. The following evening, during dinner at a hotel restaurant, security footage showed Shryan leaving the table and Annie sitting alone. Shryan later explained that he had stepped away to take an urgent work call. However, records indicated that during this time, he contacted Tango, and their call lasted about 5 minutes. This incident added to the growing list of questions investigators had about his actions. The most troubling events occurred on the night of Annie's death. According to phone records, even while they were in the car together, Shryan and Tango were still texting each other. Investigators interpreted this as an attempt to ensure Annie wouldn't overhear their conversations. Unfortunately, the content of the messages could not be retrieved, as both men had deleted the texts. That night, while Annie's whereabouts were still unknown, Tango claimed that Shryan asked him directly, "Is the job done?" Tango allegedly responded, "Be careful with those words, there may be cameras around." Witnesses later recounted that after this exchange, Shryan looked up and glanced around, as if checking for surveillance equipment. These events formed the foundation of the case against Shryan Duani, built on Tango's testimony, phone records, and Shryan's behavior during critical moments. 3 days after the crime, hotel surveillance footage captured Shryan entering a room with Zola Tango, holding a white envelope. Later, Tango was seen leaving the hotel with the same envelope. It was believed to contain the money promised for carrying out the crime. Adding to the suspicion, Shryan had withdrawn a significant amount of cash from a bank shortly before the incident. When questioned by the police, he claimed the money was intended for a surprise helicopter ride for Annie. However, hotel staff confirmed that such services could have been easily arranged through them, making the involvement of a taxi driver unnecessary and suspicious. As the investigation progressed, inconsistencies in Shryan's account of the night became apparent. He stated that the assailants had taken all of Annie's jewelry, including her engagement ring. However, the ring was later found at the crime scene, raising critical questions about the accuracy of his story. These irregularities led to Shryan's arrest in Bristol. Although his family quickly bailed him out, suspicion continued to grow around him. Shryan's legal team insisted that the allegations against him were baseless and argued that orchestrating such a serious crime through a random taxi driver made no logical sense. However, the case took another twist when new evidence came to light. Several weeks later, a man named Leopold Leeser came forward with information. Leeser claimed he had been in an intimate relationship with Shryan for several months prior to the wedding. Leeser, a professional escort known by the alias, the German Master, revealed that Shryan had hired his services multiple times. Additionally, police discovered that Shryan had been using the dating app Grindr, even during the days following the incident, when his wife's body had not yet been found. These revelations raised new questions about Shryan's potential motives. Investigators began to explore whether his actions were influenced by personal struggles related to his sexual orientation, and a possible desire to keep that part of his life hidden from his family and community. Shryan's defense attorneys argued that the suspects had intentionally him in order to secure lighter sentences. Critics of this theory question how to explain the suspicious phone calls, deleted messages, and the large cash withdrawal made the day before the crime. 4 individuals involved in the abduction and death of Annie were arrested. 3 of them received prison sentences. Initially, none of them named Shryan as the mastermind behind the crime. His name surfaced only later, raising doubts about the credibility of their statements. Meanwhile, Investigators continued searching for evidence to either confirm or refute Shryan's alleged involvement. Shryan was eventually extradited to South Africa to stand trial. His attorneys argued that the case should be dismissed due to a lack of concrete evidence. The court approved the motion, leading to Shryan's acquittal on all charges. After his release, he resumed his normal life. Today, Shryan openly embraces his sexual orientation and lives with Brazilian photographer Gladson Lopes Martins. The couple often travels together and shares glimpses of their life on social media. This development has sparked many questions within Annie's family. Her father publicly condemned Shryan's actions, calling them not only a betrayal but also a deep insult to his daughter's memory. Shryan Duani remains one of the most contentious figures linked to this tragedy. His acquittal brought little closure for Annie's family, who continued to wrestle with unresolved questions about his true involvement, motives, and behavior on that tragic day. Although the case is officially closed, public debate persists, with opinions divided over what really happened. Moving on to the next case. Costa Rican Miriam Vallejo. The story of young Miriam Vallejo from Costa Rica deeply unsettled the entire nation, leaving even the most composed people in shock. What began as a seemingly ordinary argument quickly turned into a tragic event that could not be undone. Those who thought they understood her story soon discovered darker truths, a world filled with manipulation, toxic relationships, and dangerous love games that often crossed the line. Miriam had hoped to keep her family intact, but her love ultimately led to her untimely death. What truly happened on that fateful day? And who bears responsibility for her passing? Unhealthy relationships aren't worth the struggle to preserve. At their core, they resemble living on a powder keg, ready to explode amid constant fights, manipulation, resentment, and attempts to control. A destructive partner may not only use physical violence but also cause deep emotional damage, often breaking down their partner's self-esteem, sowing feelings of worthlessness and inadequacy, and convincing them they can't survive without that person. Through relentless criticism and constant belittling, a toxic partner undermines their loved one's achievements and shatters their self-worth. Such a relationship brings nothing but pain, disappointment, and extinguishes any hope for a shared future. So, who was Miriam Vallejo? Miriam Andrea Fernandez Vallejo was born on February 19, 1998, in Heredia, the capital city of the province with the same name in Costa Rica. She was the eldest of 3 siblings in the family of Douglas Fernandez Aguilaro and his wife, Ivania Marietta Vallejo. Her parents worked tirelessly to provide their children with everything they needed, ensuring they received a good education and grew up to be respectable individuals. From a young age, Miriam was admired for her striking beauty, which only intensified as she matured. By her teenage years, she had a model-like appearance, long black hair, large expressive eyes, a symmetrical face, and a flawless figure. Unsurprisingly, she had many admirers vying for her attention. Those who knew Miriam personally described her as intelligent, cheerful, outgoing, and friendly. She was always ready to help others. She excelled academically and dreamed of pursuing a career in journalism and social communications. At the age of 18, she became a student at a prestigious university in San Jose, where she studied editorial work and broadcast journalism. Her parents were proud of their eldest daughter, confident that she would achieve success in her chosen field. However, not long after she began studying in the capital, she entered into a relationship that, sadly, would bring her nothing but trouble. Miriam's family sensed this from the start, but blinded by love, the young woman refused to listen to anyone. Who was Marvin Bernays? Marvin Alonso Bernays was born in 1992 in San Jose, and was the oldest of 2 children in a wealthy and well-known family. His parents owned a large chain of pharmacies and several department stores in the capital. Marvin grew up alongside his younger sister with whom he was very close, and the two always supported each other. As a child, Marvin was spoiled and demanding, never experiencing denial of anything he wanted. His parents always excused his behavior and protected him from the consequences of his actions, no matter how severe. This lack of boundaries led Marvin to develop harmful habits at a young age. As a teenager, he became involved with alcohol and prohibited substances. He frequently attended parties at popular venues, had numerous short-lived relationships, and lived without any plans for the future, fully reliant on his parents' wealth. On his 18th birthday, his parents gifted him an expensive car, which he often drove recklessly and under the influence, frequently getting into trouble. When his parents realized they had lost control over their son, they threatened to take back the car and cut him off from the family accounts. But Marvin knew all too well that his parents would never follow through on their threats, so he continued to ignore their warnings. By the time Marvin turned 20, the once skinny young man had started taking his appearance seriously. He became a regular at the gym, focusing on building muscle. This newfound interest in fitness led him to stop using prohibited substances and significantly cut back on alcohol consumption. Soon, another passion emerged. Marvin began covering his body with bold and colorful tattoos. However, a few years later, his enthusiasm for fitness faded. Believing his physique was already ideal, he stopped working out and returned to his old lifestyle of loud parties, heavy drinking, and substance use. With his expensive car, designer wardrobe, and carefree spending of his parents' money, Marvin had no trouble meeting women. In fact, many approached him first, drawn to his flashy lifestyle. There's no clear information about how Marvin first met the reserved beauty, Miriam. Some sources suggest they were introduced by mutual friends who invited Miriam to a party, while others claim Marvin stumbled across Vallejo's social media profile, was instantly captivated by her looks, showered her with compliments, and quickly asked her out. Their relationship, which began in February, was tumultuous from the very start. Marvin treated Miriam as though she were his property, and even his affectionate gestures often carried an undertone of aggression and control. For instance, he would pinch her hard enough to leave bruises or roughly grab her chin during conversations to force her to look at him. Their private moments were no exception to this unsettling dynamic. Miriam once confided in a close friend that Marvin had a habit of choking her, claiming it was playful. However, there were times when his actions went too far, leaving her genuinely afraid for her life. Despite this, Miriam, being inexperienced in relationships, saw Marvin as her first serious boyfriend, her first great love, and the first man in her life. Naive and unaware of the danger she was in, she convinced herself that Marvin would never truly harm her. She rationalized his behavior as a strange way of showing his affection, and was willing to forgive him. When Miriam introduced Marvin to her parents for the first time, they immediately sensed something was wrong. They were alarmed by the way Marvin treated their daughter. His behavior was rough and disrespectful, even in their presence. They couldn't help but wonder what might happen when the couple was alone. Douglas and even Nia tried to reason with Miriam, urging her to end the relationship. They believed nothing good would come from it. Marvin struck them as immature, lacking ambition, and without any clear goals or plans for the future. However, Miriam passionately defended him, insisting that he was a good person who loved her deeply, even if his way of expressing it was unconventional. She argued that he was simply searching for his path in life. Left with no choice, her parents reluctantly accepted their daughter's decision and hoped for the best. Miriam's friends grew increasingly concerned after she began dating Marvin. The once cheerful and outgoing young woman became a shadow of her former self. It seemed her entire world now revolved around her boyfriend, and she wouldn't go anywhere or talk to anyone without his approval. Friends also noticed bruises on her body, but Miriam always brushed them off as accidents or her own clumsiness. In October 2016, news broke that Miriam was pregnant. The revelation shocked her parents, her boyfriend, and even Miriam herself. At just 18 years old, the university student and her boyfriend were completely unprepared for such a life-changing event. However, Miriam quickly decided she would keep the baby. Even Nia and Douglas, her parents, supported her decision and promised to help her raise their grandchild. Miriam's family strongly encouraged her to stay in university and warned her against marrying the father of her child. At first, Marvin pressured Miriam to end the pregnancy, but when he realized she was determined to keep the baby, his behavior became increasingly controlling. He started telling her she would never be free from him. After discovering the pregnancy, Marvin's treatment of Miriam deteriorated even further. He openly cheated on her, spent nights partying with alcohol and illegal substances, all while keeping close watch on her every move. He seized every chance to insult her, making harsh remarks about her gaining weight, becoming clumsy, and losing her attractiveness. Marvin repeatedly told Miriam that no one else would want her, and warned that if she left him, she would be left completely alone. Despite the ongoing insults and emotional abuse, Marvin insisted that they had to get married. He presented his proposal as a selfless gesture, saying he wanted to protect her from the shame of being a single mother. Yet, his actions revealed no genuine care or compassion for Miriam. When Miriam felt unwell, he told her to stay away from him and not bother him with her problems. In mid-December 2016, despite all the warnings from her loved ones, Miriam agreed to marry Marvin. However, Marvin's parents were also against the union. They refused to provide any financial support to the young couple, believing that Miriam had deliberately gotten pregnant to take advantage of their family's wealth. They even threatened to disown their grandchild. With no financial stability or place to live, the couple had no choice but to accept the offer from Miriam's parents. Douglas and Evania allowed them to move into their home temporarily, either until the baby was born or until Marvin found a job to afford their own place. Miriam's parents covered all expenses, effectively supporting their pregnant daughter and her unemployed husband, a domestic tyrant. Marvin was an irresponsible, lazy, and disrespectful young man with a host of bad habits he had no intention of giving up. He readily took advantage of the kindness of Miriam's parents, eating at their table, borrowing money, and continuing his carefree bachelor lifestyle. Worse, Marvin would insult and humiliate his wife in front of her family. And when her parents tried to stand up to him, Miriam would always defend her husband. One day, during another heated argument, Marvin grabbed Miriam by the neck and began choking her. Her father, Douglas, witnessed the incident, rushed to his daughter's aid, and struck Marvin several times. Marvin responded by hurling obscenities at the entire family, and declared he would never set foot in their home again. He packed his belongings, and despite the tears and pleas of his pregnant wife, walked out. From that day forward, Miriam cried constantly and rarely left her room. She blamed her father for what had happened and accused her parents of interfering in her marriage. Even after everything, Miriam still didn't recognize the danger of Marvin's actions, his physical aggression, even during her pregnancy, and clung to the belief that they could build a happy future together. About a week before her due date, Marvin, who hadn't contacted Miriam in nearly 4 months, suddenly appeared at the Vallejo family's doorstep. He claimed to have reflected on his actions and was now ready to take responsibility for their child and support the family. Marvin apologized to Miriam and her parents, but made it clear he had no intention of moving back into their home. In July 2017, Miriam gave birth to a baby girl whom she named Luciana. The child's father visited them at the hospital only once, and then disappeared for another month. When he finally showed up at Miriam's parents' home, it was clear nothing about his behavior had changed. Sometimes Marvin would arrive drunk or under the influence of prohibited substances. He acted belligerently, insulted everyone, and refused to leave when asked. He often asserted his parental rights, even threatening to take Luciano away through legal action, hinting at his family's wealth and connections. Shockingly, he also demanded that Miriam fulfill her marital obligations. Most troubling of all, Marvin continued to monitor Miriam's every move. He insisted on knowing where she went, who she met, and what she did, maintaining control over her life and treating her as if she were his property. Despite all of this, the topic of divorce was never even considered. The first attempt at a crime. On the evening of December 23, 2017, Marvin showed up at the Vallejo family home, ostensibly to visit his daughter. However, from the moment he arrived, he seemed agitated and ready to provoke an argument. When he approached the crib and saw that the baby was asleep, his frustration boiled over. He began shouting, accusing Miriam of deliberately putting their 5-month-old daughter to bed to prevent him from spending time with her. Marvin's anger escalated, and he violently shook the crib, waking and frightening the baby. Miriam rushed to comfort Luciana and pleaded with Marvin to leave. Instead, he threatened to take their daughter away and prevent Miriam from ever seeing her again. Their argument grew more heated, and suddenly, Marvin grabbed Miriam by the neck, forcing her to the floor as he began choking her. At the time, they were in an upstairs bedroom while the rest of the family was downstairs, unaware of the commotion. Miriam couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and couldn't call for help. She felt herself slipping into unconsciousness and believed she wouldn't survive. Just as she was preparing for the worst, her father, Douglas, walked into the room to check on them. For a brief moment, Douglas froze at the sight of Marvin attacking his daughter. Then, without hesitation, he charged at his son-in-law, pushing him off Miriam and saving her life. Marvin yelled insults and threats as he stormed out of the house. It took Miriam nearly half an hour to calm down and catch her breath after the ordeal. The next day, Miriam finally found the courage to go to the police and report the assault and attempted crime. She provided evidence, showing bruises, defensive wounds on her arms, and the distinct marks of fingers and palms on her neck. The injuries made it clear she had been attacked and strangled. The authorities took her statement seriously and immediately went to arrest Marvin. However, shortly after Marvin's arrest, his parents and sister came to Miriam's home to plead with her to drop the charges. They accused her of trying to ruin the life of her child's father and used every emotional tactic to sway her. Under pressure, Miriam gave in and withdrew her statement the following day. As a result, Marvin faced no consequences for his actions. A fatal reconciliation and a mysterious death. About a month and a half after the incident, Marvin began pleading with Miriam to reconcile and live together as a family for the sake of their daughter. Despite her parents' strong objections, Miriam eventually decided to give him another chance. She was still deeply in love with him and held on to the hope that Marvin would change and finally take responsibility for his actions. This time, the couple moved into a cozy country house owned by Marvin's family. He insisted he would no longer live under the same roof as Miriam's parents, claiming they interfered too much in their relationship. They relocated to their new home on March 18, 2018. But just 11 days later, a horrifying tragedy cut short the life of the young mother. On that fateful day, the couple reportedly had another heated argument. According to Marvin, Miriam locked herself in the bathroom and turned the music up loudly. After about 15 minutes, Marvin knocked on the door and called her name, but received no response. He forced the door open with his shoulder and found Miriam lying unconscious on the floor. Marvin attempted to revive her, but for reasons unclear, he didn't immediately call emergency services. Instead of calling for help, Marvin's first action was to contact his mother. Consequently, Marvin's mother and sister were the first to reach the scene. Only after they arrived did someone finally call an ambulance, but crucial time had already slipped away. When paramedics got there, they found Miriam's body lying naked on the bathroom floor, covered with multiple bruises, a visible head wound bleeding, and blood pooling beneath her. At first, it seemed she might have slipped and fallen. However, the presence of defensive wounds on her arms and bruises around her neck pointed to a darker reality. While paramedics worked urgently to stabilize Miriam, Marvin's mother and sister began cleaning the bathroom as if nothing was wrong. One paramedic found their behavior suspicious and alerted law enforcement. By the time the police arrived, the bathroom had been thoroughly cleaned with detergents, likely destroying crucial evidence. Meanwhile, Miriam was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Doctors managed to restart her heart twice, but after a third cardiac arrest, they could do no more. Miriam's parents, Evania and Douglas, arrived at the hospital just in time to witness the final moments of their daughter's life. Later, Evania recounted how her son-in-law had called her earlier that day in an eerily indifferent tone, informing her that Miriam was in critical condition in the ICU. Instinctively, Evania knew something terrible had happened. She screamed for her husband, and they rushed to the hospital. Upon their arrival, they were told Miriam had likely been the victim of a severe beating, but only an autopsy could confirm the exact cause of death. An attempt to cover up a crime. To everyone's shock and frustration, the autopsy results failed to definitively establish the cause of the 20-year-old's death. The official report given to her family stated that she had likely died from a traumatic brain injury caused by a fall. The tragedy was dismissed as an accident with no mention of the bruises on her body or the marks on her neck that suggested strangulation. Even Nia and Douglas, who were now raising their 9-month-old granddaughter, knew that the Bernays family was using their wealth and connections to shield the man responsible for their daughter's death and keep him out of prison. However, the Vallejo family refused to accept this injustice and began their own investigation. For months after Miriam's tragic death, they finally obtained an official report stating that the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. She had been strangled with bare hands. Marvin was arrested on charges of killing his wife only in late July 2018. Until then, he had remained free, continuing to live a carefree bachelor's lifestyle, attending parties, and relying on his parents' money. He was reportedly shocked when the police arrived at his home, convinced he had successfully evaded any consequences. At that point, the investigation into Miriam's death began in earnest. However, reconstructing the events of the crime proved extremely challenging due to the months that had passed. Additionally, as previously noted, the scene of the incident had been thoroughly cleaned, and the house had since been rented out. Searching for evidence there was futile, so the investigation took another approach, gathering evidence and witness testimonies. Formal charges against Marvin were brought in November 2019. He was accused of committing the crime under aggravating circumstances. Numerous witnesses, including friends and relatives of the victim, testified that Marvin had repeatedly mistreated Miriam, physically attacking her, belittling her, and maintaining obsessive control over her life. Miriam's father recounted how, months before her death, Marvin had already tried to strangle her. Douglas had intervened just in time, preventing what could have been another tragedy. The story of Miriam's earlier report to the police also resurfaced. How she had filed a complaint about an assault, only to withdraw it the next day under pressure from the Bernays family. Even Nia shared additional accounts of Marvin's abusive behavior. On several occasions, she said, Marvin pushed Miriam with such force that she was injured in the fall. A paramedic who responded to the emergency on the day of Miriam's death recalled an inconsistency in Marvin's account. Marvin claimed that Miriam had locked herself in the bathroom, forcing him to break the door down with his shoulder. However, the paramedic noted that the bathroom door lock was intact, and no signs of forced entry were visible. If Marvin had truly broken down the door, there would have been noticeable damage consistent with such an action. Another suspicious detail was the thorough cleaning of the bathroom immediately after Miriam was taken to the hospital. Although Marvin's mother and sister denied having done this, the timing and nature of their actions raised significant questions. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Miriam's body reported numerous bruises, abrasions, and other injuries consistent with prolonged and severe physical aggression. When Marvin was confronted with this information, he admitted that their marital argument that day had escalated into physical conflict. However, he insisted that Miriam had initiated the altercation, claiming she insulted him and struck him in the face first. According to Marvin, he only hit her a few times in self-defense and didn't cause any serious harm. The trial, custody battle, and final verdict. The trial of Marvin Bernays began in January 2017. The defendant adamantly denied responsibility for Miriam's death and presented his version of the events. He claimed that he and Miriam were both overwhelmed when they learned they were expecting a child. But he was determined to take responsibility, which is why he married her. However, he alleged that their relationship began to deteriorate after they moved in with Miriam's parents. Marvin argued that his in-laws constantly interfered in their marriage, creating tension and conflict between him and his wife. According to him, the situation worsened after the birth of their daughter. He claimed Miriam suffered from postpartum depression, which allegedly made her behavior unpredictable. She was sometimes aggressive and dangerous, and at other times, close to harming herself. Marvin said the only solution was to move to a separate home. But shortly after the move, the tragic incident occurred. In Marvin's version of events, after their final argument, Miriam went to take a bath, but she slipped, fell, and hit her head, which led to her death. To support his defense, Marvin's attorney hired an independent medical expert to challenge the official findings and argued that the cause of death was a head injury from an accidental fall. However, the court ultimately rejected this argument. Marvin's sister testified as a witness in court, attempting to portray Miriam as mentally unstable, aggressive, and obsessed with her brother for financial reasons. Marvin's mother echoed this narrative, claiming that Miriam had ongoing mental health issues and supporting the theory that her death was an accident. She insisted that she had repeatedly warned Miriam about the slippery bathroom floor and suggested using an anti-slip mat, which Miriam allegedly ignored, leading to the fatal incident. The Bernays family also announced their intent to seek custody of Luciana, arguing that, as the child's paternal relatives, they had more rights than the Vallejo family. They were confident that Marvin's innocence would soon be proven, and it was clear they believed in their ability to avoid accountability. However, on January 27, 2020, the court found Marvin guilty of premeditated homicide with aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to 50 years in prison. Despite numerous attempts to frame the incident as an accident, it was conclusively proven that Miriam's death was caused by mechanical asphyxiation. In addition to the prison sentence, Marvin was ordered to pay nearly $700,000 to Miriam's family as compensation for emotional distress. Marvin showed no reaction to the severe sentence. Maintaining a detached demeanor, he refused to acknowledge any guilt or express remorse. In his closing statement, he argued that the media coverage had prevented him from proving his innocence, claiming that the portrayal of him as a monster had unfairly swayed public opinion in favor of the Vallejo family. All efforts to appeal the verdict have been rejected. Nevertheless, due to the Bernays family's wealth and influence, Marvin is serving his sentence under relatively comfortable conditions. Reports indicate that his cell resembles a hotel room, complete with amenities like gym access and quality meals. Meanwhile, Marvin's family continues to fight for custody of Luciana, and with the help of his lawyer, he is preparing to submit another appeal. Moving on to the next case. Shibli Sadiq Haida. On October 28, 2023, Nahed Akhtar answered a phone call that would turn her life upside down. On the other end was her 20-year-old son, Shibli Sadiq Herdoy, his voice shaking with fear as he told her he had been kidnapped and was being severely beaten. Before she could respond, the line went dead. Moments later, a stranger called and delivered a message that sent the entire family into a state of panic. This is the heartbreaking story of Shibli Sadiq Herdoy. A 20-year-old from Chittagong, Bangladesh, Shibli came from a modest background. His father, MD Shafiq, worked as a truck driver, while his mother, Nahed Akhtar, stayed home to care for the family. Despite their economic hardships, Shibli was deeply passionate about his studies and held on to big dreams for a brighter future. To help cover his college expenses, Shibli took a job at a local poultry farm. Despite his young age, he was hardworking and quickly rose to the position of manager. While working there, he became friends with several coworkers who were 5 to 6 years older than him. As the youngest employee in a supervisory role, some workers assumed he wouldn't discipline them and began slacking off. Initially, Shibli addressed their behavior calmly, but when they continued to disregard his guidance, he had to adopt a stricter approach, which led to multiple conflicts. Most of these disputes were handled internally at the farm. Since Shibli's college classes hadn't yet begun, he spent his days working at the farm and returned home at night. But on August 28, 2023, Shibli left for work and never came back. When he failed to return home by late evening, his parents became increasingly worried. They called his cell phone, but he did not answer. The family assumed that he might have been caught up in urgent work at the farm and would return the next morning, but he never did. As the morning passed without any sign of him, they reached out to friends and family, but no one had heard from him. Even attempts to contact the farm owner were futile as his phone was unreachable. Just as they were about to report him missing, Shibli's mother, Nahed, received a call. It was Shibli on the other end, his voice trembling with fear. He told his mother that some people had kidnapped him and were beating him mercilessly. He mentioned that he had been confined in a car for the past 12 hours, but that now he's been held in a shed, although he doesn't know where he is. Before she could respond, the call abruptly ended. She attempted to call him back, but the phone was unreachable. A little while later, Nahid received another call from her son's phone number. However, this time, it was a different voice on the other end. The caller informed her that her son had been kidnapped and warned her not to call the number again. He demanded a ransom of 15 lakh Bangladeshi taka, stating that instructions on when and where to deliver the money would follow in the next call. They also threatened the family, saying that if the police were contacted, their son would be killed. Shibli's family was very poor and had no means to raise such a large amount of money. They started asking people for help with the money. However, even after 3 days, they could not collect the said amount for the kidnappers. And when the kidnappers called the family again on 31st August, Shibli's father, Shafiq, requested the kidnappers to decrease the amount. The kidnappers somehow knew that Shibli's family was poor and reduced the amount to 2 lakh Bangladeshi taka. With great effort, Shafiq was finally able to gather the money. They anxiously waited for the kidnappers' next call. On September 4, 2023, the kidnappers contacted Shibli's father, instructing him to bring the money to Bandarban district and warning him again not to involve the police if he wanted his son to return safe. Shafiq traveled to a place called Dulapara in Bandarban district and waited for the kidnappers. Before long, 2 masked men approached him and demanded the ransom. Shibli's father handed over the money and desperately asked him where was his son. The kidnapper replied, "Go home, Shibli will return on his own." Shibli's father reached back home but could not find Shibli. The family then waited for 3 days, but when Shibli still did not arrive back home, they finally reached out to the police. When asked why they waited for 11 days before reporting their son's kidnapping, they said the kidnappers had warned them not to tell the police or they would kill their son. The police launched their investigation by interviewing Shibli's family, seeking insights into his life and any possible enemies. His parents described him as a well-behaved young man who avoided trouble but did mention a prior conflict with 6 of his co-workers at the poultry farm. The dispute had escalated to the point where the farm owner had to step in and defuse the tension. Shibli had since let the matter go and moved on. Acting on this information, the police visited the poultry farm and eventually took all 6 workers into custody. At first, the suspects remained uncooperative, refusing to respond to any questions. But under intense questioning, one of them broke down and admitted to Shibli's abduction. Investigators then uncovered that, 2 months prior to the incident, Shibli had confronted these workers over dishonest practices, specifically, selling chicken feed while depriving the animals of proper nourishment. This confrontation led to repeated clashes. In retaliation, the group conspired to exact revenge and teach him a lesson. On August 28th, they abducted Shibli while he was walking home, taking him to a hill in Kodapur, Union near the border. The workers had claimed they had only intended to kidnap and torture Shibli before releasing him after collecting some ransom money from his parents. However, when Shibli recognized 2 of his kidnappers, they feared he would report them to the police and decided to kill him. Now there are conflicting reports about how Shibli died. Some articles suggest he was choked to death while others indicate he was beheaded with a sharp knife. He was killed the day after his kidnapping, even before any ransom demands were made. When asked about Shibli's body, the workers admitted they initially concealed it on the hilltop using banana leaves. However, fearing that the body would be discovered, they decided to eliminate all traces of the crime. They then dismembered the body, removed the flesh from the bones and scattered the bones throughout the jungle. The 6 accused among Ching Marma, Sway Ching Mung Marma, Antuing Mung Marma, Ukiathavi Marma, Achung Doi Marma and Kasai Ong Chaudhary were arrested and charged with Shibli's kidnapping and murder. After their arrest, there was a shocking revelation. Media reports revealed that Among Ching Marma was the mastermind behind the crime and that he even admitted to cooking and eating some of Shibli's flesh after dismembering the body. This revelation sparked public outrage leading to widespread protests. On September 11th, the police took the accused to the crime scene to search for Shibli's remains. A skeleton was found at the site and Shibli's uncle, who also went to the crime scene, reported seeing scattered human body parts including fingers, bones and hair. Shibley's parents were devastated by the sight, and local anger towards the accused reached its peak. As the police were escorting the main accused, Umang Ching Marma, back to the station, a mob caught him and snatched him from the police. They then beat him mercilessly. He died on the spot. The police managed to protect the other accused who will face trial in court, although no specific trial date has been reported. On August 1, 2023, during a press conference, a RAB official was asked about social media rumors claiming that one of the murderers had eaten Shibley's flesh. The officials responded that they had questioned the suspects about this, but the suspects denied any knowledge of such acts. While it is true that the victim's body was dismembered, there is no evidence to support the claim of cannibalism. So far, there have been no new developments in the case. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.